Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Southern Divine Tree Continent, 10 a.m. West Valley, number 6 Middle School. The bell rings and the quiet campus instantly bursts into noise. Students pour out of their classrooms, laughing, chatting, all heading in the same direction, the training ground. Compared to dull theory lessons, everyone looks forward to this. The once-a-month practical class is the only time they can truly test their strength. Groups form naturally, conversations heat up. Hey, a skinny boy in uniform nudges his short-haired friend, eyes full of curiosity. Wang Jin, who do you think takes first place this time, Zhu Xiaoyu or Yan Meng? Wang Jin stands out in the crowd. Around 1.8 meters tall, clean-cut, sharp features, calm eyes, he thinks for a moment before answering. Still Yan Meng. His lava style is a bloodline limit focused on offense. Zhu Xiaoyu's Byakugan isn't at that level yet. But the Byakugan is a bloodline limit too, the skinny boy argues, clearly unconvinced. How is it weaker? There are different types, Wang Jin explains patiently. The Byakugan is a Dojutsu. At the genin level, it can't match a direct combat ability like lava style. His calm analysis draws attention. More students gather around, listening closely. In everyone's mind, the real competition today is only between two people. Zhu Xiaoyu of the Byakugan and Yan Meng of lava style. Both come from powerful families. While others struggle with basic taijutsu, they've already mastered ninjutsu and stepped into the realm of true ninjas. Come on, let's hear what Wang Jin says. Yeah, how does he know so much? It's crazy. Zhu Xiaoyu and Yan Meng are strong because of their background, but Wang Jin, he's just like us. Exactly, he just needs one chance, and that chance is coming soon. In 1 week, we all enter the sacred tree world. That's when everything changes. Excitement spreads through the crowd. Wang Jin raises a hand, continuing calmly. My conclusion is the same. If Zhu Xiaoyu only relies on basic strikes, she can't break Yan Meng's granite defense. He pauses, then adds, unless she masters Gentle Fist, uses the Byakugan to pinpoint chakra points, and injects chakra precisely to disrupt his flow, she loses. Silence. Then confusion, Gentle Fist, chakra points, granite defense, most of them don't fully understand what he just said. I don't get it, the skinny boy laughs, giving him a thumbs up, but it sounds insane. The others nod, looking at Wang Jin with admiration. Same age, same background, yet he seems to know everything. Wang Jin just smiles faintly. To him, it's nothing special. Anyone familiar with the Naruto world would understand these basic counters, because the truth is simple. Wang Jin isn't from this world at all. Thinking of this, Wang Jin thought of the content in the book. Although people in this world do not understand the real plot of Hokage, there are many places that are desirable. Sacred Tree World. Everyone can enter only when they are 18 years old, and they must enter. Entry method: the sacred tree vines all over the mainland can be entered. As long as the entrant approaches the vines and activates the sacred tree bracelet, the body can be wrapped by the sacred tree vines, and his consciousness enters the world of the sacred tree. Price of entry. The entrant's body left in the real world will consume chakra. Each person can enter once a month at most, for up to 10 days at a time. When the chakra is exhausted, he will be kicked out of the world of the sacred tree. Task rewards. The rewards vary depending on the task, but there is a guaranteed chakra reward, and it is several times faster than refining chakra in the real world. It is the only way to quickly improve your strength. Penalty for failure. Chakra corresponding to the reward will be deducted for mission failure, and there will be no penalty for the first death in the world of the sacred tree. The second death will deduct 1/3 of one's chakra, and the person will not be able to enter again within half a year. If you die for the third time, half of your chakra will be deducted, and you will not be allowed to enter for life. Exit method. 2 hours after leaving the battle in the Sacred Tree world, you can activate the Sacred Tree bracelet to exit. Sacred Tree bracelet. When everyone enters for the first time, the Sacred Tree will leave a bracelet tattoo on their arm, forming a personal exclusive bracelet. You can view the personal panel in your mind, or you can make it visible through chakra to others. See note, the ability of the Divine Tree bracelet to appear can only take effect in the real world, and cannot be used in the Divine Tree world. Safety issue: the vines of the sacred tree are indestructible and possess great power. Since their appearance, no one has ever been able to destroy them or dared to destroy them. Anyone who enters can rest assured. Additional 1. The world of the Divine Tree is divided into the main world and the subworld. If you extract the main mission, you can enter the main world. At this time, everyone is under the same timeline. If you extract a side mission, you will enter the subworld. Depending on the mission, it may appear in different timelines. According to the mission requirements, only one or a few people can enter, and the rest cannot enter. Supplement 2. The Divine Tree world has its own rules. Entrants cannot reveal the real-world situation, including obtaining information about the enemy camp in reality. They must abide by the rules of the Divine Tree world. Supplement 3. Everyone's identity in the world of the Sacred Tree can never be changed once chosen. Dear students, please don't play around. You must choose the camp of the upright big country and rely on the strength of the country to develop slowly. Don't choose the villain of the small country, otherwise you will regret it for the rest of your life. Can't choose a villain. Thinking of this, Wang Jin smiled disdainfully in his heart. When he watched Hokage before, he was dissatisfied with Naruto and Hashirama's rhetoric. How can there be a day when people can truly understand each other? Just let it be obscene in the animation. If you do this in the real world, you will definitely die miserably. On the contrary, he agreed with Madara and Nagato's philosophy and used powerful power to make the world nuclear peaceful. At that time, he also dreamed that if he had the opportunity to travel through the world of Hokage, he would definitely join the anime First Day group, Akatsuki, who never dissatisfied others when playing in a group. Use your own foresight to change the direction of the plot. Let the Akatsuki organization truly become a bridge to peace. And use the 9-tailed beasts in your hands to destroy the world to scare the 5 major countries so that they dare not easily provoke a war. Only in this way can the ninja world achieve true peace and people will not die in war. It's the Akatsuki organization. After entering the world of Hokage, you must find a way to join. Wang Jin's thoughts returned to reality. In a week, he can follow everyone into the world of the Sacred Tree. Hey! At this moment, a clear and beautiful female voice sounded from behind him, and he immediately turned around. Wang Jin only saw a girl who was about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a white slim-fitting martial arts uniform, and had 2 straight legs with an unhappy look on her face. I called you twice and you still haven't responded. What are you thinking about? Think of good things, Wang Jin smiled and said. Zuo Zaiou, do you have something to do with me? The person who came was none other than the white-eyed girl he just talked about. Zuo Zaiou, a direct descendant of the Zuo family, a famous wealthy family in the West Valley district, and one of the few geniuses in the class. Wang Jin heard that this wealthy clan had been established for 300 years and had been around since the first invasion of Warcraft. According to the textbook, he learned that the Divine Tree continent was not called this name 20 years ago. At that time, the continent was full of monsters, and people were unable to resist, making survival very difficult. However, one day suddenly a huge sacred tree like a star fell from the sky, with countless branches, leaves, and vines scattered everywhere, frightening the entire group of Warcraft with a power that people could not understand. The strange thing is that the sacred tree clearly has the power to kill all the monsters, but it does not do so. Instead, it opened up countless small alien spaces for the monsters and drove them in. According to ninjas who have entered the world of Warcraft space, the environment there is better than that on the mainland, and it will be easier to practice there. This is also the second thing that surprised Wang Jin, because ninjas in the real world are different from those in the Hokage. Just becoming a genin has the amount of chakra of the elite jonin in the Hokage world. The real chakra is different from the chakra that 4 or 5-year-old children in the Hokage world can master. It is very violent and powerful. The amount of chakra everyone has is ridiculously large. Generally speaking, it can only be refined after entering the world of the sacred tree and awakening after reaching adulthood. Of course, everything has exceptions. The Zuo Zaiou in front of me and the Yan Meng in Wang Jin's mouth just now are 2 living exceptions. Both of them came from wealthy families. They grew up eating monster meat that ordinary people could not eat more than a few times in their lives. Their bodies were much stronger than those of their peers. They started refining chakra a few years ago and now it is genin. This is the despair of ordinary people. Some things are there when you are born. If you're born without that thing, you will most likely not get it in your life. When other students saw Zuo Zaiou coming, they immediately shut up and did not dare to discuss the topic about her anymore. This is the class gap. They feel that they are one head shorter than the children of rich families. But Wang Jin will not appear in this kind of emotion. He is naturally optimistic and confident, and the main way for the ninjas in the Divine Tree continent to improve their strength is to enter the Hokage world to complete tasks. He didn't believe there was a second man in the world who knew the plot direction of Hokage and opened a cheat. He firmly believes that as long as he enters the world of Hokage, it will take off. Regardless of Zhuo Xiaoyu or Yan Meng, he is confident that he can quickly surpass them in the short term. This also makes his attitude towards the two of them no different from that of other classmates, without being humble and communicating on an equal footing. This kind of behavior not only did not disgust the two of them, but made them feel very real and unpretentious. They were one of the few friends in school. Zhuo Xiaoyu said angrily. You have been helping that big guy talk all day long. Is his strength so poor? Yan Meng is 1.9 meters tall and has a strong build. He is nicknamed Big Guy, but other students except Zhuo Xiaoyu and Wang Jin dare not call him that. I'm just telling the truth. Wang Jin walked towards the training ground with his hands in his pockets. Zhuo Xiaoyu followed behind and said angrily, I will definitely defeat Yan Meng today and let you slap yourself in the face. Okay, I'll wait. The two bickered all the way to an open space covering an area of about 10 square kilometers. At this time, there were already many students here. Wang Jin, a rough voice sounded, and then a ridiculously strong boy walked over quickly, put his arms around Wang Jin and gave Zhuo Xiaoyu a mean smile. Hey, let's see how my brother teaches this girl a lesson later. HMPH, I will tear your mouth apart. Come on, let me see how you can break my granite technique. Yizikui Tongshuan. Arrive. On the training field of No. 6 middle school, two boys walked out under the teacher's roll call. You guys start. Oh yes. The two symbolically formed the seal of opposition and immediately started fighting. This is a monthly practical class and the rankings are in order. Everyone wants to be at the top to show up in front of their classmates and teachers. Bang bang bang, neither of them used ninjutsu nor could they. From the very beginning, they attack each other with physical skills, which is also the behavior of most ninja apprentices. Most of the students now only master ninjutsu, which is an inferior technique, and they don't have much chakra in their body. The fight between the two went very fast. Within a minute of the fight, Tong Xuan took advantage of his physical strength and kicked Yizikui away, ending the fight. The teacher waved them down and replaced them. Wang Jin's Yang Lin's. Arrive. Wang Jin and a skinny boy came on stage. You guys start. Oh yes. The two greeted each other and immediately started to fight. The thin boy was very fast and rushed to Wang Jin and kicked him in the chest with his knee. Wang Jin took action as soon as he launched the attack, quickly forming seals with his hands. Replacement technique. Bang, a wooden stake that had been prepared appeared in his place. He appeared behind the thin boy, propped his left hand on the ground with his right leg, and swept the opponent over with a sweeping motion. He then moved his knee and pressed on the opponent's chest to subdue him. His set of attacks was smooth, without any unnecessary movements, and other students couldn't help but praise him. As expected of a top student, this substitute technique is really good. Yes, everyone obviously only started to come into contact with chakra and the three-body technique 2 months ago. How did Wang Jin learn it so quickly? Hey, I haven't mastered any of the three-body skills until now. I just started chakra. It seems that I will definitely end up working in a factory to drive screws in the future. You and I are similar. We have just mastered the chakra refining method. If you find a good factory in the future, remember to call your brother. Many students not only envied Wang Jin but also sighed, thinking that they would most likely be ordinary people in the future. Wang Jin Sheng. The next group of opponents. The teacher did not praise Wang Jin but gave him a slight nod of encouragement. They had seen too many geniuses over the years. You're quite agile. Zhuo Xiaoyu pouted after Wang Jin returned to the student center. How are you mastering the three-body technique? Except for some flaws in the transformation, the clone and substitute techniques are almost the same. Wang Jin sat down on the ground to restore chakra. Although he had only used an inferior ninjutsu just now, he had only learned the chakra refining method from school 2 months ago. In such a short time and without any training resources, not much chakra was refined, barely enough for 2 or 3 three-body techniques. After hearing this, Zhuo Xiaoyu seemed to have found a place to attack him and said cheerfully, Wang Jin, do you know? When I learned the three-body technique, it only took me a month to master it perfectly. Hello? Aren't you envious? Not envious. Hateful. Facing the superior girl Wang Jin, his face was expressionless and uninterested, which made Zhuo Xiaoyu feel as helpless as punching the air, and she left angrily. The next group of opponents is Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yan Meng. Coming, when the students heard the teacher calling out these two names, they all stared at the battle stage carefully. Zhuo Xiaoyu, who had perfect body proportions, walked up to Yan Meng with her head held high. The meridians next to her pure white pupils swelled instantly, and she opened her eyes. The Byakugan can see through the human body and see the meridians and chakra in the body. In conjunction with the Byakugan clan's nintaijutsu, it can block the flow of the opponent's chakra, making the opponent become an ordinary person and even unable to move. Although Yan Meng provoked Zhuo Xiaoyu before, he did not dare to be careless. After all, he only mastered one ninjutsu, which is considered a passive skill, the art of granite. However, since this technique belongs to the lava style, which is a blood-inherited boundary where the nature of earth and fire changes, its power is several times more powerful than the 5 conventional attribute ninjutsu of wind, fire, water, earth, and thunder. This is the advantage of the blood succession limit. It is difficult to cultivate without being born. Start the sparring. Liang Kai, the head teacher of the 3rd year of high school, shouted lowly, put away the casual look that ordinary students had when sparring, and became serious. These 2 students were both from wealthy families, and he didn't dare to let any accidents happen to them, otherwise they would be in big trouble. Take the move, big guy. Acupuncture. Zhuo Xiaoyu was very fast and rushed to Yan Meng in a flash, pointing the fingers of both hands at the fatal acupuncture points on his upper body. Yan Meng understood her offensive. After all, the two had been rivals for the past 6 months, and the chakra immediately flowed in his body. Lava style, the art of granite. His skin instantly turned blue and looked extremely hard. Bang, bang, bang. Zhuo Xiaoyu tapped his opponent's acupuncture points several times with both hands, but there was no real effect except making some sounds. At this moment, Yan Meng's huge fist hit her petite head. Zhuo Xiaoyu immediately jumped several meters to avoid it. Don't run, Yan Meng chased after him. His strong body was as powerful as a crazed bull. However, although he was much stronger than Zhuo Xiaoyu, his speed was too slow and he couldn't catch up. In the past, Zhuo Xiaoyu would give up after running out of chakra. Yan Meng thought that it would be the same this time. 2 opponents of equal strength chased each other. Occasionally, Zhuo Xiaoyu could not dodge the fierce attacks and was forced to fight back once or twice. The speed and strength displayed by the 2 were far superior to other students. It was obvious at a glance that they were not at the same level. Yan Meng chased for about 3 minutes, and just when he thought Zhuo Xiaoyu's energy was about to run out, an accident suddenly appeared. Zhuo Xiaoyu, who had been dodging, suddenly turned around, pointed her right hand at his chest, and shouted softly at the same time. Gentle fist. Bang! She gathered a large amount of chakra in her hand and injected it into Yan Meng's body, destroying his meridians. Ah, it hurts me so much. Yan Meng was knocked down by Zhuo Xiaoyu's palm, lying on the ground clutching his chest and yelling regardless of his appearance. Stop! Liang Kai shouted immediately, ran to Yan Meng and helped him up, and said to the other students. The practical class is over. Zhuo Xiaoyu is the first in the actual competition this month. After saying that, he picked up Yan Meng and ran to the infirmary, where the medical ninja prepared by the school for students could treat injuries. Wang Jin, you are really right. Yang Lin looked admiringly beside Wang Jin. Sure enough, after Zhuo Xiaoyu mastered Gentle Fist, Yan Meng is no longer her opponent. He is worthy of being a descendant of the Beiyan clan. Zhuo Xiaoyu also came back at this time. When she heard these words, she hummed proudly and looked down at Wang Jin, who was sitting on the ground with her head raised. Wang Jin's chakra has almost recovered by now. After all, he can recover quickly because he uses less of it. He stood up and patted his butt. What's the point? Once Yan Meng masters 1 or 2 ninjutsu, she will be no match for her. You're talking nonsense. Zhuo Xiaoyu immediately became angry after hearing this. No matter what ninjutsu he masters, it will be of no use in front of my Gentle Fist. He can't defend the internal meridians. You are right, Wang Jin smiled and said, but what if you can't get close? As far as I know, Lava Style has a move called Lava Style Chakra Mode, which will form Lava Style armor. Let's not talk about the defense. How dare you fight up close to the ultra-high temperature lava all over your body? It will hurt you to death. Lava Style Chakra Mode, Lava Style armor. Zhuo Xiaoyu was shocked after hearing this. Is Lava Style really that powerful? If you don't believe it, go back and ask the seniors of your clan. They should know. Wang Jin liked to hit this arrogant girl very much and immediately said with a bad smile, Zhuo Xiaoyu, with all due respect in my eyes, rolling your eyes is really worse than nothing. Go to Lava Style unless. Unless what? Zhuo Xiaoyu was already shocked. She knew that Wang Jin knew a lot and had never made a mistake, so she subconsciously believed his words. Unless you can develop your Byakugan to another level, let alone Lava Style, Uranus Layazi will not be your opponent. Wang Jin laughed, looking half-truthful. After hearing this, Zhuo Xiaoyu thought he was teasing her and immediately shouted angrily. You're talking nonsense. What ability is not powerful if it is developed to the extreme? I don't want to listen to your nonsense, girl. I don't believe that Yan Meng can surpass others in the future. After the girl finished speaking, she ran towards the campus. Wang Jin shook his head and smiled and went back to school with other students. Ziegno. 6 Middle School is in the center of Zieg District. Wang Jin chose to eat at school at noon because his family lived far away. He spent 5 yuan on the cheapest dish in the cafeteria and planned to eat the 2 cold steamed buns he had brought with him in the morning. Are you going to eat this? Zhuo Xiaoyu sat down next to him with a rice bowl and gave him a chicken leg inside. The 5 years after a ninja reaches adulthood is the golden period of improvement. If the body's nutrition cannot keep up, the amount of chakra that can be extracted will be reduced, which will affect future achievements. Wang Jin nodded and did not refuse. After thanking him, he took a bite of the big chicken leg. Damn, it still smells like meat. Humph, Aunt Cheng can't give you 2 steamed buns every day. Eat it quickly. By the way, Wang Jin, we will enter the world of the sacred tree in a few days. After awakening, we will have to teach in school for at most 2 months before graduating. Have you decided which university to go to? The Aunt Cheng in Zhuo Xiaoyu's mouth is Wang Jin's adoptive mother, Cheng Feng, who is also called that, and the adoptive father's name is Wang Jiaqiang. Although both of them are at the bottom of society, they are very kind-hearted. When she first saw the abandoned Wang Jin, she decided to adopt him and raise him well. And Wang Jin did not disappoint the couple. He has been very sensible and studied hard since he was a child. He has always been their pride. However, the family has financial difficulties. Cheng Feng and Wang Jiaqiang are ordinary people and can only work in factories. In addition, the two already had a daughter before they adopted Wang Jin. The expenses for the 2 children have been quite large over the years, and the family does not have much savings. Thinking of this, Wang Jin lowered his head, took a few mouthfuls of rice and said casually, I don't have money to go to Hammersmith University. Zhuo Xiaoyu felt a little resentful after hearing this. If you don't go to college, where will you learn ninjutsu? Zhuo Xiaoyu, don't you know that ninjutsu can only be learned through ninjutsu scrolls, and cannot be passed down from master to disciple? Going to college is useless. Wang Jin looked indifferent. The rules of the Divine Tree Continent are a bit strange. Except for the unpopular ninjutsu such as the 3-body technique, other ninjutsu cannot be developed by oneself or taught by a teacher. It can only be learned through the ninjutsu scroll obtained in the World of Warcraft Secret Realm. This also makes ninjutsu scrolls ridiculously expensive. For example, the lowest level D-level fire-style ninjutsu Great Fireball costs about 200,000 mainland coins. Ordinary people's monthly income is generally only 3,000 yuan, and they can't afford it even if they save for a year. Therefore, there is a saying that has been circulating on the mainland. Ninja has never been a game for civilians, they cannot afford it. However, the Hokage world and many secret realms are not affected, where you can pass it from person to person or develop your own ninjutsu. This is why Wang Jin clearly knows the simplest Sharingan training method, but has not tried to develop it for 18 years. He has been waiting for the awakening ceremony in a week, and then he can develop a powerful ninjutsu by himself in the Hokage world. Sharingan is A-level, and ninjutsu from the Divine Tree Continent is also ranked like this, with the lowest ranking being E-level. The highest level is the secret level ninjutsu above A-level, which is also S-level. But there are ninjutsu scrolls in the university. Zhuo Xiaoyu didn't want to see this talented and pleasing classmate fall, so she quickly persuaded him. Take Anzhou University, the strongest university in our southern continent, for example. The teachers there are all Jonin, and there are quite a few elite Jonin. The principal is even a cage-level student, making him one of the top experts in the mainland. They have a lot of ninjutsu scrolls in their hands, and they will also teach you how to learn ninjutsu. Going to college is your way out. The ninja levels in the Divine Tree Continent are based on the current Hokage world, and are divided into Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, and Shadow. However, the division method is slightly different. It is not like the number of completed tasks in the Hokage world or the assessment division, but the amount of chakra. Having 1 card chakra is Genin. Having 100 cards of chakra is Chunin. Special Jonin is a little different. In addition to requiring chakra to be greater than 800 cards, there is also an ability that reaches Jonin level. Jonin, who is already the backbone of the mainland, needs to break through at least 1,000 calories of chakra. As for Elite Jonin chakra, it has to reach 3,000 calories. The final shadow level, which is currently the strongest person officially announced by the mainland, must meet 10,000 cards of chakra. Not interested. Wang Jin waved his hand. He had gone to school for more than 30 years in his 2 lifetimes and was tired of it in the morning. Besides, learning ninjutsu and improving strength are faster in the Hokage world. It doesn't matter whether he goes to college or not, especially since his family has no money. He has no plans to go to college at the moment. You can still be successful without going to college. After a few months of training after graduation, I will go to the secret realm of World of Warcraft. I will learn faster in battle. You stubborn donkey, Zhu Xiaoyu angrily picked up the bowl and left. After she left, Wang Jin cleaned and packed the rice bowl and returned to class to wait for classes to start in the afternoon. As soon as class started in the afternoon, Liang Kai came back with Yan Meng, who seemed to be fine except for his pale face. West Valley District is a community in the southern continent. It is not even a city, with a population of only over 1 million. As the best school in the West Valley, number 6 middle school does not have many students. The entire high school has only a little over 500 students. Wang Jin and his junior high school students only had less than 200 yuan, and they were almost all studying theoretical knowledge in the same class as in their previous university classes. Liang Kai let Yan Meng return to his seat, coughed lightly, and began to explain his experience to the students. There is no use taking theoretical classes now. These students are about to face the biggest change in their lives. Dear students, in 1 week it will be the day when you go to the sacred tree space to awaken. I would like to emphasize again that you must carefully choose your camp identity. According to past practice, everyone has at least 2 choices or even more than a dozen. The divine tree world will give priority to matching your own compatibility. For example, teacher, I had the thunder attribute back then, and 5 of the 7 choices given to me by the divine tree were from different families in the land of thunder. Currently, students of lightning style and earth style don't need to panic. You are most likely from the camp of the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Earth. These are the 2 most powerful countries in the world of the divine tree. As for fire style and wind release, they are either from the country of fire or the country of wind, so that's fine. Only water style students should note that the Kingdom of Water is weaker than the previous 4 countries, but it is still considered a big country. It is acceptable even if there are no options for the 4 countries. But you must not choose small countries like Taki country. They are at war now. Going there is no different from seeking death. Once you die 3 times, you will not be able to enter the world of the sacred tree for the rest of your life. It is equivalent to a shortcut in life being cut off and half of your future ruined. Remember. Remember, many students said in unison. Liang Kai nodded and continued, after your identities are bound, you can enter the world of the sacred tree wherever there are sacred tree vines in major cities. At that time, the school will give everyone a 10-day holiday, allowing you to enter for the first time and strive to stay until the date will come out later. In this way, your chances of triggering tasks in the world of the sacred tree will be maximized. However, you must be sensible when accepting tasks. If you are beyond your capabilities, you would rather give up than be greedy. Everyone must keep this in mind for the rest of their lives. Many people fall into greed, including even strong men like Elite Jonin and Cage. Teacher, how can we determine what attributes we have? A student asked. The mission feels very far away to them now. What everyone is concerned about is the issue of identity. Everyone wants to join a powerful force. Wang Jin was also listening carefully and analyzing at the same time. However, Liang Kai's words were very vague, and he was not sure whether everything in the world of the sacred tree was the same as the plot of the original work. He could only confirm it after entering it in person. Liang Kai, this is simple. 20 years ago, when there was no sacred tree, every graduate still needed to use chakra test paper to check his own attributes. However, after the appearance of the sacred tree, the chakra test paper is basically useless. The first time you enter the sacred tree space, you will get a sacred tree bracelet, which is your personal panel, for example. Liang Kai spoke as the chakra flowed in his body, and a deadwood-colored bracelet tattoo on his right wrist lit up slightly. Suddenly, a translucent light curtain-like thing about half a meter in diameter appeared in front of him with detailed information on it. Name, Liang Kai Dalukai. Faction, Union Village of the Kingdom of Thunder, Daru Clan. Forbearance 4. Body 6. Fantasy 2. Finds 5. Chakra 128 cards. Level Chunin. Characteristic changes, Thunder. Blood inheritance limits. Nuns. Master Ninjutsu. 3 body technique, lightning style earth walking, lightning style thunder beast chasing fang thunder. So amazing! The students who saw the personal panel for the first time exclaimed, and some curious students immediately spoke. Teacher, do your 4 numerical values represent potential? Yes, Liang Keixin thought, and the panel disappeared, smiling. The full value of the four-dimensional single item is 10. The higher the value, the more talented a person is in this field. For example, I have been physically strong since I was a child, and I have been practicing physical skills for many years, so my physical score is high. Does the body represent Taijutsu? Ninjutsu represents ninjutsu and fantasy represents genjutsu, but what does the spirit represent? Another girl stood up to answer. Liang Kai waved his hand for her to sit down and continued. What Li Lu said is basically the same, but physical means not only physical skills but also physical strength and even vitality. If chakra is the foundation of a powerful ninja, then the body is the fundamental container. Only the stronger the body, the more chakra will be. According to the teacher, I learned that the chakra of Sancho Hanzo, the demigod of the ninja world and the divine tree world, was extremely huge. Although he was later defeated by 3 young genius ninjas from Konoha village in the country of fire, it was enough to prove his power. Wow, it's so interesting. Are these your personal experiences, teacher? Teacher, please tell some more stories about the world of sacred trees. As a little chunin, I don't have access to these top people. I heard this all from hearsay. We will have many opportunities to come into contact with the divine tree world in the future, so let me explain to you the function of the personal panel first. Liang Kai chuckled and talked about the essence. Jing represents spiritual power and the talent of learning ninjutsu. From now on you. It seems pretty good. Wang Jin began to think after understanding and whispered, Hanzo is still afraid that the old third generation deliberately let Sannin go. Although he had been reborn for more than 10 years and had forgotten many details of the original work, he still remembered major events clearly. The Uchiha genocide must have been in Konoha for 55 years, but he forgot the exact year World War II ended. But he remembered the approximate time, which was about 10 years before the night of the genocide. Sannin should be around 35 years old now. Hanzo is still afraid of killing Sarutobi Hiruzen's 3 precious disciples and angering him as in the original novel, so he personally leads a large army to destroy his reign country. In this way, it seems that the main plot of the world of the Divine Tree has not deviated and still follows the original work, which makes Wang Jin even more relieved. What third generation? What Sannin? Wang Jin, what are you mumbling about again? Zuo Xiaoyu, who had a sharp ear on the side, was confused. She had never heard of this before. It's nothing. Wang Jin said naturally. I heard what others said on the road before, but now the teacher suddenly remembered it. Oh, don't listen blindly to what others say, it will kill you. Zuo Xiaoyu warned seriously. Situations like this happen one after another. My father once believed in other people's information and suffered a big loss. He died once in the world of the sacred tree. Your father, Wang Jin, had never heard Zuo Xiaoyu mention it before, and he was immediately curious. What kind of strength is he? The leader of the Byakugan clan should be at the shadow level. No, Zuo Xiaoyu stuck out his tongue, my father is not that powerful. He is an elite Jonin, but he is not far from the shadow level. Awesome, Wang Jin gave a thumbs up. No wonder so many big figures in society usually fawn over you. Once you get close to your Zuo family, they will rise to the top. HMPH, now you know how powerful this girl is. Zuo Xiaoyu hummed proudly. She likes to be praised very much, especially Wang Jin, who usually doesn't say good things about her. But why do you come to school if you're so good? Wang Jin asked. It stands to reason that your family's cultivation environment is not comparable to many places in the entire Divine Tree continent, right? My father said he wanted me to have a complete life, Zuo Xiaoyu said proudly. Otherwise, I might have almost become a chunin now. He wanted me to spend my schooling period like an ordinary person. Have vision, Wang Jin agreed with Zuo Xiaoyu's father's approach. Compared with people who stay at home and practice behind closed doors all year round and have no experience in society, he is more inclined to integrate into society and let it develop naturally. It's not just me. Basically, every direct descendant of a big family is like this. These are the best growth routes that generations of big families have proven over time. Zuo Xiaoyu was very proud and continued. When chakra exceeds 10 cards, the ninja will enter a short burst of strength. It is normal for geniuses to refine 1 or 2 cards of chakra every day. We, the children of wealthy families, will have plenty of resources and time in the future to slowly make up for the slowdown in our ninja apprenticeships over the years. After the monthly practical classes are over, the rest are all theoretical classes. Liang Kai was on the podium explaining the restraint relationship between ninjutsu, and Wang Jin was drowsy in the audience. It's not that he doesn't study hard, it's that he knows these things better than everyone in the Divine Tree continent. Ninjutsu's restraint relationship is said to be useful, but it is useless. He has also seen people who can use restraint to defeat First Generation and Madara. He wanted to understand the Hokage world more than ninjutsu restrained him, but the textbooks issued by the school made him have no desire to read them. He was afraid that he would be killed. That's right, it was death. Wang Jin opened a book called The History of the Ninja World, Fire Country, and there was a line written on the first page that made him almost laugh out loud. The Land of Fire, Konoha Village, the strongest Hokage in history, Naruto by Hiruzen. Wang Jin's mouth twitched when he saw this. He suppressed laughter and closed the book, complaining in his heart. Is the old third generation the strongest? How does this make first generation, the world-conquering wood style, and second generation, the originator of flying thunder god, feel uncomfortable? Hey, it seems that the school can't teach me anything other than refining chakra. Wang Jin sighed. He didn't think that the school deliberately made a mistake, but that no one in the world knew about the history of the Warring States period. The Hokage world skipped the first 3 ninja wars when it debuted. For so many years, no one has completed the major tasks that affect the plot, causing time to be stuck in the period of the Uchiha genocide. That's it for today's class, Liang Kai said on the podium. In a week's time it will be your awakening day. The school will give you a break these days. Go home and have a good rest and prepare to go all out. Zoho. The students were immediately excited when they heard about the holiday. Zuo Zioyu even said happily, "That's great, I can go to the city to play again." Wang Jin, are you going or not? All the customers are covered. No, I have to go back in the next few days to refine chakra for the final sprint so that I can stand out in the future. Wang Jin picked up his school bag and left. Yan Meng looked at his back in confusion. He can't even see a rich woman like you, how blind are you? Are you still waiting for the future? If it were now, I would just kneel down and hug my thighs and reach the pinnacle of my life. Do you think everyone is as shameless as you? Zuo Zioyu snorted and glanced at Yan Meng with contempt. Wang Jin is very ambitious, how can he be the same as you? Yes, isn't that boy just a little bit more handsome than me? You're so good at looks. A little change your mirror quickly. After leaving school, Wang Jin took the school bus for almost an hour before returning to his home community, Fugui community. If a wealthy community is not rich, they are all poor. He sneered at the name of the community. Although it is no longer the Dark Age 100 years ago when Warcraft invaded and slaughtered humans wantonly, the cruel class that remained at that time has not changed. The entire Sacred Tree continent is divided into 2. The southern part of the continent, where Wang Jin is located, is controlled by the parliament, and the speaker has absolute power. The north is controlled by an organization called the Bounty Hall. There have been constant wars between the north and the south for hundreds of years. Each of the 2 major forces wants to destroy the other and unify the continent. Generally speaking, the Bounty Hall has the upper hand, with 3 shadow-level experts. In the parliament, only the speaker and the Grand Counselor are cage-level. The other members are either noble but not talented as ninjas, or they are powerful but only elite jonin. Everyone knows the situation in the Divine Tree continent, and naturally so does Wang Jin. But he doesn't care about these. It has nothing to do with him who is the boss of the council or the Bounty Hall. He just wants to let himself and his family live a good life. Thinking of his family, he quickly walked to 401 of a certain unit building, took out the key, and asked for the gate of opening as usual. However, a conversation in the room stopped his hand. I don't want to drop out of school. An angry female voice sounded. Why should I make sacrifices? Why doesn't Wang Jin drop out of school? Zioyu, you are a girl, Xiaojin, and you are a boy. How can you, a girl, be a ninja? Why don't you find a good family to marry in the future? Another middle-aged woman's voice reached Wang Jin's ears, and he knew it was a quarrel between his sister Wang Yue and his adoptive mother Cheng Feng. Adoptive mother Cheng Feng and adoptive father Wang Jiaqiang are 2 ordinary people who work in a factory with a meager monthly income. They have not saved much to support him and Wang Yue in school over the years. And going to college costs a lot of money. If an ordinary family can afford to support 1 child, that's pretty good. In addition, siblings Wang Jin and Wang Yue are only a few months apart and both will go to college this year. The burden of 2 children has long made the couple have the idea of raising only 1. No, I am your biological daughter. I don't want to drop out of school, Wang Yue cried. If I don't become a ninja, I will be useless for the rest of my life. I don't want that. Nonsense, Wang Jiaqiang, Wang Jin's adoptive father, said. What is biological or not? You and Zio Jin are both our children. The reason why I asked you to drop out of school is not just because you are a girl. Zioyu, did you say that your grades can be compared with your brother? It is God's destiny that you are not as talented as Xiaojin. After going to college, learn ninjutsu, eat World of Warcraft meat, or hire extracurricular ninjas to teach you, which one doesn't require a lot of money. 50,000 mainland dollars a year is not enough. If your mother and I can support each other, we are still selling the pot. Are you trying to force us to death by going to college? Wow, you are so partial. I don't want to drop out of school and work at such a young age. As Wang Yue cried, the quarrel in the room became louder. Wang Jin outside the door sighed when he heard this and tiptoed back to the second floor. Then he walked towards the fourth floor with deliberately heavy steps, making a tapping sound, pretending to have just come back. Sure enough, when he was halfway to the third floor, the people in the house immediately stopped arguing when they heard the footsteps, and Wang Jin patted the door. I'm back. Grunge. The door opened, and a middle-aged woman about 1.6 meters tall and wearing gray overalls appeared. It was Wang Jin's adoptive mother Cheng Feng. Aunt Cheng. Come in quickly, dinner is ready. Cheng Feng smiled and pulled him in. As soon as Wang Jin entered the room, he saw a girl with good looks and figure, wearing a blue school uniform, sitting on the sofa with red eyes, his sister Wang Yue. The adoptive father, Wang Jiaqing, was sitting on a chair smoking with a silent expression. He was not very tall, just 1.7 meters tall. However, his body is very strong, and his exposed dark skin is the best proof of his years of hard work. Sister, Uncle Wang. Well, let's eat first when we get back, Wang Jiaqing said in a low voice. Wang Yue looked at him with complicated eyes and said nothing. Wang Jin understood in his heart but pretended not to know anything. He went to the kitchen to help Cheng Feng with the rice. Soon the family sat on a small wooden table to have dinner. Sister, how are you doing at school recently? I haven't heard you talk about study problems for a long time. Zieg Middle School is a K school, and Wang Yue's grades were generally low, so she went to an ordinary high school close to home. Wang Jin plans to have a showdown with his family and tell them that he doesn't plan to go to college and saves the money for Wang Yue to go. Wang Yue's eyes turned red when she heard this topic, and her voice was a little aggrieved. It's still the same, neither good nor bad, but I can't learn as well as you. When Wang Jin saw this, he knew that she was resentful and quickly comforted her. Sister, don't take it too seriously. In a few days, it's time to awaken in the divine tree space. As long as you have good ninja talent, you might be able to awaken the blood succession limit and become a genius all of a sudden. It's you who want to awaken the blood inheritance limit, Wang Yue said absently. Brother, you have been smart since you were a child. How can my sister compare with you? The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she became. After hearing this, Cheng Feng and Wang Jiaqing remained silent and lowered their heads to eat. Wang Jin took a deep breath and stopped beating around the bush. Auntie, uncle, sister, I have something to discuss with you. What's the matter? Cheng Feng put down his chopsticks. Wang Jin, it's just about going to college. I don't plan to go, let my sister go. What did you say? Wang Jiaqing's expression immediately turned bad after hearing this, while Wang Yue's heart skipped a beat. Why don't you go to college with such a great talent? Don't you know that the only way out is to go to college? Yes, Xiaojin. Cheng Feng was smart and reacted immediately. Did you hear something? What did you hear? Wang Jin pretended to be confused. I don't go to college because I think it's unnecessary and has no use except wasting my time. No, Wang Jiaqing slammed the table and shouted, what nonsense. You go to school and don't think nonsense. From now on, the whole family will point to you as a promising person, but you can't do it even if you can't do it. This matter is not your fault. Uncle eyes. Stop talking. If it doesn't work, it won't work. Wang Jiaqing's attitude was very tough. Wang Jin didn't expect that he, who was usually very casual, would not take a step back on this matter. When Wang Yue saw this, the hope that had just been ignited in her heart was shattered again, and her resentment towards Wang Jin became even greater and completely broke out. Dad, you are so partial. You didn't let me go to college if I wanted to. If my younger brother didn't want to go, you forced him to go. Who is your biological child? With a cry in her voice, she shouted at Wang Jin again. Xiao Jin, I hate you. You robbed me of my future, woo-woo. Sister, this was the first time Wang Jin saw her like this. He was stunned for a moment and then immediately promised, Sister, don't worry, I will definitely find a way for you to go to college. What can you think of? Although Wang Yue thought he was comforting her, she still didn't want to let go of a glimmer of hope when it came to a big future. What can I do? Wang Jin thought about it for a while. He had not yet entered the world of the sacred tree, nor had he awakened. He was just an ordinary person. What could he do? However, the shadows of the two people appeared in his mind, and after a moment he spoke in a deep voice. I have two close friends with rich backgrounds. I think tens of thousands of dollars won't be a problem for them. I can first borrow a year's tuition from them to help you go to college. As for the tuition fees for the next 3 years, I think I can change this family in less than a year, and then money will no longer be a problem. Wang Jin said seriously, and the three members of the family were stunned after hearing this. How many tens of thousands of dollars can a student borrow? This goes against their understanding of being poor all their lives. Xiao Jin, can you really borrow it? Wang Jiaqing asked with hope. If he had a way, he didn't want his daughter's future to be ruined. The first year is the most expensive, if your sister can really go to college. We will figure out a way for the rest. It should be no problem. Wang Jin nodded. Although I have never opened my mouth to them, these two have a good relationship with me and I think they will help. That's great, Wang Jiaqing sighed. To tell you the truth, your aunt and I just discussed letting your sister drop out of school. You also know the situation at home. Only one of you two can go to college. We want you to go to college more. For this reason, your sister is complaining that we are partial. Uncle Wang, don't worry. Wang Jin patted his chest and said solemnly. You have raised me for 18 years, and now it's my turn to pay for you. Xiao Jin, thank you, Wang Yue said with red eyes. If you can let me go to college, I will thank you forever. Haha, let's not talk about outsiders. We are a family. Sister, please wait a moment. In a few days, we will go to Awakening together. I will tell them face to face then. Yes, thank you, little brothers. With Wang Jin's guarantee, Wang Yue felt much happier and nodded happily. After dinner, Wang Jin immediately returned to his room, took off his shoes and sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to extract chakra from every cell in the body according to the chakra extraction method taught in school. Buzz. As he began to refine the cells in his body, he immediately responded and contributed the energy he had accumulated over the past few days. In less than 10 minutes, these energies merged into a new chakra, which traveled through the meridians in his body. This chakra is very weak, and it might not be noticeable if Wang Jin hadn't felt it carefully. After wandering around for a while, the new and old chakras merged, which increased his total chakra amount. Too little, however, Wang Jin shook his head and whispered, even if it continues to be refined for 10 days, it will not be enough to consume a three-body technique. The energy in cells is limited and can only accumulate so much every day. Wang Jin understands this, so he also knows that there is no need to rush. Only when he becomes stronger in the future and can obtain the highly nutritious monster meat to change his physical quality can he refine chakra faster. After being unable to refine chakra, Wang Jin began to practice the speed of forming seals. He slowly formed seals with his hands, and with a bang, another person appeared. It was the clone technique. Although the clone technique only had 3 seals, it took him more than 2 seconds, which made him very dissatisfied. Since the beginning of the 3rd year of high school, the school has taught students the chakra refining method and the 3-body technique. Wang Jin has been working hard to practice the speed of seal formation since he obtained it. But in reality, chakra is very violent and powerful, far more than 100 times more powerful than in the Hokage world, so it also becomes very disobedient. Every ninja in the Divine Tree continent is careful when forming seals, for fear that ninjutsu will explode first before ninjutsu is released. It takes a lot of effort to solve this problem. According to Wang Jin's understanding, the purpose of the seal is to guide the chakra in the body through gestures to flow in an orderly and rapid manner, and finally form the ninjutsu that the ninja wants. Therefore, the key to improving the speed of seal formation is not how fast the gestures are, but to make the chakra in the body obedient, as familiar as commanding one's own arm. Regarding this point, he thought of the treading water and tree climbing training in the original book. Both of these practices allow one to quickly and accurately master one's chakra. He didn't practice like this in the past because his chakra was limited and he would need to rest and recover after practicing for a long time. However, as time went by these days, his chakra could barely be practiced for several hours at a time, and he felt that the opportunity was ripe. Have a good rest tonight and start practicing hard tomorrow. After making the plan, Wang Jin immediately turned off the lights and lay down. He suppressed his desire to play with his mobile phone when he couldn't sleep, and finally fell asleep 2 hours later. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the bedroom, Wang Jin opened his eyes fiercely. Auntie, I went out and won't be back until evening. Where are you going? Practice. After greeting Cheng Feng, who had just gotten up and was preparing to cook, Wang Jin took 2 leftover steamed buns from last night and left. Cheng Feng looked at Wang Jin, who was so diligent that he couldn't wait for breakfast, and then at Wang Yue, who was still sleeping, shook his head and sighed. Xiao Jin is really hardworking. Xiao, you should really learn from him on this. After walking for about half an hour, Wang Jin came to an abandoned park. It was quiet and uninhabited, which was perfect for practicing. There is a lake in the center of the park. There are not many trees in other places, but one is enough. He found the largest willow tree in the park and started practicing immediately. Wang Jin murmured as he closed his eyes and recalled the original practice method. Gather the chakra at your feet. Buzz buzz, the violent chakra quickly flowed towards the soles of his feet under his deliberate control, and all gathered in less than 10 seconds. Wang Jin opened his eyes and slowly walked towards the willow tree. He did not dare to go too fast, for fear that the chakra, which could not control his feet, would disperse. When his right foot touched the willow tree, he attracted it with a thought. It works! Wang Jin was overjoyed when he felt that his right foot had firmly grasped the tree trunk. His left foot immediately hung in the air and stepped on it. At this moment, his entire body was parallel to the ground, and he relied entirely on the soles of his feet to maintain balance. Control your left foot to continue absorbing, and immediately take off your right foot to climb up. However, the chakra on the left foot could not be maintained due to multitasking, and it suddenly dispersed. Bang, pain. Wang Jin fell directly to the ground, immediately covering the back of his head and grinning. I'm so stupid. After learning from the painful experience, he quickly found some soft objects and put them under the tree before continuing to practice. Bang, 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 bang. There were sounds in the quiet park and the morning passed quickly. Mom boss a bowl of plain noodles. When Wang Jin was having lunch at a nearby food stall, the enthusiastic proprietress couldn't bear to look at his big head. Who is this so wicked? Why do you hit people on the back of the head? What the hell? Wang Jin touched the big bump on his head in confusion. The landlady was indignant. It's so hateful. How could such a delicate child be willing to do such a heavy hand? Tell the aunt who hit you and I'll scold them for you. Ma'am, you misunderstood. I did it myself, Wang Jin quickly explained. After hearing this, the boss's wife was confused. I don't think this is an injury that can be caused by a single touch. How did you get it? Climbing trees. Climbing a tree. You're such a big kid and you still play with that thing, the landlady said, suddenly enlightened. She looked at Wang Jin with a flash of distress in her eyes and said to herself, it seems that this child's brain is not working well. I'm afraid he is not mentally retarded. Forget it, give him more food. A minute later, when Wang Jin was holding an iron rice bowl that was bigger than his face, he was a little confused and couldn't help but ask, Auntie, is your serving so big? Eat, kid, if you don't have enough, I'll give you more for free. A look of distress flashed across the middle-aged landlady's face. After lunch, Wang Jin did not rest for a moment and continued to return to the abandoned park to practice tree climbing. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When he stepped on the 6th step, he suddenly fell down, and the back of his head came into close contact with the simple mat on the ground. Wang Jin rubbed his head and continued. The pain could not stop his determination. He planned to perfectly master the 2 abilities of climbing trees and treading water in these 7 days. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. One afternoon, there were regular sounds coming from under a certain willow tree in the abandoned park. However, the intervals between these sounds are getting longer and longer, which means that Wang Jin is becoming more and more proficient in mastering his own chakra. Uranus Jin has been practicing climbing trees for 3 consecutive days, and the longer he goes on, the faster he learns. By the end of the first day, he was less than halfway to the top of the tree. But by the end of the second day, he was able to reach the top of the tree, but he still fell down once or twice out of 10. However, by the end of the third day, he had completely mastered the tree climbing skills. Night bedroom. Wang Jin thought while practicing the hand gestures, it is said that climbing trees and treading water is a course in college. I don't know if my speed is fast or slow. He feels good about himself. In the original book, Naruto and Sasuke also practiced for several days, and the two have been refining chakra for several years. Chakra in the real world is more difficult to master. He feels that he, a rookie who has just refined chakra for a few months, is not too slow at this speed. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Jin completed the sealing of the clone technique in just over a second and was immediately satisfied. In just 3 days, the seal formation speed had nearly doubled, which made him look forward to the next practice even more. It will be harder to tread water tomorrow. Once I master it, I should be able to form seals even faster. 4 days later, the square in front of the Zeeg district government was packed with people. Today is the annual Student Awakening Ceremony, which is held by the district government. All senior high school students from West Valley District schools are here. West Valley Plaza is the place with the most sacred tree vines in the West Valley District. A huge sacred tree branches out with thousands of vines as thick as an adult man's waist. All parents of students, please step back and leave room for your children to enter the sacred tree space. A car with a horn was shouting back and forth around the square. and several powerful ninjas were maintaining order in the center of the square. Each school also sent teacher representatives to prepare for today's awakening ceremony. Wang Jin and Wang Yue were also among the crowd. Cheng Feng took a rare day off from the factory to accompany the two siblings. Many parents encourage their children, and so does Cheng Feng. Although she is just an ordinary woman, she has heard a lot. Xiao Jin, Xiao Yue, you two will have to go all out soon, Cheng Feng said hopefully. It would be great if one of you could awaken the blood inheritance limit, and Lao Wang and I would not have to worry about it for the rest of our lives. Mom, don't worry, I will definitely do my best. Wang Yue had a firm look in her eyes. Wang Jin nodded after hearing this with a calm expression. Yes, Aunt Cheng, I remember it. The awakening time was set at 9 o'clock in the morning. At 8 o'clock, Wang Jin found his class teacher, Liang Kai, and many classmates had already arrived. Zhuo Zai Oyu Mengzi, Wang Jin shouted to a girl with white eyes and Yan Meng, who immediately came over. You're finally here. Yan Meng hooked his shoulder. I was just wondering if you overslept. How could it be? Wang Jin shook his head. This is the day of awakening. It depends on what happens in the future. By the way, I have something to ask of you too. Begging us? The two were immediately surprised after hearing this. They did not expect that Wang Jin, who was always mature, steady, and extremely strong, would also beg for help. Zhuo Xiaoyu immediately became excited. Quickly tell me what's going on. Money, Wang Jin said directly. I urgently need 50,000 yuan now. I don't know if you have it. I can pay it back in half a year at most. 50,000? Yan Meng asked immediately after hearing this. What did you do to get so much money? Is it gambling? Is 50,000 yuan a lot? Zhuo Xiaoyu looked confused. It's not enough for my monthly pocket money. Yan Meng, you are also from a rich family, so the number is not big for you. You think everyone is you. Yan Meng rolled his eyes after hearing this. My father is afraid that I will make a fool of myself when I have money, so he has been keeping a close eye on me. My monthly pocket money is only 18,000 yuan, and I can hardly live anymore. The words of the two left Wang Jin speechless. The pocket money was more than a normal person's annual salary. This is really a realistic society. You don't know whether I bet or not. He spread his hands and told what happened at home. After hearing this, Yan Meng took out his mobile phone and looked at it. I only have more than 3,000 left this month, and I can give you some more next month. Anyway, college is only 2 months away. If I save some money, I can give it to you. Squeeze out 20,000. Zhuo Xiaoyu, the rest is up to you. It's rare for Wang Jin to open his mouth. Let's not let him down. Poor guy, Zhuo Xiaoyu snorted and said boldly. You still have to chip in for a mere 50,000 yuan. I gave it all. And you don't have to pay it back, Wang Jin, just use it. I have plenty of money. Awesome, awesome. Yan Meng gave a thumbs up and said enviously. If only my father had treated me like this, I wouldn't have no money for everything. Zhuo Xiaoyu transferred money directly to Wang Jin, who took a deep breath while looking at the huge amount of money on his phone. I will pay you back within half a year at most. I said no. No, it must be returned. Wang Jin is not a person who likes to ask for help. If Wang Yue's future is not involved, he will never open his mouth. Why are you so outspoken? We are the only 3 good friends in school. Zhuo Xiaoyu was dissatisfied. Yan Meng's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he said with a cheeky smile. Since we are all friends, why don't we go on a date tonight? Zhuo Xiaoyu, a pretty girl like you, can't take advantage of others. We have to digest it internally. Boss, Yan Meng, you are looking for deaths. The two were quarreling, and Wang Jin shook his head as he watched this scene. The 3 of them were familiar with each other, and he could tell that Yan Meng had no interest in Zhuo Xiaoyu and was just deliberately provoking her with his bad words. The time soon came to 9 o'clock. There were more than 1,800 high school seniors in the entire West Valley district waiting for awakening this year, divided into 2 waves. As a key high school, West Valley No. 6 middle school was naturally the finale. Wang Jin watched as the first wave of students walked under the sacred tree and were immediately entangled by thick vines and hung in the air. They have entered the sacred tree space. Zhuo Xiaoyu couldn't wait. I really want to awaken quickly and see what good identity I can draw. You don't have to think about it. They must be the Hyuga clan from Konoha village in the Land of Fire. Yan Meng said. The sacred tree will give priority to matching the suitable identity according to its own conditions. You have awakened your white eyes, and you will not have a second choice. I know too, Zhuo Xiaoyu murmured in a low voice. Everyone in the clan belongs to the Hyuga clan. I've been tired of hearing about it since I was a child, so I wanted to make something different. Hey, it's not like I always feel like I am copying the old path of my predecessors. Yan Meng sighed. We have been in Yannian village for generations, and we are tired of it. By the way, Wang Jin, which big country do you want to go to? Me, Wang Jin, didn't even think about it after hearing this. It would be best if I could go to the land of rain. The country of rain. That small country that is constantly at war. Zhuo Xiaoyu was surprised, and Yan Meng even touched his forehead. You don't have a fever, do you? No one else can hide in that country, so why do you still want to go there? I heard from others that it's very difficult to survive there, especially the novice genin. If you draw the land of rain, you will lose your identity. That's what I said. It's impossible for the sacred tree to follow my wishes. Wang Jin said helplessly. Joining the Kingdom of Rain is his support for Madara and Nagato's ideals in his previous life. It is not necessary to report there when he awakens. He can go there when he is strong. From the perspective of strength, he is more optimistic about Konoha. After all, the main plot begins there and he understands it better. The two of them persuaded Wang Jin not to mess around, but to choose a big country and a big family. Wang Jin waved his hand. I know, I still want you two rookies to teach you. Aren't you a rookie? Chakra is far behind us. Zhuo Xiaoyu wrinkled her nose and looked at the first batch of students who had completed their awakening. It's our turn, come on. Yan Meng clenched his fists and shouted, I hope I can awaken a third attribute besides lava style. It doesn't matter to me anyway, our Byakugan majors in ninjutsu. The two of them walked towards the square one after the other. Wang Jin followed them and the three of them chose a place to accompany them. When he was about to be wrapped by the sacred tree, Zhuo Xiaoyu warned again. Wang Jin, you must remember that you must choose a big country and a wealthy family. Wang Jin nodded to express his understanding, and then his whole body was tightly wrapped in the vines of the sacred tree and he lost consciousness. When Wang Jin woke up again, he didn't know how much time had passed. He looked at the chaos around him with only 10 square meters of void space and he felt very excited. Finally here. Hello Wang Jin, welcome to the sacred tree space. At this time, a neutral voice without emotion sounded, and a light curtain immediately appeared in front of Wang Jin's eyes, and it was completely blank. Are you the spirit of the sacred tree? Wang Jin did not ask about the awakening process first, but asked a question that had troubled him for 18 years. Where did the sacred tree come from? Yes. How were you formed? Does the world of sacred trees really exist? You currently do not have permission to know. You mean I can become empowered? Can? What to do? You can know everything by becoming the blood snare. Blood successor's snare. Wang Jin was startled after hearing this. As a senior Hokage fan, why didn't he know what this meant? That is an invincible existence, the strongest level of ninja. It's too far away, sacred tree, please help me awaken. Okay, start checking the body. Awakened Wang Jin, physical 3, forbearance 6, essence 10 plus, illusion 7. The awakened person's mental power exceeds the standard. It is recommended to choose the following 3 identities. 5 magical senses, Konoha village of the land of fire, Kurama clan. Magic flute sound ninja village, Teiyu clan. Sharingan fire country, Konoha village. Uchiha clan. I choose Uchiha, Wang Jin spoke directly without thinking. When he saw this option, he suddenly became excited. The Uchiha clan are descendants of immortals and have a Sharingan that can evolve into the Samsara Eye. They did not fall behind even in the late stages of World War IV when dogs were everywhere. No, it should be said that the Uchiha family is the biggest cheater. Strong mental power should be the reason why I traveled through time. Wang Jin immediately thought of the reason. He had the mental power of an adult when he was a child in this world. As he grew older over the years, his mental strength naturally increased, which was several times higher than that of ordinary people. 10 plus, I don't know what value this plus sign represents, Wang Jin thought. Selection completed, selection result Uchiha clan. It is found that the Uchiha in the Leaf Village of the Land of Fire have been exterminated. Your identity in the world of the sacred tree is the orphan of the Uchiha living outside. As the divine tree spoke, Wang Jin felt a pain in his arm and a wood grain bracelet suddenly formed. Awakened Wang Jin, this is your personal information bracelet in the future. It will not be lost or overlapped. Even if your arm is gone, the bracelet will still be in your spiritual sea. The awakening ceremony is completed, and you will exit the sacred tree space in 1 minute. After the sacred tree said this, there was no sound in the entire chaotic space. Wang Jin looked at the light curtain in front of him which had his message on it. Name, Wang Jin Uchiha Jin. Faction Fire Country Konoha Village Uchiha Clan. Forbearance 6. Bodies 3. Fantasy 7. Fine 10 plus. Chakra 0.08 card. Level Ninja Apprentice. Chakra nature changes, fire, thunder, yin, yang. Blood inheritance limit, none. Master ninjutsu. 3 body technique. Current task, none. Awakening means dual attributes. Wang Jin looked at his chakra property change panel and was very satisfied. Everyone has the yin and yang attributes, just more or less, and thunder is considered the top attribute in Hokage. Although the fire attribute is a bit weak, it doesn't make sense for someone from the Uchiha clan who doesn't know fire style. From now on, let's give priority to opening eyes and cultivating thunder attributes. He thought the sacred tree did not allow him to open eyes as soon as he joined Uchiha, which required a lot of practice and emotional fluctuations. My physical fitness is a bit weak. It must be related to my malnutrition since childhood. My ninjutsu skills are not very high, but they are barely above average. The teacher said that the values will change as your strength increases. I must improve my ninjutsu talent if I have the opportunity in the future. Genju is so tall that he is a perfect match for Sharingan. This forces me to follow the path of Genjutsu Ninja. In the outside world, many parents are looking forward to waiting for their children to awaken their good abilities. At this time, most people have already come out of the awakening space. These people were immediately contacted by some university teachers in advance, hoping to win over good talents. Although this somewhat discriminates against people who work hard, any university doesn't want its students to be geniuses, and it is currently recruiting people. Students, please note that if the average value of the 4 dimensions exceeds 5, or the highest single item reaches 8, please come to our dueling university. Geniuses will receive special treatment. Changjiang University is recruiting students. Tuition is free for those who have awakened dual attributes. Register as soon as possible. Xingning University. At this time, there are at least 10 universities in Awakening Square that are recruiting students, but they are all unknown schools. Not only will the truly powerful universities not recruit students here, but they will also have strict entrance examinations. Cheng Feng and Wang Yue were so dazzled that they even forgot about Wang Jin, who had not yet exited the awakening space, and asked around in various universities. This teacher, Cheng Feng, pulled Wang Yue through the crowd and came to the admissions teacher of Changjiang University. She smiled politely and said, "My daughter has awakened the 3 attributes of yin, yang, and earth. Can she attend your school for free?" Free tuition is very important to the 2 parents. Wang Yue knows that her talent is limited and her highest single score is only 6. Good universities will not admit her. The Changjiang University teacher glanced at Cheng Feng and said expressionlessly, "The dual attributes I am talking about do not include yin and yang. Your child has not reached the standard and can only be admitted after passing the assessment." Why not include yin and yang? At this time, many students' parents were anxious. Most of them were ordinary people and did not know much about ninjas. Are you deliberately making things difficult for us? At first, they thought their children would be free of tuition, but Changjiang University gave them another blow. The teacher was obviously annoyed by these ignorant parents. He hadn't recruited any students yet. The people who came to inquire were all here for free tuition. They didn't even have the most basic common sense of ninjas. He suddenly became impatient. "Parents, please be quiet. I didn't mean to embarrass you. You ordinary people like you all have the yin and yang attributes. These are the basic attributes of everyone. The 5 conventional attributes of fire, earth, thunder, water, and wind need to be acquired innately or cultivated the day after tomorrow. Among them, innate is the best, which is the proof of genius. Although it is possible to practice acquired skills, it cannot be mastered without a certain amount of talent. That's why our Changjiang University gives the preferential treatment of free tuition for dual attribute students. According to your understanding, this kind of students should have 4 attribute students, so parents who can't meet the requirements should leave." As the Changjiang University teacher explained, the parents of the students began to disperse. At this time, Wang Jin finally saw the mother and daughter in the crowd and walked over. "Aunt Chang's sister, you make it easy for me to find you. Well, we both forgot about you as soon as we heard about free tuition. I'm sorry, little brother, it's because my sister is too impatient. They don't accept me yet, so all this trip is in vain." The mother and daughter smiled sheepishly. Wang Jin didn't care after hearing this and said with a smile, "If you don't want to accept it, you won't accept it. Why would a really good university accept people here? If you want to go to a good university, sister, strive for a good one." "Well, little brother, you are right." Wang Yue had no other opinion except insisting on going to school. She would do whatever her family said. "Boy, you are so crazy." He was originally worried that Wang Yue would feel inferior after being rejected, but he didn't want the middle-aged teacher who recruited students from Changjiang University to hear this. He suddenly became unhappy and came over, adjusting his glasses. You sound like you are looking down on our Changjiang University. No, teacher, you misunderstood. Wang Jin apologized with a smile. Although what he said was the truth, it still didn't look good in front of others. After that, he wanted to leave with his mother and daughter. However, the teacher stopped him and snorted. Wait a minute, let me see what kind of talent you have for arrogant words. I have been to Zieg district several times, and you are still the first one who dares to look down on our Changjiang University students. Don't even think about leaving without giving me an explanation today. The middle-aged teacher's words were heard by some parents of students who had not yet left, and they turned around to watch the excitement. Isn't that the Cheng Feng family? How come they are scolded by others? Who knows, it's probably because she is making trouble unreasonably. It's not like you don't know her love of taking advantage. Tusk, she looks good now. That teacher is a ninja. Several village women who knew Cheng Feng discussed that eating melon and watching the excitement was what they were most interested in doing. Wang Jin was so entangled that he had no choice but to show his face. When the middle-aged teacher saw that all his values except the physical one were over 5, and the 2 items of illusion and essence were far higher than ordinary students, he was dumbfounded. 10 plus, what is this? The middle-aged teacher was stunned. He had never seen such exaggerated attributes in his many years of teaching. I don't know either, the teacher never taught me. Neither does my teacher, the middle-aged teacher whispered. After he came to his senses, the way he looked at Wang Jin changed, as if he were admiring a piece of beautiful jade, and he held his hand enthusiastically. Classmate, are you interested in coming to our Changjiang University? I guarantee that you will get the best treatment as a genius. What's going on? The women who were gloating about his misfortune could not see Wang Jin's face. They were shocked by the huge difference in attitude of the middle-aged teacher. Sorry, I haven't decided which university to go to yet. Wang Jin smiled and left with his mother and daughter, leaving behind the middle-aged teacher with a pity look on his face and the group of shocked women. Brother, you are indeed a genius. Sister, you are not wrong. On the way, Wang Yue looked complicated. Compared with Wang Jin's own panel data, it was like heaven and earth. Although Cheng Feng didn't understand the meaning, the attitude of the Changjiang University teacher explained the problem. She was so happy at this time. Okay, Xiaojin, you really make Auntie look good. This is the first time in her life that Auntie has been looked down upon by someone. But why don't you agree to that, teacher? He is willing to give good conditions. Aunt Cheng, I'm still a few days away from graduating from high school, so I'm not in a hurry to choose a college. Wang Jin was helpless. He really wanted to express that he didn't want to go to college, but he couldn't convince his adoptive parents. They have worked hard to support themselves for 18 years, just hoping to get ahead and change their current hard life. Not going to college seems to them to be self-destructive. But if he must go to university, then Wang Jin would definitely want to choose the best university. For example, Ancheng University in their southern continent was praised to the heavens by Zhuo Xiaoyu. There are countless good teachers ninjutsu, and it is every high school senior's dream paradise. However, it is not easy to get into Anxiang University. Take Wang Jin's Zigok No. 6 middle school as an example. No student has been able to get into it for more than 10 years. However, Wang Jin knows that things will definitely change this year. Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yan Meng will definitely be admitted unconditionally. Blood succession limit is so popular. I don't know if I can pass the exam. I'm still short of chakra and ninjutsu. Although he is confident that he will become a strong person in the future, the starting point is too low. In addition, there will be university examinations in at most 3 months, so it is difficult to achieve anything in this small amount of time. The 3 of them returned home and told Wang Jiaqiang the results of their awakening, who laughed for a while before calming down. I, Mr. Wang, will have no regrets even if I die now. You can take care of your aunt and sister. Wang Jiaqiang patted Wang Jin's shoulder with his big hands, which were covered with deep calluses from years of hard work, with a look of relief on his face. The more he behaved like this, the harder it was for Wang Jin to go against his adoptive father's wishes and choose the path he had planned not to go to college, so he could only silently nod his promise. Uncle, don't worry, I will get into a good university and have a bright future. Good boy. After hearing this, the couple had tears in their eyes and were very happy. As soon as Wang Jin arrived at school early the next morning, he was surrounded by Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yan Meng, who clamored to see his face. Yesterday, after he exited the divine tree space, the 2 of them were still in it. They went home without meeting each other and they didn't know each other's talents. Wang Jin smiled and said, "Let me see yours first." What's so secret about this? Zhuo Xiaoyu hummed and showed his panel. All the students immediately turned their attention to it and couldn't help but exclaimed after seeing it. Name, Zio-Zio-Oyu Hyuga Zio-Oyu. Faction Fire Country Konoha Village Hyuga Clan. Forbearance. 6. Body 8. Fantasy 4. Fine 8. Chakra 1.56 Guard. Level Genin. Chakra nature changes, Thunder Earth Yin Yang. Blood succession limit, White Eyes. Master Ninjutsu. 3 body techniques, acupuncture points, gentle fist. When Yan Meng saw that Zuo Zio had caused a sensation, he was immediately eager to compare and he couldn't wait to show his face. Name, Yan Meng Daju Meng. Faction, Earth Country Rock Hidden Village Audiobook Clan. Forbearance 8. Body 8. Fantasy 3. Fine 4. Chakra 1.43 cards. Level Genin. Chakra nature changes, Fire Earth Yin Yang. Blood succession limit. Lava style. Master Ninjutsu, 3 body technique, Granite technique. How scary is this, the genius of our class? The 2 of them are no longer students. Yes, you have already become a ninja before you graduate. How many years has it been since our West Valley 6th middle school has such a powerful student? Hey, compared to others, I'm useless. Chakra has less than 0.3 calories and I haven't learned a single ninjutsu. Just be content. My chakra is less than 0.1, you have so many and you are considered a genius. Don't compare with monsters like them. Well, it depends on Wang Jin. His theoretical knowledge is so good and his talent is not bad. The students in the class looked at Wang Jin after being shocked. Zhou Zioyu and Yan Meng also stared at him. Wang Jin showed the panel amidst everyone's expectations. His data caused quite a stir from the beginning. The value of Ren 6 was only slightly lower than Yan Meng and Zhou Zioyu. Other students thought that he was already a powerful genius. However, when they saw Huan and Jing, especially the latter, they were all dumbfounded and let out a burst of inhalation. 10 plus, damn it, what does this mean? Have you seen it? No, I've never heard of it. Wang Jin is so awesome. Is this an explosive attribute? How strong must his mental power be to be able to do this? Teacher, are you here? Please explain to everyone. Liang Kaigeng was stunned as soon as he stepped into the class. He looked at Wang Jin's panel and was stunned for a long time. This, Wang Jin you. Well, teacher, you came just in time. I don't understand what my numerical value is. Please tell me. Wang Jin coughed lightly and put away the panel and looked at Liang Kai together with many students. Liang Kai was speechless. He had never encountered such a situation. He left a word and then left before entering the class. You wait, I'll call the principal. After he left, one of Zhou Zioyu and Yan Meng hooked Wang Jin's neck, and the other rubbed his head hard. Sure, Wang Jin, just leave quietly, he even surprised us today. Even if you have such a strong talent, you can still bear to say it now. Zhou Zioyu, please let go, I can't breathe. Wang Jin pushed away the girl who was strangling him, took a few deep breaths and spoke. I didn't know how long you two were going to stay in the Divine Tree world yesterday, so I went home first. Didn't I tell you? By the way, have you seen me in this situation before? Seeing that the 2 of them were still trying to tease him, Wang Jin quickly changed the subject. He had no ability to resist the ninja now, so being teased was in vain. Zhou Zioyu, I've seen it before, of course I've seen it before. It's not just you who has explosive numbers. My brother, who has been training his body since he was a child, is also a 10+ monster. Yan Meng shook his head, not really. I am the only genius in my family and no one else is. It's good to have it, at least you won't be regarded as an alternative. Wang Jin breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. The principle of Mu Zhu Yulin is simple and easy to understand. There are people with dark psychology everywhere. The personal panel must not be hidden. It will be used frequently no matter what he does in the future. He is worried that the talent will cause unnecessary trouble when he is weak. After a while, Liang Kai and a thin old man in black clothes and white hair, about 1.6 meters tall, entered the class and went straight to Wang Jin. Are you Wang Jin's? Hello, principal. Wang Jin quickly stood up to say hello. The person coming was none other than the old principal of Zieg No. 6 Middle School, Li Xiuo, with elite Chunin strength. He has been in charge of the school for more than 30 years and is famous in the West Valley district. Many dignitaries and powerful ninjas have been his students. Let me see your panel. Yes, principal. Wang Jin showed the panel again, and Li Xiuo couldn't help but grin. Very good, I finally waited for a 10+ student again, haha. His laughter was loud and his mood was clear at a glance, which made many students with commoner backgrounds envy Wang Jin, knowing that he had caught the eyes of the old principal and that his future career would not be far away. You will follow me from today on, you don't have to go to class. Li Shuo's voice was dull. Wang Jin was stunned after hearing this. Do you want to accept yourself as your apprentice? He knew very well that if he followed the normal process, he would still have about 10 days to graduate, and then wait until September 1, more than 2 months later, to report to the university. Now that the old principal said this, doesn't it mean that he has skipped the process and become his private student? Isn't this just apprentice and master? Seeing Wang Jin in a daze, Li Shuo explained. Not only you Zhu Xiaoyu, Yan Meng, you two also want to follow me. Principal, what do you want to do? I don't want to be trained. Zhu Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue playfully, while Yan Meng quickly nodded in agreement and at the same time pushed Wang Jin, asking him to agree quickly. Brother, please agree. This is a rare opportunity. The old principal probably wants the three of us to show our faces in front of other cities. I follow the principal's orders. Although he doesn't know Li Shuo's plan, he is not a fool. This is an experienced elite chunin. He can be found by many people just by pointing his finger. Li Shuo glared and scolded Zhu Xiaoyu. You little girl are causing trouble with me. Your father was also taught by me back then. Following me these 2 months, I guarantee that you will benefit a lot from now on. Yes, I didn't say I wouldn't agree. Zhu Xiaoyu reluctantly agreed, and Li Shuo left with satisfaction. Go to the playground and wait for me after 9 o'clock. Remember not to be late. Yes, principal. After Li Shuo left, Liang Kai and other students dared to speak. Everyone envied the three of them before starting class. More than 2 hours passed quickly, and the three of them were waiting in the playground around 8:50. What do you think the old principal wants to do? Wang Jin has no background and no ability. He doesn't have permission to check many things online, so he can only ask 2 friends with extraordinary status. Zhu Xiaoyu said angrily, what else can you do, devil's training? The old man has only been in school for a few years, and he definitely wants to train a few more peerless geniuses to become famous. Almost, but Zhu Xiaoyu, you can't say that about the principal. He has been focusing on students for many years and is a real teacher. Yan Meng spoke for Li Shuo. Wang Jin had heard this before, otherwise West Valley no. 6 Middle School would not have become the best school in West Valley District. Of course, the gold content of this is very low. Zieg District is a small county under any Yuan city with a population of just 100,000, and it will not be able to produce a genius for many years. And any Yuan city is a small city in the southern continent, with a permanent population of about 15 million, which is inconspicuous compared to the population of more than 4 billion in the entire continent. According to historical records, Wang Jin learned that the population of the former Divine Tree continent was more than 20 billion, and its area was twice the size of Blue Star in his previous life. It had experienced the catastrophe of monsters and beasts before it could survive, and it had just recovered some vitality in the past 100 years. Li Shuo did not keep the three of them waiting and quickly arrived at the playground. Listen, Anseong University is your goal. I will never allow you to apply for other second-rate universities. I think you three have no objection to this. No objection, the three shook their heads. Anseong University was of course the first target, and no student would refuse it. Li Shuo glanced at Zhu Xiaoyu and Yan Meng. It's not difficult for you two to enter Anseong University. What's difficult is how to stand out in it. That's why I'm giving you intensive training. And Wang Jin, you have talent, but your starting point is too low. You have more tasks than the two of them in these 2 months, and you must at least reach their current chakra level. You mean I'm going to become a ninja in 2 months? After hearing this, Wang Jin couldn't help but ask. Principal, I am very slow in refining chakra, I'm afraid. I understand that you alone can't do it. Li Shuo interrupted him and took out a maroon fruit from his arms, the size of a baby's fist, and threw it to Wang Jin. Eat it. Okay, Wang Jin didn't ask what it was and ate it in 2 bites without hesitation. The old principal had no intention of harming him at all. When the fruit entered his stomach, it was sweet and sour and tasted a bit like an apple. Wang Jin felt warm in his stomach, and the chakra in his meridians flowed much faster. What are you? After tasting the inexplicable fruit, he realized that Zhu Xiaoyu and Yan Meng were looking at him with envious eyes, and their saliva was almost drooling. Yan Meng patted his shoulder and said, Boy, you are already developed. I'm afraid it won't be long before your chakra capacity catches up with mine. You mean the fruit just now? Yes, Yan Meng glanced at Li Shuo, who nodded slightly to him, seeming to signal him to tell Wang Jin. It's called the Life Force Fruit, or Life Fruit for short. It can quickly improve the ninja's physical fitness in a short period of time, thus speeding up the chakra refining speed. This thing is great, but the price is too ridiculous. My dad only gave me one for my birthday this year. Life fruit. After hearing this, Wang Jin asked in a deep voice, then how much is it worth? At least 2 million, which is often not available. Zhuo Xiaoyu said a number that shocked him. After a moment, Wang Jin bowed respectfully to Li Shuo. Thank you, principal. The students will never forget your kindness today. Stop talking nonsense. Li Shuo waved his hand. As long as you are a student of the 6th middle school, as long as you are talented, I will treat you equally. I am not giving you any special treatments. If you insist on repaying me, then work hard to become a strong person and make our number 6 middle school famous in the mainland. This is the best reward for me. Yes, principal, Wang Jin was very moved. This is a principal who truly does not ask for anything in return and gives everything to his students. Next, Li Shuo asked the 3 of them to use his ninjutsu, and after thinking for a moment, he formulated a training plan for them. From now on, you practice ninjutsu during the day and refine chakra at night. Zhuo Xiaoyu, I want you to master Gentle Fist thoroughly within a week, and the amount of chakra will reach 2 calories. Yanmeng, in addition to chakra, you also need to master ninjutsu. You can go home and let your father teach you, or you can ask me to learn it. As for Wang Jin, which attribute do you want to cultivate first? Thunder, Wang Jin said without thinking. The hit rate of the fire attribute was so impressive. If he had to choose, of course it would be the thunder attribute. Li Shuo nodded and took out 3 more scrolls from his arms. I knew you would choose this way. Liang Kai told me that your theoretical knowledge is sometimes more solid than his. Choose one, bite off more than you can chew. The 3 ninjutsu scrolls all have the same appearance, more than a foot long, all black and red, with names and introductions marked on them. Lightning-style Thunderball, level C, summons several Thunderballs to attack the enemy. It consumes very little, but the disadvantage is that it is not powerful enough. Lightning-style Earth Walking. Sea level releases lightning with both hands and spreads on the earth or water. It is more powerful when used with water style. It is not weaker than B-level ninjutsu in favorable terrain. The disadvantage is that its regular power is weaker than other lightnings of the same level. Style. Lightning style Razor. Sea level transforms the lightning form into a snake shape to attack the enemy. The advantage is that it is extremely fast. The disadvantage is that the number and power of the razor are related to the strength of the caster. They are all sea-level ninjutsu. The principal is really generous. Wang Jin sighed in his heart after seeing it and chose lightning style without hesitation. The other 2 ninjutsu are not bad, but they value the potential of ground walking more. As the introduction says, it will have miraculous effects after being used properly. Li Shuo put his hands behind his back and continued, Wang Jin, I ask you to master the land walking within half a month. If you can't do it, it proves that I have made a mistake and will not give you any resources in the future. Principal, don't worry, I will definitely do it. Wang Jin immediately patted his chest and promised. The classification of ninjutsu levels is related to power and difficulty of mastering. Level C is neither high nor low. He is confident and must complete Li Shuo's mission. Cultivation resources are too important to ninja. That sentence, widely circulated in the mainland, has deeply stimulated him for many years. Ninja has never been a game for the poor. They cannot afford it. In Wang Jin's heart, Li Shuo is not only the principal of No. 6 middle school, but also his mentor and the starting capital for his cultivation, allowing him to quickly get through the most difficult period. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and missing it may affect your life. Li Shuo nodded and began to give instructions. He first let Zhuo Xiaoyu and Wang Jin practice on their own, and Yan Meng was the first to receive the ninjutsu experience. Yan Meng, do you have any ninjutsu skills? Yes, principal. Yan Meng took out a scroll from his arms with the words Earth-style thrust written on it. Sea-level thrust, okay. Li Shuo asked him to open the scroll. Wang Jin, who had not yet started practicing, observed curiously and saw a white light appearing from the scroll and shooting into the fiery Tianling cap. Suddenly the scroll became blank and turned into a piece of waste paper. This is the rule of the mainland. You must rely on scrolls to learn ninjutsu, and there cannot be a master-disciple transmission. However, the secret realm will not be affected. Li Shuo can also point out Yan Meng's cultivation experience, and the scroll is only used as a guide. Yan Meng began to practice the new ninjutsu under the guidance of Li Shuo, while Zhuo Xiaoyu reluctantly practiced Gentle Fist on the side, repeating the punching movements over and over again. Wang Jin couldn't wait to tear open the scroll in his hand, and like Yan Meng, a white light entered his mind, and a string of information appeared, which was the lightning-style earth-walking method. He immediately followed the instructions to control the chakra in his body to slowly swim through different meridians. Being cautious, and not daring to pursue speed like using the three-body technique. Jaizu is different from those low-level ninjutsu. It is beyond the D level. It is very powerful both against people and itself. Once it cannot control the violent chakra, it explodes in the body. This scene is terrifying just thinking about it. Fear, buzz. An hour passed quickly, and Wang Jin finally ran the meridians required for Earth walking perfectly. In theory, he could generate and release ninjutsu. But because it has been too long, the previous chakra has disappeared, so it is just a theory. It's not too difficult. I feel like 2 days is enough. Wang Jin estimated the time and was very confident. He has discovered since he was a child that he is not stupid and is much smarter than the average person. Mastering ninjutsu gives him the same feeling. It is not as exaggerated as what is posted on the internet, and it only takes a few months to get started. Maybe he would be like this when he came into contact with high-level ninjutsu in the future. But he already had countermeasures at that time, and Sharingan's copying ability was not a vegetarian. As long as I can open the second Magatama, Wang Jin thought silently in his heart, then I can get rid of the constraints of the scroll in time and directly copy other people's ninjutsu. Of course, this is if nothing changes. His only worry now is that Sharingan has also mutated in reality. Although the Sacred Tree continent is chakra-dominated like the Sacred Tree world, there are too many differences. The ninjas here are terrifyingly strong. Just after becoming genin, they have the amount of chakra of the original elite jonin, which is not on the same level at all. If Sharingan also mutates, it's okay to become stronger, but if he becomes weak and loses some of his abilities, it will be disappointing for him. But it probably won't be, Wang Jin secretly said. All escape techniques and blood inheritance have been strengthened. It is impossible for Sharingan to be the only one left. It should be that the mutation is stronger. After some speculation, he continued to practice and completed the movement route of the ground again before noon. At this point, Wang Jin became more and more proficient. Although Li Shuo on the side was still giving instructions to Yan Meng, he would glance at Wang Jin from time to time, waiting for him to ask about his cultivation experience. But I couldn't wait and I couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. This kid is too shy, he just keeps his head down and practices. Thinking of this, Li Shuo said calmly, I'll be here in the morning and start practicing again at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yes, principal, the three of them bowed and watched Li Shuo leave. After Li Shuo took a few steps, he saw that Wang Jin still hadn't opened his mouth, so he had no choice but to look back at him. Wang Jin, don't you have anything to ask me? No, Wang Jin shook his head naturally. Li Shuo frowned slightly after hearing this. You've been sitting there like a piece of wood all morning. Do you know how to run the chakra route? Wang Jin was a little confused when he was suddenly scolded innocently. He didn't know where he was wrong, so he had to tell the truth. Principal, I know my talents are limited, so I will work harder and try to run the route 3 times in the afternoon. You mean you've run it completely once? Li Shuo's eyes widened and Wang Jin nodded lightly. Well, I've run it twice. Isn't it very slow, Principal? So fast, it's not bad, keep working hard. Li Shuo twitched the corners of his mouth and immediately turned around and left. Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yan Meng opened their mouths slightly, looked at each other, and then the former strangled Wang Jin's neck. Are you serious? You walked the route twice in just 3 hours. Zhuo Xiaoyu, are you deliberately taking advantage of me? Let go. This tiger girl doesn't even know how strong she is. Wang Jin rubbed his neck and was helpless. What am I trying to do to you? How difficult can it be to do a C-level ninjutsu? F***K, are you so crazy? Yan Meng punched him hard. It's just C-level. You, an apprentice who is not even a genin, practice this level. Do you know what it means? This is no less than asking us to learn B-level ninjutsu. We won't be able to master it within a month or 2. Your ninjutsu is only 6. Logically speaking, you are not as good as me. How come you can practice ninjutsu so quickly? Maybe it's because of my high mental power. Don't forget that chakra is the energy produced by the combination of mind and body. It makes sense that I can control some chakra easily with such a strong mental power, right? It's reasonable, it's so F***G reasonable. Yan Meng was speechless. Is this guy really a genius? The three of them were noisy and walked towards a commercial street outside the playground. Instead of going back to the canteen to eat, Zhuo Xiaoyu went to a high-end restaurant to treat them. Wang Jin and Yan Meng knew that this sister was not short of money, so they thought they were looking down on her if they ordered less. They were unhappy and ordered a large table. It's been a long time since I felt so good after eating. After eating like crazy, Wang Jin burped and sighed as if he had never been so luxurious. Yan Meng held a toothpick in his hand, picking his teeth regardless of the image, Don't mention it, although Sister Zuo has a bit of a grumpy personality, she is quite interesting. If you have money, you are really willing to spend it on your brothers. Since all the dishes he ordered were World of Warcraft meat, this big table cost at least 3,000 yuan. Although he was rich, he couldn't bear to eat like this often. Huh, two ignorant guys, how come I Zuo Zioyu have friends like you? It's really embarrassing. Zuo Zioyu had a venomous tongue, but in her heart she was actually very happy to be with the two of them, and she really liked the feeling of being able to do whatever she wanted. After taking a nap at school at noon, Wang Jin felt a slight itchiness all over his body as soon as he got up in the afternoon, as if his body was filled with endless energy. It's almost late, you guys get up. He looked at the watch and it was almost 2 o'clock. He quickly pulled up Yan, who was still sleeping, and ran out. As a result, Zuo Zioyu was nowhere to be seen when they arrived at the playground. The two of them slapped their heads and went to the girls' dormitory as fast as possible. Amidst the curses from the dormitory aunt, they rushed to a door and smashed the door wildly. It's over, we're going to be late. Zuo Zioyu was still sleepy 1 second, but the next second she looked at her watch and ran out without even putting on her shoes. The three of them ran all the way to the playground, where Li Shuo was already waiting. It won't happen next time. Li Shuo glanced at the three of them. Whether it is in the real world or the sacred tree world, ninjas are most taboo about being late. Especially the latter. The main way for you to grow in the future is to complete tasks and get rewards. You can't be late, do you understand? Understood, the three of them nodded quickly and promised that it would not happen again. Li Shuo. Then start practicing. In the afternoon, Zuo Zioyu, you follow me while Yan Meng and Wang Jin practice freely. Oh yes. 7 days later, a thin old man with black clothes and white hair, who looked to be in his 70s, walked into the West Valley District City Hall with 3 students in school uniforms. Mr. Li, are you here? Please come quickly. The supervisor in charge of government affairs immediately smiled brightly when he saw the old man and greeted him respectfully. The person coming was none other than Li Shuo, and the 3 people behind him were naturally Wang Jin and others. Li Shuo nodded lightly, took out 3 pieces of identification, and handed them to the middle-aged supervisor. Give them 3 registration squads. Yes, Mr. Li, please wait a moment. The supervisor didn't need to take care of these chores, but Li Shuo's status was too high, so he hurriedly handled it himself. Zuo Zioyu looked at a tall building next to the city hall, with the words Mission Hall hanging on it. Principal, are we going to accept the ninja mission now? Ninja missions, as the name suggests, are specially released for ninjas. They range from capturing ordinary beasts to hunting monsters, assassinating big shots, etc. They are the main source of income for ninjas. Ninjas on the mainland account for almost 1/10. They don't work as hard as ordinary people. They rely on walking on a tightrope to risk their lives. This is also Zuo Zioyu's worry. She thinks that she is too immature and it is too early to come to this place now. However, this was also part of the training plan Li Shuo made for the 3 of them, and there was no room for her to resist. Yes, you already have what you need. Originally, I didn't want to bring the 3 of you here so soon. If you want to blame it, blame Wang Jin, who allowed this kid to complete the original 1-month mission in just 1 week. Wang Jin saw the 3 people looking at him, touched his head and smiled. It's all under your care, Principal, otherwise I wouldn't be able to do it. Just yesterday, his chakra amount exceeded 0.5 calories, and he mastered lightning style in just 2 days, and now he is becoming more and more proficient. At that time, 3 people, including Li Shuo, lamented that Wang Jin's ninjutsu talent was too strong, and he only lacked physical fitness. However, this week, with the support of Zuo Zioyu, a rich sister, Wang Jin ate a lot of fish and meat. Coupled with the expensive life fruit, his physical fitness improved rapidly, surpassing that of ordinary students. Mr. Li, please bring them over here. At this time, the supervisor waved from the window and the 4 people quickly went over. Just show your panel and I'll register. Good. The 3 of them immediately showed their personal profiles. Although Wang Jin was inconspicuous, he was the one who had grown the most. Name, Wang Jin Uchiha. Faction Fire Country Konoha Village Uchiha Clan. Forbearance 6. Body 4. Fantasy 7. Fine 10+. Chakra 0.53 card. Level Ninja Apprentice. Chakra nature changes, fire, thunder, yin, yang. Blood inheritance limit, none. Master ninjutsu. 3 body technique, lightning style and earth walking. Name Zuo Zioyu Hyuga Zioyu. Faction Fire Country Konoha Village Hyuga Clan. Forbearance 6. Body 8. Fantasy 4. Fine 8. Chakra 1.67 card. Level Genin. Chakra nature changes, thunder, earth, yin, yang. Blood succession limit, white eyes. Master ninjutsu, 3 body techniques, acupuncture points, gentle fist. Names Yan Meng Daju Mengs. Vakshin, Earth Country Rock Hidden Village Autake Clan. Forbearance 8. Body 8. Fantasy 3. Fine 4. Chakra 1.52 cards. Level Genin. Chakra nature changes, fire, earth, yin, yang. Blood succession limit. Lava style. Master ninjutsu, 3 body technique, granite technique, earth style thrust. Physique 4 and 10 plus. Hiss, Mr. Lee, this student of yours is a bit extreme. Has he not cultivated his body since he was a child? Haha, he is a little special, please register him quickly. Li Shuo smiled lightly on the surface, but he was already happy in his heart. He firmly believed that Wang Jin was affected by his family environment and his body did not receive sufficient nutrients. His potential was far more than that. The best proof is the physical level. When he first awakened 7 days ago, it was still 3. This week he did not focus on cultivating his body, but it still improved by 1 point. This shows that as long as the nutrition can keep up with him, his body will become stronger quickly. Zhu Xiaoyu and Yan Meng were also envious. They knew that their bodies were already in optimal condition, and they could not become stronger in a short period of time like Wang Jin. After registering, the 3 people's information appeared in the parliament system of the southern continent. In the future, they can freely accept all tasks in the southern continent, regardless of city. Li Shuo led the 3 of them to the door of the mission hall, dropped a word and disappeared. 3 days, a D-level mission. If you can't complete it, don't come back to see me. Yes, Principal. The 3 of them shouted in unison, full of confidence, and walked into the mission hall after watching Li Shuo leave. It was noon and there were not many people inside, but almost all of them were ninjas. Except for office workers, there was no ordinary person in sight. There was a large screen directly in front of the 3 people, which displayed tasks and rewards of various levels from D level to A level. They were dazzled for a while. Wang Jin, who came to the mission hall for the first time, was quickly shocked and couldn't help but sigh while staring at the screen where missions were posted. The rumors are indeed true. The parliament really dares to take on any task. There is a saying that has been circulating on the sacred tree continent. As long as the reward is in place, the chancellor will dare to assassinate. The first bounty, assassinate the current grand speaker. The reward is 1 trillion. Second bounty, assassinate the current second speaker. Reward 500 billion. Third, Wang Jin started watching it out of curiosity, and he was deeply moved by the rewards and mission conditions. Whether it is the grand speaker or the second speaker, they are both at the shadow level. This is something that the entire continent knows, and it is not a secret. He did not expect that anyone would dare to take advantage of such a powerful person. Withdrawing his curious gaze, he began to look for suitable tasks and quickly selected 3. Zhu Xiaoyu and Yan Meng were also eyeing these tasks like him. Looking for a pet dog level D, reward 5,000 mainland coins. Drive away wild beasts level D, reward 8,000 mainland coins. Hunting the capuchin rabbit level D, reward 30,000 continental coins. The body belongs to the task publisher. Choose one. Zhu Xiaoyu put his hands in his pockets and curled his lips and said, I personally prefer the curly-tailed rabbit. The 3 of us are already ninjas, so we should have no pressure to deal with the weakest monster. Monsters or monsters have different names, but they all refer to animals whose bodies have also been changed by chakra. 20 years ago, the people of the Divine Tree continent were in a fierce battle with the Warcraft tribe. Both sides wanted to eliminate their opponents and win the top position in the food chain. Warcraft were still very common at that time. However, after the sacred tree fell from the sky, the monsters were driven into another space, and humans regained their dominant position on the continent. Wang Jin also wanted to see the legendary and terrifying monster, but it might be a little early now, so he looked at Zhu Xiaoyu. Would it be too risky to enter a different space now? Yes, sister, we 3 rookies are not looking for death by going to World of Warcraft. Yan Meng complained, and Zhu Xiaoyu smiled softly and snapped her fingers. First of all, the capuchin rabbit is only slightly mutated and does not have much chakra in its body. It is the weakest of the weak. It is extremely easy to deal with. Secondly, who told you that you have to go to the secret realm to hunt Warcraft? There are still Warcraft on the mainland, although they are just low-level ones, and the curly-tailed rabbit is among them. And Warcraft, you mean the Warcraft forest? Yan Meng thought of something and spoke immediately, Warcraft forest. After hearing this, Wang Jin vaguely remembered that he had heard before that this place seemed to be private property. Zhu Xiaoyu was wearing a white self-cultivation martial arts uniform today. The two flower bones on her chest were beginning to take shape, and she looked excited. Yes, it's the Warcraft Forest. That's the Luo family's place. It's not open to outsiders. Yan Meng shook his head. I thought you had some good ideas. Luo family. Wang Jin remembered it. No wonder he always felt that he had heard of this place. It turned out to be the Luo family, a famous manufacturer of chakra transmission equipment in the southern continent. It is said that the Luo family is as rich as any other country. No one can count how much wealth they have. They are making the transmission equipment for the entire southern continent, and no one can compete. Needless to say, conductive equipment is made of ores containing chakra and is divided into two categories, weapons and armor. He dreams of having one of his own. Whether it's weapons or armor, they all improve the ninja too much. It is said that top-grade armor can withstand 90% of chakra damage, and weapons can easily break through the body surface of monsters known for their strong defense. This is the lifelong pursuit of every ninja. But it was too expensive. The cheapest D-level chakra transmission equipment cost over $1 million, which was equivalent to 5 ninjutsu scrolls of the same level. Wang Jin thought to himself that even if he had the money, he would not buy it. Seeing that Yan Meng was looking down on her, Zhu Xiaoyu pulled the zipper of her martial arts uniform down to her chest, revealing a pink vest with a metallic luster underneath, showing a bit of pride. Humph, you ignorant fool, do you know what this is? What's wrong? It's like someone doesn't have transmission equipment. Why are you so crazy? After Yan Meng finished speaking, he placed a storage scroll on the ground and pressed it with his hands in a swish seal. A blue long knife about 1.2 meters long appeared and he weighed it in his hand. Me too. Is a broken knife worth showing off? Zhu Xiaoyu was very disdainful. After hearing this, Yan Meng seemed to be furious and yelled immediately. Fart, the blue flame was specially customized by my father and the Luo family. It is worth no less than 5 million. I know, it's only 5 million, is that much? The two quarreled, talking about the transmission equipment easily. Wang Jin on the side felt that his pocket was empty, and suddenly he felt bad. Being rich means being awesome. With a sigh in his heart, he stopped the two of them. Okay, Mengzi, let's listen to what Zhu Xiaoyu has to say. If she can propose the world of Warcraft Forest, she will definitely have a way to enter it. Humph, look at Wang Jin's consciousness. Zhu Xiaoyu gave Yan Meng a look of disdain. The latter's nose was so angry that he didn't bother with her anymore. My armor is a gift from the Luo family. It is not for sale. Even if you have money, you can't buy it. Do you understand me? I understand your family has an unusual relationship with the Luo family. Wang Jin answered, and Zhu Xiaoyu nodded with satisfaction. Yes, so it's not difficult for me to enter the Warcraft Forest. You two just need to follow this girl and carry your bags hum. Then I'll listen to you and hunt the capuchin rabbit. After Wang Jin said this, he was a little excited, finally able to see a real world of Warcraft outside of TV. The two agreed that Yan Meng naturally had no objection. He just liked to have trouble with Zhu Xiaoyu. At the age of 18, he was bold enough to act boldly, and he also wanted to challenge the world of Warcraft. After the three people discussed it, Zhu Xiaoyu, as the captain, took over the mission with her sacred tree bracelet, left the mission hall, stopped a taxi, and drove towards the outskirts of Zieg district. Warcraft Forest is the general name given by outsiders to the place where the Luo family keeps Warcraft in captivity. Since making transmission equipment requires a large amount of Warcraft blood, they simply breed it themselves. Of course, most of them are low-level monsters. Those truly powerful top-level monsters are not kittens, and no one can tame them. There happened to be a Luo family's magical beast forest more than 200 kilometers away from the outskirts of Zieg district. The three of them arrived before noon. After getting off the car, Zhu Xiaoyu took the two of them and walked towards a closed metal gate under a tall wall with no end in sight. From a distance, Wang Jin saw a tall girl waiting for them there. Is she Luo Shiking? Wang Jin asked. Zhu Xiaoyu made arrangements when they were in the car, saying that this person would take them in. Zhu Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, Shiking and I are good friends and she is happy to help with this. The distance between them became closer and closer as they spoke, until they could clearly see Luo Shiking's face. The two girls quickly walked towards each other and hugged each other. Xiaoyu, you are here. I have missed you for a long time. Me too, thank you, Shicheng. Zhu Xiaoyu smiled and hooked the tall girl's neck, playing like a tomboy. Wang Jin and Yan Meng took the opportunity to look at her. Luo Shiking is tall, has exquisite facial features, and is very beautiful. She has a pair of dark and bright eyes, a straight bridge of nose, and a pink cherry mouth. Without makeup, she looks like a girl next door, exuding a youthful and beautiful atmosphere. So beautiful Zhuo Xiaoyu actually has such a best friend, Yan Meng chuckled. I have to get her contact information. Don't mess around, don't forget our mission. Wang Jin quickly warned him for fear that this buddy would mess up. Brother knows what's going on, don't worry. Yan Meng put away his mean smile, straightened his clothes, and walked towards Luo Shiking calmly, which was very different from his usual mean demeanor. Wang Jin sighed helplessly and quickly followed. Hello Shiking, I am Zhu Xiaoyu's best friend Yan Meng. Yan Meng stretched out his big hand, and Luo Shiking did not refuse and held it with him with a smile. Hello Luo Shiking, Xiaoyu's best friend. Since we are all friends, leave a link. Hello, you are Wang Jin that Xiaoyu often mentioned. I have heard of it a long time ago. Luo Shiking took the initiative to reach out to Wang Jin before Yan Meng finished speaking. Wang Jin glanced at Zhuo Xiaoyu strangely, and then gently shook the opponent's soft and boneless hand and quickly let go. What advantages did he have that Zhuo Xiaoyu could tell such a young lady? Hello, classmate Luo, thank you for your help this time. You're welcome, we are all friends, right? Luo Shiking smiled and gently raised her hair, showing a graceful and generous look. Wang Jin knew at a glance that the other party was very sociable. Yan Meng wanted to ask for his contact information, but Luo Shiking seemed to have read through his mind and spoke first. Let's go, get in early so you can get out early. It's very dangerous inside after dark. Okay, thank you, Shiqing. My best friend still says this, let's go. Luo Shiking smiled, took Zhuo Xiaoyu's arm and walked towards the closed metal door, as if she only showed her sincere expression in front of her best friends. He walked under the gate and waved to the camera. The metal gate opened immediately and the four people quickly entered. As soon as you enter, the environment changes drastically. Although there are trees and weeds in the suburbs of the West Valley district, it pales in comparison to the Luo family's Warcraft forest. In addition to greenery, the air here is amazingly good. Okay, then I'll leave first. I'll come to pick you up when you go out. Luo Shiking is only responsible for leading the way. This is what the three of them have agreed upon, and they must complete Li Shuo's task conscientiously without a trace of moisture. Although Li Shuo couldn't see it, they didn't want to fool this dedicated old principal. Well, let's go then. Zhuo Xiaoyu waved to Luo Shiking, kicked Yan Meng who was reluctant to leave and took the lead to leave. Wang Jin also smiled politely at Luo Shiking and followed them as a greeting. After the three people left, Luo Shiking walked to a small hidden house. It was full of surveillance screens. Dozens of staff saw her coming and said hello. All surveillance cameras are keeping an eye on these three people, and there must be no accidents. Luo Shiking's innocent smile before disappeared, and she gave serious and indifferent instructions, and the aura of the superior was naturally revealed. Yes, miss. The staff immediately started taking action, and all the cameras in the forest were focused on Wang Jin and the others, without any blind spots. Luo Shiking's eyes were fixed on a screen, which mainly monitored Wang Jin, who was walking in the middle. She seemed not interested in Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yan Meng, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. Uchiha finally appears again. Let me see what's different about you, a guy with incredible mental power. There are mostly willow trees in the forest, which is full of greenery in summer and makes people feel relaxed and happy. But this is not a natural scenery but an abandoned base. Because of the terrain, the surrounding environment is not good, so the construction seems very crude. The entrance to the base is on a hillside. This hillside is a plain with a small river flowing through it. Wang Jin and the others plan to climb over to the opposite place to hunt with a wide view. Due to the chakra, he was protected in the middle. The three of them were 5 meters apart and kept vigilant, always on guard against sneak attacks by monsters. After all, reality is not like playing games. There is no way to resurrect if you die. Yan Meng takes the lead, and his granite technique is best at defense, so the skilled man is bold and not as cautious as the latter two, and his steps are fast. Mengzi, slow down. Don't worry, didn't you hear Luo Shiking say that there are only weaker D-level monsters here? There is not much danger. Even the weakest D-class monster has several times the amount of chakra we have, so be careful and you won't make a big mistake. Wang Jin reminded his teammates based on the information he had learned in the past. The book said that D-level monsters refer to 1 to 1,000 cards of chakra, which is 10 times that of ninjas of the same level. Moreover, the monsters are strong, and their defense is far superior to that of ninjas. If it were not for the lack of ninjutsu, some of them could only attack with their bodies, and they would have wiped out mankind long ago. And their mission target, the strongest capuchin rabbit, also has 20 cards of chakra. If they encounter this, there is no other way but to run. Zhuo Xiaoyu kept his eyes open, and except for places deep underground where he couldn't see through, he could detect life forms with chakra in advance in most cases. This is also the confidence that the three of them dare to hunt World of Warcraft. Other normal ninja teams would not dare to play like this. Walking to the territory of Warcraft with just one chakra card is not much different from seeking death. Big guy, turn the corner. There is a sheep-like monster 2 kilometers ahead. The chakra is at least 50 calories. It should be a mountain goat. Zuo Xiaoyu reported the location of the monster from a distance, as if playing a game with perspective. After avoiding this powerful monster, the three of them continued on their way. Wang Jin glanced back enviously. What a convenient blood inheritance ability. Zuo Xiaoyu, how far can your eyes see? How far? Zuo Xiaoyu thought for a moment. This is the first time I have used my white eyes to investigate. I feel that 20 or 30 kilometers is no problem. So terrifying, Wang Jin was shocked. He could spot the enemy dozens of kilometers away. The Byakugan has been strengthened too much in the real world. In the original work, it seems to be only 1 or 2 kilometers. Zuo Xiaoyu smiled proudly. What's this? My father's eyes are even more powerful. He can detect chakra life forms hundreds of kilometers away. I still have a long way to go. Awesome, I don't know what my Sharingan will be like. Wang Jin was subconsciously envious. After hearing this, Zuo Xiaoyu suddenly stopped and looked at him with a complicated expression. Zuo Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Yan Meng turned around immediately when he sensed the situation and asked in confusion. However, Zuo Xiaoyu did not answer him and kept staring at the equally strange Wang Jin. So you know. What do you know? Wang Jin was even more puzzled. Zuo Xiaoyu, Sharingan, I thought it was just an accident that you would choose Uchiha. I didn't expect that you also know about this kind of pupil skills that no one has mentioned in the mainland for nearly 50 years. What do you mean? The girl's words confused Wang Jin and Yan Meng. They had never heard any news about Sharingan before. Zuo Xiaoyu sighed softly when he saw this. Wang Jin, I originally planned to wait until you became a real ninja before telling you, but now it seems that it is not necessary. Since you know Sharingan, you will definitely find ways to open your eyes, right? Of course, otherwise why would I choose the Uchiha clan? Wang Jin Kaido naturally, and the sadness on Zuo Xiaoyu's face became more intense. Then do you know that Sharingan is called the Ominous Eye by all the powerful people in the entire continent, and all seniors who awaken him will have a bad end? What the hell? Zuo Xiaoyu, don't scare Jinzi. Yan Meng was confused. He didn't expect that his buddy's identity in the world of the sacred tree would have such a scary stadium. The matter was of great importance. So Wang Jin lost focus on the mission and pulled Zuo Xiaoyu to sit next to a huge rock to inquire carefully. You know a lot, don't you? Tell me everything. Ah, this is fate. Zuo Xiaoyu sighed. Perhaps your spiritual power talent is born for Sharingan. You are exactly the same as those predecessors. Zuo Xiaoyu, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us. Yan Meng was also anxious. He saw his buddy getting better and better and would soon become a man of renown, but now this happened. Zuo Xiaoyu never intended to hide it, she just wanted to find the right time. Now that the two of them were questioning her, she simply told them everything. Sharingan, Uchiha, this tribe is called the Unknown in both the God Tree world and the real world. After we enter the God Tree secret realm in a few days, you two will naturally know how hostile those natives are to the Uchiha. That was an extreme group. Except for a little boy of a few years old, all the other members of the group were killed. You would never guess who the murderer was. It was Uchiha made it himself, right? Wang Jin fiddled with a weed in his hand. Let's get to the point, I know all this. Zuo Xiaoyu looked at him in astonishment after hearing this. This is something that my senior management went through great pains to find out. You can't possibly know this. I have my own way. Wang Jin grinned and said casually, don't worry about these, tell me why Sharingan is called Unknown. I don't think there is such a saying in the world of the God Tree. Okay, although I don't know how the organization knows this information, that only the strong can find out since you don't have accurate information. You must remember what I'm going to say next. In the 300 years of chakra cultivation history on our Divine Tree continent, a total of 57 Sharingans have appeared, and they all ended up in deaths. Even though the arrival of the Divine Tree world 20 years ago could quickly improve the strength of ninjas, more than 20 Sharingan owners still died. As a result, no one dares to pursue this item. All powerful families are deliberately avoiding Uchiha and telling their members not to join this tribe. Of course, it's impossible for ordinary people to join. The Divine Tree wouldn't give them the Uchiha option if they didn't have strong spiritual power when they first awakened. So Wang Jin, if you don't want to follow the old path of these predecessors in the future, then don't open the Sharingan. You can still be saved now. Once you open even one Magatama, you are doomed to die. The terrible mental load of the Sharingan will crush you to death. Of. Zuo Xiaoyu warned Wang Jin very seriously. After hearing this, Wang Jin did not ask any more questions but thought quickly in his mind. A huge mental burden, Sharingan has side effects but it shouldn't be fatal. Is the real world mutated too much? But no matter what, I have to open my eyes. Not only the ordinary Sharingan but also the Mangekyō or even the eternal Mangekyō. Otherwise, this identity and bloodline will be wasted. Maybe what Zuo Xiaoyu said is true, but there must be a misunderstanding. Even if there is no misunderstanding, I will find a way to solve the side effects of Sharingan, such as the immortal body. Wang Jin slowly raised his head and stared at Zuo Xiaoyu seriously. Thank you for your advice, I will remember it. When Zuo Xiaoyu saw him like this, she knew that he would not listen. She got angry and hit Wang Jin hard on the head. You are such a stubborn asterisk. Are you really looking for death? It hurts, Wang Jin rubbed his head helplessly. Zuo Xiaoyu, I know my limits. Don't forget that my theory is much better than yours. Many difficulties are not unsolvable. Yes, Zuo Xiaoyu, Yan Meng also interrupted. He understood now and encouraged his buddy. Have you forgotten that this guy's mental power is off the charts? According to you, as long as the mental power is strong enough, it can suppress Sharingan, don't worry. What do you know? Zuo Xiaoyu angrily looked at the two people who were in front of him. I have just said that Wang Jin and his predecessors are from the same school. They are all mentally strong people. Yan Meng, you just have no brains. I have said it so clearly and you still don't understand. People who are not mentally strong enough will not be qualified to activate Sharingan. Do you understand this time? The seniors who were dragged down by Sharingan before he is a genius like Wang Jin. How could this happen? Yan Meng's eyes widened after hearing this, and he looked at Wang Jin and murmured, Jinzi, why don't we just be obedient and don't open those ominous eyes? Wang Jin stood up and patted the dust on his butt. Instead of discussing the side effects of Sharingan with the two of them, he asked, Zuo Xiaoyu, I hear what you mean. Sharingan will not be coveted by others, right? He was in a good mood at the moment. He didn't expect Sharingan to have such a prestige, so he was protecting himself unintentionally. If it can be used by anyone like the original work, then you will be in danger when you are weak. Without a strong backer, you will be killed by greedy Sharingan people. Zuo Xiaoyu nodded. If it was 50 years ago that the big forces still wanted to study Sharingan, but they have given up now, no matter what, they will die. This is an unchangeable fate. So it's a blessing among misfortunes. At least you don't have to worry about someone stealing your eyes, haha. She smiled bitterly, unwilling to give in to Wang Jin. In her heart, this friend had always wanted to be dignified, progressive, and unwilling to be ordinary. He should not end like this. That's good, let's continue on the road. We'll talk about the rest later. Wang Jin smiled and patted the two of them on the shoulders. My life is very tough. I have a feeling that I will be the first person in mainland Daxia to tame Sharingan. Man. I hope you can really do it. Zuo Xiaoyu sighed softly. Yan Meng stopped talking and finally shook his head and walked forward. After setting out on the road again, the atmosphere was obviously a little more solemn. The three of them did not communicate too much and quickly found the mission target. There was an abandoned courtyard less than 200 meters directly in front of the three of them. 3 of the 4 walls collapsed, and weeds almost covered the door. If it weren't for a large truck at the door, they wouldn't have recognized it as a human building. Next to the truck lay a huge white fluffy rabbit. It looked harmless to humans and animals, but it was too big. Judging from the comparison, it was at least 2 meters long. That's the curly-tailed rabbit. The chakra is about 5 calories. Zuo Xiaoyu held a white rapier in his hand and looked around. Yan Meng also took out his weapon. The nearest monster around us is about 4 kilometers away. It's also a curly-tailed rabbit, but it's more powerful than this one. It seems that the chakra is no less than 10 cards. You can fight with confidence. Then get ready to take action and discuss a strategy. Wang Jin immediately decided that this kind of environment is rare. After all, in the wild, it is not a duel in the arena, and you can encounter any unexpected situation. For example, if you are hunting a target and a powerful Warcraft Annihilation team suddenly appears, or other ninjas are behind you, you must be extremely vigilant. Let's do it, it's only 5 calories, it should be easy. Yan Meng nodded his huge head, and the muscles under his clothes bulged slightly, ready to take action. Curly Rabbit doesn't know any ninjutsu, he just relies on his physical strength and he doesn't have any fear. Okay, big guy, you can use it as a human shield to attract the attention of the Capuchin Rabbit. Wang Jin and I will give it a fatal attack. Well, here we go. After Yan Meng said this, he swooped out and reached the distance of 200 meters in less than 10 seconds. In Wang Jin's previous life, this was definitely inhuman, but in the Divine Tree continent, he is too inconspicuous. He is just a rookie who has just become genin. No one will be surprised. This is... The curly-tailed rabbit discovered Yan Meng and screamed in its throat as if to warn him. Its huge body stood upright and was as tall as a horse. Lava style, the art of granite. Yan Meng's skin turned blue when he was about to come into contact with the curly-tailed rabbit, and the chakra transmission equipment, blue flame in his hand, struck at the curly-tailed rabbit's head. Clang, with a crisp sound, the curly-tailed rabbit was hit by him, but except for the superficial injury, it was not serious. With his backhand, Yan Meng was slapped away for more than 10 meters with his claws. The strength was as great as Madara, Sissy. Although the curly-tailed rabbit was not fatally injured, it was still furious. It was faster than Yan Meng and reached the front in 2 or 3 steps. Its big paws slapped Yan Meng hard on the ground before he could get up. At this moment, a flash of panic flashed through Yan Meng's heart. The Capricorn rabbit's resilience, strength, and speed greatly surprised him. He thought it would be an easy battle, but unexpectedly it turned out to be extremely difficult. However, his panic did not last long. Wang Jin and Zhuo Xiaoyu both took action and rescued Yan Meng from under the curly-tailed rabbit. Lightning-style ground walk. Gentle fist. Boom, a streak of blue-white thunder flowing rapidly along the ground hit the belly of the curly-tailed rabbit, instantly turning it black. Zhuo Xiaoyu's gentle fist taps a rabbit's leg on acupoints, greatly reducing the rabbit's mobility. Yan Meng immediately joined the battle after being rescued. He and Zhuo Xiaoyu did not use ninjutsu anymore. Conductive weapons were more effective at close range. They quickly stabbed the curly-tailed rabbit with one sword after another. However, Warcraft is Warcraft. It is very tenacious and will not be killed so easily. The fierce struggle and counterattack made the three of them still dare not take it lightly. After all, the opponent's chakra amount is several times more than theirs. Wang Jin has no close combat, physical skills are not his strong point, and he does not have chakra transmission equipment. He can only use the long-range attack advantage of the groundwalker to seize the loopholes of the curly-tailed rabbit and attack it. However, after using it 3 times, the chakra in his body was reduced by nearly 1/5. This made Wang Jin lament that Quel'an was so powerful that he was limited by just one ninjutsu. It seems that ordinary ground walking is not fatal. Let's bet all chakra on the next attack. Wang Jin's eyes changed slightly, and he did not take action again. Instead, he completed the handprint of ground walking and held it in his hand to wait for a good opportunity. One of Yan Meng and Zhuo Xiaoyu has white eyes that can detect attacks, and the other has ninjutsu, which protects the body and is not afraid of ordinary damage. They fight the curly-tailed rabbit and put it into a tough fight. Wang Jin, what are you doing? Hit it! Zhuo Xiaoyu immediately urged him when he saw that he didn't take action for a long time. Wang Jin ignored it and kept looking at the curly-tailed rabbit jumping up and down. It's true that the ground walking attack is fast, but that doesn't mean it won't be evaded. He wants to make sure it's foolproof. After all, after this technique, he doesn't bother to attack again. It would be great if I had Sharingan now so I wouldn't have to be so careful. Wang Jin sighed in his heart. The Capuchin rabbit is too fast for him now, and it is difficult to ensure that he will hit the target. After waiting for about 10 seconds, Wang Jin finally waited for the opportunity when the curly-tailed rabbit slapped Zhuo Xiaoyu away with its paw and immediately slapped the ground with both hands. Lightning-style ground walk. 2 blue-white thunderbolts as thick as an adult's arms rushed along the ground to the feet of the Capricorn rabbit and made a burst of electric sound. The Capricorn rabbit suddenly howled in pain and rolled on the ground in pain. Although the current Wang Jin is still very weak, this attack has put all the chakra on the line. It is at least 4 to 5 times more powerful than the previous 3 earth walks, and it has successfully threatened the curly-tailed rabbit with death. But it's just a threat. The Capuchin rabbit will not die immediately. Yan Meng and Zhuo Xiaoyu immediately seized the opportunity to pierce the 2 eyes of the curly-tailed rabbit with the long swords in their hands. Blood sprayed like spring water crazily, dyeing their clothes red. SSS. After a few weak kicks with its 2 furry hind legs, the curly-tailed rabbit finally died. Ah, how disgusting. After the battle, Zhuo Xiaoyu screamed and ran away, probably to change clothes. Wang Jin walked up to Yan Meng and felt a little uncomfortable looking at the huge corpse on the ground. This was the first time he had slaughtered such a large animal with his own hands. Yan Meng also felt a little uncomfortable and said with a wry smile, I used to feel nothing when watching videos of killing World of Warcraft, but after experiencing it myself, I realized that it's not that simple. Me too, just get used to it. Wang Jin pulled out the dagger on his leg and cut off a small section of the tail of the curly-tailed rabbit, then shook it in his hand with a smile on his face. Buyers shouldn't care if there are so few, after all it's such a fierce battle. You guys are still greedy for petty gains. This bit of Warcraft meat doesn't cost much, it's only a few hundred yuan at most. But my family will never be willing to spend these few hundred yuan in my whole life. Wang Jin smiled naturally. I will follow you two wealthy people to eat well and drink hot food, but I also want to let my adoptive parents taste the taste of Warcraft meat, right? I forgot that your family's conditions are not good. Yan Meng chuckled and used the storage scroll to put away the body of the curly-tailed rabbit. Jinzi, you are prosperous, and the mission reward is 30,000 mainland coins. Evenly divided, you can have a huge sum of 10,000 yuan. In the future, will you worry about your family not having World of Warcraft meat to eat? It's indeed a huge sum of money. Wang Jin sighed with a smile on his face, but I don't plan to ask for it. Zuo Xiaoyu should take it with me. I feel bad about owing money. The adoptive parents only paid 7,000 to 8,000 yuan for a month without food and water, but he earned tens of thousands from this trip. No wonder ordinary people always say that ninjas are a hugely profitable industry. Zuo Xiaoyu moved quickly, changed into clean clothes and came back. Big guy, you didn't peek at this girl changing her clothes, did you? As for what's good about your tablet, look at Luo Shiking. Yan Meng was disdainful and deliberately provoked Zuo Xiaoyu. Go to hell, Zuo Xiaoyu's pain was caused by the two unsatisfactory flowers on his chest, and he was so angry that he almost died. Hee hee. Yan Meng ducked with a smile and returned to the original route. Mission accomplished, go home. In a certain monitoring room, Luo Shiking did not hide the disappointment on her face. This performance is really disappointing. I thought the legendary Sharingan was so powerful. Haha, Shiking, you are too impatient. This kid is just a rookie now, no different from ordinary people. At this time a faint smile sounded, and a middle-aged man in white came up behind her. Uncle. Why are you here? Luo Shiking smiled immediately when she saw the visitor. The middle-aged man smiled and said, my subordinates reported to me that you brought people here. I was worried that you young people might have an accident because you didn't know the ropes, so I came to take a look. But this person got an unexpected reward. I didn't expect Sharingan to appear again. It's just that he's too weak to pay attention. Luo Shiking curled her lips and walked towards the door. Uncle, please go back, I will send them away right now. The time given by Li Shuo was 3 days, but the three of them completed the task in less than 1 day and planned to respond to the order tomorrow. Mission Hall. Yan Meng took out the curly-tailed rabbit body from the storage scroll and gave it to the staff to receive a reward of 30,000 yuan, and the experience of this mission appeared on the resumes of the three of them. This is considered an extra reward. A reassuring ninja must not only have strong strength, but also preferably have a super high task completion rate, so that the head of the household will be more assured and will definitely be given priority under the same conditions. From today on, we are official ninjas. Zuo Xiaoyu looked at her mission resume very excitedly. I suggest everyone go celebrate, have a good meal, and spend all the 30,000 yuan. Spend all your money. This prodigal woman is too terrifying. Wang Jin quickly left after hearing this. I won't go if I have something to do at home. By the way, take my 10,000 yuan and pay it back. See you tomorrow. Oh, Wang Jin, wait a minute. Zuo Xiaoyu felt very disappointed and hurriedly stopped him. Can't you treat me to a treat? You're a stingy man. Wang Jin helplessly spread his hands. I really have something to do, let's do it next time. He still wanted to let his family taste the taste of Warcraft meat, but he didn't dare to follow the rich lady to consume it. The mission hall is in the southeast of Zieg district, close to the suburbs. It is opposite Wang Jin's home and is far away. It took him 2 hours to get home by bus and the sun had already set. Everyone was there at this time, and Wang Jin smiled and waved the half of the curly-tailed rabbit tail in front of Wang Yue. Oh, is this World of Warcraft? Wang Yue was lazily lying on the sofa playing with her mobile phone. She was slightly chubby and had good curves. She was a voluptuous girl. When she saw the thing in his hand, she immediately dropped her mobile phone. Go grab it. Wang Jin was tall, so he raised his hand so that Wang Yue could not reach it, deliberately teasing her. Sister, haven't you liked rabbits since you were a child? I'm afraid you won't be able to eat this tail. I like rabbits, but I don't like monsters. Wang Yue muttered, and with a slight jump, she finally took the half of the curly tail into her hand and stroked it lovingly. Don't mention it, the fur feels really good. If the monsters weren't so ferocious, it would be fun to have one and play with it every day. Cheng Feng and Wang Jiaqiang were in the house, and the other in the kitchen. They heard the movement in the living room and came out curiously. They were stunned when they saw what Wang Yue was holding. Xiaojin, where did you get it? You didn't buy it, did you? How can I have that money? Wang Jin smiled, took the curly-tailed rabbit tail from Wang Yue's hand, and handed it to Cheng Feng, who looked surprised. Auntie, you took it and made it. This is what my friends and I just hunted. The three people's eyes widened immediately after hearing this, as if they couldn't believe it. In their eyes, Wang Jin is just a high school student who is about to graduate, and has nothing to do with advanced vocabulary such as ninja and hunting World of Warcraft. In addition, Wang Jin has not been home this week, so his family did not know about the explosion of strength, so they could not accept it for a while. Cheng Feng tremblingly touched the tail of the curly-tailed rabbit and said, Zio Xiaojin, you are just so young and you are hunting monsters. Are you willing to die? I think you're too hasty. How can you risk doing something like this if you don't even know how to do ninjutsu? Yes, little brother, I want to go to college, but I want you to be safe more. Wang Yue hugged Wang Jin gently, thinking that her tuition fees made him take the risk, and she couldn't help but feel sad and guilty. Faced with the concern of his family, Wang Jin, who had been an abandoned baby for 2 generations, was very moved. He liked this feeling very much and did not want them to worry too much, so he quickly told them about the recent changes. When the family fully understood his strength, they were all stunned. Lightning-style ninjutsu, 0.5 card chakra, Zio Jin, you didn't lie to us. Wang Jiaqiang couldn't believe it. Wang Jin had changed so much, it was like a different person. Wang Jin opened his personal panel with a smile, which convinced the 3 of them that he was not lying, and they suddenly felt like they were in a dream. Are we going to have a ninja in our family? Cheng Feng cried with joy. Years of hard work seemed to be affirmed at this moment, and she hugged her husband and cried. Wang Jiaqiang also had tears in his eyes. Wang Jin's rise made him see the hope of the family getting rid of poverty. The serious and rigid expression of the past disappeared, and he kept repeating one sentence. My son has made a difference. My son has made a difference. Hey, isn't this Zio Jin? She got up so early. Nonsense, Zio Jin has been diligent since he was a child. This must be a way to practice, right, Zio Jin? Absolutely, otherwise how could he be so good? He can hunt those terrible monsters before he graduates. That damn kid of mine is too lazy to compare with Zio Jin. The same goes for my damn daughter. During the holidays, she only plays with her mobile phone and sleeps in. It really pisses me off. Haha, Uncle Liu, Aunt Li, Uncle Chen, hello everyone. Wang Jin was surrounded by neighbors in the community as soon as he went out early the next morning, and they all praised him desperately. Although Wang Jin knew that Cheng Feng liked to show off, he didn't expect that it would happen so quickly. However, within one night, the entire community knew about it. After walking out of the community with difficulty, Wang Jin wiped the sweat from his forehead. The neighbors were too enthusiastic and he was not used to it. The uncles are okay, they just let him have time to guide his children. Those aunties went too far. When I was only 18, I actually started arranging blind dates and there were several at a time. It was really terrible. Strength, it's so realistic. Wang Jin was still frightened when he thought of what happened just now. He never thought that one day he would become someone else's child. He took out his mobile phone and contacted Yan Meng. He and Zhu Xiaoyu planned to go to school first. Wang Jin also followed and soon arrived at the class. Fortunately, unlike Cheng Feng, the 2 of them did not go around bragging about hunting capuchin rabbits. The classmates still don't know about it. Since the 3 of them were free persons, Liang Kai did not wait for them. When they arrived at school, self-study had already begun. Bang bang, come in. Why are you 3 here today? Liang Kai was a little surprised to see the 3 of them, and Zhu Xiaoyu returned to his position with a smile. We came to the principal to hand over the task. It's too early and we have to come to the class for a while. Hand in the task. After hearing this, Liang Kai and his classmates became interested and quickly asked about the current situation of the 3 of them. Come on, show the panel and let the teacher see your progress this week. Wang Jin comes first. I always think you are no worse than Zhu Xiaoyu and Yan Meng. Okay, teacher, please be careful and don't be surprised. You brat, teacher, I've seen a lot of geniuses, why are you surprised? Liang Kai scolded with a smile, and Wang Jin showed the panel with a grin. Name Wang Jin Uchiha Jin. Faction Fire Country Konoha Village Uchiha Clan. Forbearance 6. Body 4. Fantasy 7. Fine 10 plus. Chakra 0.57 card. Level Ninja Apprentice. Chakra Nature Changes. Fire Thunder Yins Yangs. Blood Inheritance Limit, none. Master Ninjutsu, 3 Body Technique, Lightning Style and Earth Walking. Task History, D level 1 time, 100% completion rate. This, Liang Kai's eyes widened. Good guy, you have so much chakra in just 1 week. And you also mastered a lightning style ninjutsu. Teacher, we have also completed a D level mission. I can tell you that it was to hunt Warcraft. Zhuo Xiaoyu smiled proudly and showed his own panel. Yan Meng followed closely behind, which opened the eyes of his classmates and made them envious. While everyone is still worrying about how to get into a good university, they have officially become ninjas. The gap is really huge. Haha, okay, my old Liang's year-end bonus should be doubled this year. Liang Kai was in a good mood. The more he looked at the three of them, the more he liked them. They almost regarded them as treasures. The day after tomorrow is your graduation day. I'm going to treat you to dinner tonight and you three must come. Of course, Wang Jin grinned. Teacher, you have been stingy for 3 years and finally realized it. I won't miss anything from this meal. Haha, you kid. Are you feeling very proud? A dungaree rabbit has made the three of you forget everything else. On the playground of No. 6 middle school, Li Shuo scolded with a stern face, while Wang Jin and the other two stood opposite him, not daring to make a sound. Isn't it embarrassing? If you don't know, you guys would have thought you dominated the entrance exam for freshmen at Anzhou University. Do you know how advanced the geniuses in other cities are? You dare to show off your abilities in front of others. You have made me lose face. The news about the morning self-study session spread throughout the school, and as the principal, it was impossible for Li Shuo not to know about it. Although the three people's choices surprised him, he thought that Wang Jin and the others would choose a simple task to complete, and did not think about hunting monsters, which was beyond his expectations. But Li Shuo also noticed the pride of the three people and worried that they would become complacent, so he had to play the bad guy even though he was happy. Yes, principal, we know we were wrong. Wang Jin's principle is not to talk back. Even if what the teacher and the principal say is wrong, he must first correct his attitude and admit his mistake before talking about other things. But Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yan Meng were not as mellow as him. They were born in prominent families and were used to being flattered since childhood, so they were very unconvinced at the moment. Principal, then according to you, what extent should we do to satisfy you? That's right. High school students hunting monsters. Principal, can you ask around in other schools in West Valley? Huh, you dare to talk back? Li Shuo glared at the two of them. Killing a stupid rabbit is not enough for you two. Look at how nice Wang Jin's attitude is. Zhuo Xiaoyu, didn't you ask me what would make me satisfied? Then I'll tell you. In 10 days, Ancheng University will select seed talents in this city in advance. If you are selected, I will admit that you are excellent. Otherwise, do more work and talk less in the future and practice well for me. Pick a seed genius. After hearing this, the three of them looked at each other and saw the lack of confidence in each other's eyes. Since it had been less than 100 years since the Warcraft invasion, most of the infrastructure had not yet been completed, so the system of the end of the world was retained. There are only 3 big cities in the entire southern continent, Ancheng, Jiangcheng, and Dalong County, with a population of about 2 billion. Ancheng University is located in Ancheng City, and Zieg District is just one of its hundreds of subordinate branches. It has a small population and is not very competitive. But if we focus on the entire Ancheng, the competitiveness is quite terrifying. In a city with a population of more than 400 million, there are countless talents, and the pressure to stand out is quite high. Only 10 days, it seems I can't do it. Wang Jin smiled bitterly. What can I do with this little time? I can never catch up with those geniuses who come from wealthy families. Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yan Meng no longer dared to speak arrogantly. It was true that both of them had first-class family background and talents, but the people in other families were not pushovers either. There were probably more geniuses who did not show off their talents. Why are you silent? Li Shuo saw that his goal had been achieved and made the 3 people realize that there is always someone better than you. He then scolded them. Zhuo Xiaoyu, Yan Meng, do you two know now why I don't think highly of your achievements? I know, the two spoke in low voices, no longer showing the unconvinced expression they had just shown. Li Shuo nodded in satisfaction, but you don't have to underestimate yourselves. A temporary genius is not a genius. Only a genius who has truly grown up can have the last laugh. I don't require you to take first place in this seed selection. Just pass it, I think it won't be difficult for you too. Li Shuo said the last sentence to Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yan Meng. Wang Jin knew his own weight, and it was impossible for him to surpass the two of them within 10 days, let alone the monsters from other cities. Li Shuo looked at him and said, Wang Jin, don't be discouraged. The seed selection is just a formality. What you really need to do is to stand out in the internal assessment of Ancheng University in 2 months. By then, there are few monsters left to challenge you. 2 months is enough time for you to burst out with your strength once again. As long as you can get into Ancheng University, then in 4 years, it's hard to say who has more potential between you and the other two. What you lack now is time, that's all. Principal, I understand. I know that my starting point is too low, but I won't feel inferior. Wang Jin nodded silently. Li Shuo was very satisfied with his character of listening to advice. Of course, we won't give up. I have already made plans for you for the next 10 days. As long as you follow the process I have arranged, your strength will definitely be greatly improved. Principal, what's the plan? Wang Jin asked curiously. A smile appeared on Li Shuo's serious face, and after the chakra in his body flowed slightly, his panel appeared in front of the three people. Name, Li Shuo, Saruto by Shuo. Faction, Fire Country Konoha Village Saruto by Clan. Chinese letter 7. Body 8. Fantasy 4. Essence of 5. Chakra 853 card. Level Special Jonin. Chakra nature changes. Fire Wind Yin Yangs. Bloodline limit Nuns. Master Ninjutsu. 3 body techniques Wind style Great Breakthrough. Fire style Dragon Flame Song technique Wind. Current mission. Transport war supplies, level B, side mission, world mission, you can choose 3 teammates. Mission reward 1, choose one of the 5 B-level ninjutsu. Task reward 2, increase your chakra by 10% or 10 chakra cards. Task reward 3, gain 20% favorability of your companions. B-level mission, Principal, are you going to take us into the world of the sacred tree? Zuo Xiaoyu immediately understood Li Shuo's intention. Li Shuo, yes, only in this way can you quickly improve your strength in a short period of time. I have been assigned this task for more than 10 years but have never done it. I was planning to leave it to my grandson, but he is not up to the task and is simply not cut out for it. I'm old and my talent is limited. Improving my strength is of little use to me. I may never be able to trigger a mission that rewards so much and is easy to complete again. So this is my last help to you 3. After this mission, I will no longer be able to help you. Li Shuo sighed, and Wang Jin and the other 2 remained silent for a long time after hearing this. They felt too indebted to this old principal who was so devoted to his students. The Hokage world is divided into the main world and the subworld. Everyone in the main world can enter. Wang Jin deduced that the current time should be Konoha 55, and the Uchiha had just been exterminated. The subworld can only be entered after the corresponding task is triggered in the main world. The timeline is very messy and it is possible to go to any era. However, based on years of research, Wang Jin is convinced that the main world can only travel forward, that is, 55 years ago in Konoha. I haven't heard of anyone being able to enter the future. It seems that the world of the sacred tree is ensuring that everyone can compete fairly, so as not to let others spoil the future in advance and gain an advantage. The subworld he entered this time was beyond Wang Jin's expectation. He didn't expect that the first time he really entered the Hokage world, he would be so powerful. B-level missions, war supplies, the timeline is definitely not now, either World War II or World War III. Wang Jin thought in his heart, while Zhu Xiaoyu and Yan Meng were discussing what would happen after entering the world of the sacred tree. As for Li Shuo, he went to sort out all the information that could be used. Although he believed that this kind of task of transporting supplies was easy to accomplish, he still had to be fully prepared. Wang Jin wanted to determine the timeline in advance, but Li Shuo didn't know the whole story of the mission and didn't provide him with any useful information, so he had to guess on his own. A battle is impossible. At that time, Konoha had just established the mission system and had not yet perfected it. It is most likely that World War II will be the most intense. Konoha alone is facing great pressure from the 3 countries of wind, iron, and rain. It makes sense that the logistics are short of manpower. The main purpose of the 3rd battle against Konoha is to teach Iwagakure a lesson. Unami Feng Minato has a great advantage, so there should be no shortage of manpower. Yes, it should be the most brutal World War II. If you don't know where to transport supplies, don't go to the country of rain. Although he can't remember some details of his previous life clearly, Sannin's name is so loud that Wang Jin can't ignore it even if he wants to. To put it simply, the Second Ninja World War can be divided into 2 parts. It was caused by the economic imbalance among the major countries after World War I. The main battlefield was in the Land of Rain. Although the Kingdom of Rain is not a big country, it was led by Sanshoyu Hanzo, who was known as a demigod at that time. Its strength is not weaker than that of a single big country, and it can be regarded as a big country. In the melee between the 4 major countries, without Jonin's strength, he would be cannon fodder. At that time, Konoha and the Rain country were very strong. Both had 1-on-3 fights, and both withstood the pressure of the 3 powers and turned defeat into victory. Large-scale wars turned into local wars. What Wang Jin hopes now is the second phase of the local war, which will at least not be as chaotic as the initial phase. The chance that he and others will complete the mission will be greatly increased. Although the worst thing about failing a mission is dying in the Hokage, the reality is that you will not die. But the death penalty is too heavy. Everyone only has 3 chances to die. If you exceed this limit, you will no longer be able to enter and complete tasks to quickly increase your strength. So this is also the biggest gap between real-life ninjas and ninjas in the Hokage world. One prioritizes survival and the other prioritizes completing tasks. I hope it's a local war as I thought. Wang Jin sighed softly. He was too weak now and he hadn't officially become a genin yet. Faced with the war ninjas who came out of the dead in the ninja world, they had no ability to resist at all, so they could only hug Li Shuo's thigh and fight for experience. Wang Jin, the principal, is yelling, "What are you mumbling about?" At this time, Zuo Xiaoyu lightly kicked Wang Jin, who was still thinking. He immediately looked into the distance and Li Shuo was waving to them. "Nothing, let's go." Wang Jin stood up, patted the dust on his butt and led the way to Li Shuo. There were some things that others couldn't understand even if he explained them. Li Shuo changed a lot. He put on the iconic green Konoha vest and wore a Konoha forehead protector on his forehead. He was still holding a big bag in his hand, and when he saw the 3 people coming, he threw it to them. "Put them all on, don't talk nonsense when you enter the world of the sacred tree. Try to minimize communication with the indigenous people, and follow me to complete the mission honestly." "Yes, Principal," the 3 responded, understanding what he meant. It would be wrong to say more, but not good. Li Shuo's bag contained nothing else but the Konoha ninja equipment that was dressed the same as him. The 3 of them put it on their coats and transformed into 3 Konoha ninjas. Their appearance does not attract the attention of passersby, it is too common. Not only Konoha, but also the other 4 major countries have too many costumes in the real world. Unless a ninja costume from a small country appears, it may attract some attention. After changing clothes, Li Shuo took the 3 of them and walked towards the nearest sacred tree vine, which was about 3 miles away from the 6th middle school. As he walked along the way, he explained the essentials to 3 rookies who had never entered the world of the sacred tree. This is a worldwide mission. There is currently no war in the main world. There may be a gap of several decades in the timeline, so you should not reveal this information to avoid arousing suspicion among the indigenous people and causing unnecessary trouble. I have completed the supply transport mission several times. Generally speaking, it is not too difficult. You only need to follow the mission route and carefully avoid enemies to complete it. I think it will be the same this time, so you don't have to worry too much about safety and just keep a normal mind. The last thing is about the mission rewards. This is the most important thing. You 3 must listen to me clearly. Choose chakra or ninjutsu, don't choose favorability. Do you understand? Understood, the 3 responded, but Wang Jin obviously had a problem and couldn't help but ask, "Principal, why don't you choose favorability? Students know about chakra and ninjutsu rewards. Can you tell me the specific function of favorability?" "Are you specific?" Li Shuo paused after hearing this and thought for a moment. "It's not that the favorability thing is useless, it's just that it doesn't have real benefits for you at the moment. To put it simply, the favorability is the attitude of the Aboriginal people towards you. Of course, the higher the better. When you become stronger in the future, you must specifically look for this kind of tasks to do to enhance your status in the world of the sacred tree, to join the circle of intersection, etc. The full favorability value is 100%. Generally speaking, you are not deliberately trying to please the Aborigines. In normal conditions, the favorability is only 10 or there is no favorability. The mission can be triggered, but the probability is low. But if the favorability score exceeds 20, the chance of triggering the mission is much higher. If the favorability score exceeds 50, you can even learn ninjutsu from the opponent. I have never seen anyone with a favorability score above 100, so I guess they will have more special rights by then. Wang Jin, I don't know much about these things. After all, everyone's relationship with the Aborigines is different, and there is no unified standard. So don't think about it for now, just focus on improving your strength first. There will naturally be plenty of opportunities to explore in the future. Yes, Principal. After understanding this, Wang Jin stopped thinking about it. The 4 of them walked quickly and arrived at their destination in about 20 minutes. There is a towering tree beside a certain commercial street with more than 200 hanging vines. Only about half of it is being used by people at this time. The 4 of them found a place next to each other and prepared to activate their respective sacred tree bracelets. At this time, because Li Shuo took the initiative to share the task, the 4 of them were destined to enter the fixed timeline together and at the same location. After all, they were a team and would not be separated. But if there is no sharing, even if someone next to you enters the Hokage world with you, they will not be together. They will appear in different places. The timeline of the main world will not change. Activate it. Oh yes, Buzz. The wood grain bracelets on the arms of the four people simultaneously lit up with a white light and hit the vines in front of them. The vines instantly turned into a white canvas-like shape and wrapped them, causing them to lose consciousness at the same time. Wang Jin felt that his consciousness had not been lost for a long time. It might have been a moment. When he opened his eyes again, the surrounding commercial streets had disappeared and the modern buildings were gone. Instead, there was a raining forest. At this time, besides Li Xiu, Yan Meng, and Zhu Xiaoyu, there were 6 men and women wearing the same clothes as them. When he saw clearly one of them, a brown-haired boy of 13 or 14 years old with a slightly chubby face, his eyes suddenly widened. "Senior, what's wrong with you?" The brown-haired boy seemed to notice something strange about Wang Jin and showed him a bright and contagious smile, making him unconsciously feel at ease. "Uchiha Jin," Li Xiu shouted, glaring at Wang Jin, "keep quiet." "Yes, Senior Yuan Fei." Wang Jin understood what he meant and called Li Xiu by his name in the Hokage world. This is the basic quality of every ninja who enters here, so as to avoid making the aborigines suspicious. After that, he smiled slightly at the young man and said, "It's nothing," the rain hit his eyes. "Oh, that's right. This damn weather keeps raining, and I don't know when the sun will come out." "What are you dreaming about, Rope Tree? Want to see the sun in the land of rain?" "Haha, I was just talking casually. Why is Senior Dashin so serious?" The brown-haired boy laughed loudly at a Konoha ninja who was about 20 years old. His heartless look was exactly the same as in Wang Jin's memory. "I actually met him. It seems that this is the second ninja war. This is the land of rain." Wang Jin sighed in his heart. The brown-haired boy was none other than Senju Rope Tree, one of the few characters from the Senju clan in the original work. The younger brother of Tsunadeheim, the grandson of Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Maido, and the grandson of second Hokage Senju Taburama, the proper crown prince of Konoha. It's just that he is destined to die in this war, of course, provided that he does not intervene. Wang Jin thought about the fate of the Senju Rope Tree. When fighting with his teacher Orochimaru in the Land of Rain, he unfortunately stepped on the detonating talisman, which led to his death. It also made Tsunadeheim suffer from hemophobia. She was not killed by Naruto until many years later. Cure. Thinking of the real Konoha Prince Naruto, Wang Jin discovered that the rope tree was somewhat similar to him. He looked at Zuo Xiaoyu, Yan Meng, and Li Xiu, and found that their appearance had been transformed into 2 dimensions by the sacred tree. They were no different from the Hokage aborigines. He thought it was the same for him. He lowered his head and looked at a small puddle on the ground. His appearance was reflected inside. The black pupils, the Konoha forehead protector, the green vest, etc. have all been slightly 2-dimensionalized. "You look a little more handsome like this," Zuo Xiaoyu murmured in a low voice, looking at Wang Jin with stars in his eyes. He was already handsome, and even more so after he came to the world of Hokage and followed the crowd, the icing on the cake. There is no such thing as the bloodline of Beyblind Uchiha. Wang Jin shook his head and smiled. There are not many ugly people in the Uchiha clan. At this time, the ninja who was called Dashin looked at Li Xiu and said, "Senior, everyone is gathered here, please give the order." "Yamanaka, wait a moment," Li Xiu said. At this time, the personal panels of him and Wang Jin changed, and new information appeared in the mission introduction. Mission requirements: pass through the Rain Shinobi Scout blockade and safely deliver supplies to Konoha's frontline troops. Yamanaka Shinobi, you are the only Chunin here besides me. It is up to you to plan the route and open the way. I am responsible for defending the enemies behind you. The 4 people who had just come in had almost no information and did not know which direction the frontline troops were. Li Xiu can only use the existing conditions to complete the task. After hearing this, Dashin immediately carried out his order. Li Xiu was everyone's captain, and the 4 of them were sure of this. And that's the only thing good about Konoha's ninjas, they never doubt their superiors' orders. Dashin took out a map of the Kingdom of Rain from his arms. The paper was obviously specially processed and was very waterproof. He put it on the ground and began to tell his plan. "Since Senior Yuan Fei trusts me, I will start." His hand drew a line from south to north on the map, stopping at a low-lying terrain. "Senior, the current 1st Brigade led by Orochimaru-sama has just fought against Chiyo from the Land of Wind. It is being repaired here. We can go straight through. There should not be many range shinobi on the road. There is a high possibility of safe passage." "Okay, just do as you say and let's go." Li Xiu didn't want to communicate too much with Dashin and others. He just wanted to complete the task quickly and exit the subworld. This is also the common thought of most ninjas who have been assigned world tasks. It may only be once that they meet people from the past, and they will never meet again in their lives. Completing the task is the key, and life or death has nothing to do with themselves. This is also one of the reasons why Li Shuo let the 6 Dacian people go in front, so that he can sacrifice them to save himself at critical moments. Senior, I haven't finished speaking yet. Seeing Li Shuo's urgency, Dacian quickly spoke again. Do you have any other plans? No, they are your people. Dacian glanced at Wang Jin and the others, hesitated and whispered. They are too weak. The boy from the Uchiha family is not even a genin. He may not be able to keep up with our speed. I propose to keep them here to attract range shinobi's attention and give us some time to complete the task better. No, they have to follow me, Li Shuo refused directly. The most important purpose of his trip was to let the 3 people gain experience quickly. How could he let Dacian do this? Dacian couldn't help but frown when he saw Li Shuo's resolute attitude. Senior, you are hiding your secrets and ignoring the mission for your people. If you insist on waiting until you get to the base camp, I will expose it to Lord Orochimaru. As you wish, let's start the mission now. Li Shuo waved his hand nonchalantly. My people can't have any accidents, otherwise I would rather not complete the mission. As soon as these words came out, the 5 Konoha genin except the mountain and the rope tree were shocked at the same time. It seemed that they had never thought that there were such selfish people in the village. In their cognition and surrounding environment, no one dares to put the mission second. Even their own lives must be ranked after the mission. They have never seen anyone like Li Shuo. However, at this moment, a voice came out that agreed with Li Shuo. It was not the words spoken by Wang Jin and the others, but by Shangshu. Shangshu's innocent face showed a look of approval. Senior Yuan Fei is right. I also think that the lives of my companions are more important than the mission. Naoki, you're crazy. Amma trembled. Many of our frontline troops and seniors have died. How can you delay the mission just because of a few genin? Don't forget that your sister, Lady Tsunade, is also there. If they will be in big trouble if we don't get supplies. Hey, Senior Dacian, don't get excited. I'm just talking, I won't actually do it. Shangshu still showed a heartless smile, which made Dacian have a headache. Forget it, let's complete the task first and talk about the rest later. Dacian suppressed his dissatisfaction with Li Shuo in his heart and led the people to run forward. Let's go and keep our distance from them. Li Shuo waved his hand and the 3 of them immediately followed. At the same time, he explained again, your mission is to stay alive. When you encounter danger, don't let these people block you. Do you understand? Clear. The group galloped through the forest. Dacian, the leader, looked back from time to time with dissatisfaction obvious on his face. Wang Jin and his 2 companions were too slow. If he had subordinates like them, he would have abandoned them long ago. They were simply delaying the mission. However, Li Shuo is the captain, so he has to endure it no matter how dissatisfied he is. The process went more smoothly than Wang Jin had expected. After half a day, he had already covered most of the distance but still hadn't encountered any enemies. It's really easy. No wonder so many people look for the thigh belt. Yan Meng sighed after jumping several meters again. Wang Jin and Zhuo Xiaoyu also smiled after hearing this. It's like a parent feeding their child. All they have to do is open their mouths and wait to eat. However, being too cocky is not a good thing sometimes. A shuriken tied with an explosive tag suddenly flew out from the darkness and aimed at Li Shuo, apparently wanting to sneak attack him, the strongest man. We've been discovered. The leader Dacian and others stopped immediately. Although Li Shuo was old, he was agile and nimbly dodged the detonating talisman. Boom, the detonating talisman exploded behind him, blowing up a tree as thick as an adult man's waist. Wang Jin and the other 2 were very thankful that they were not the ones attacked. Otherwise, they would have no ability to dodge and would have surely died. This thing is only useful to the indigenous people. No one in our world would even consider it worthwhile. Zhuo Xiaoyu curled her lips and sneered at the power of the detonating talisman. The chakra in the real world is extremely violent. Although it is difficult to master, its power is more than 100 times stronger than that in the Hokage world. An ordinary genin here is more powerful than an elite jonin. To enter the Hokage world, one must follow the rules and have one's strength suppressed by the will of the world, making one no different from the natives of the same level. Otherwise, Li Shuo could sweep the entire battlefield alone. The sneak attack failed and 9 ranged shinobi dressed in dark black appeared and launched a frontal attack. Konoha's logistics force, kill them all. Yes, sir. The leader ranged shinobi has a huge chakra, no less than Li Shuo. His 8 subordinates are all senior genin, experienced in actual combat, and can perform mixed ninjutsu with ease. Water-style water waves. Lightning-style Reiga. A stream of water 4 or 5 meters wide appeared accompanied by thunder. targeting the 6 people in Dashin. Dashin immediately defended himself. He and the young Shengshu clapped their hands on the ground, and a 3-meter-high earth wall blocked their figures. Earth-style earth flow wall. Boom! At the same time as the Thunder Water Stream offensive was broken up, Rain Shinobi confronted the 6 members of Yama. Both sides competed in physical skills, swordsmanship, shuriken, etc. There were not many opportunities to cast hand seals at close range. Of course, this is also because most genin fights are like this. Neither side has much chakra and ninjutsu and can only rely on basic moves. The leader Rain Shinobi fought with Li Shuo. After several ninjutsu duels, they also had a taijutsu battle. The strength of both sides was similar, and it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. Wang Jin and his 2 companions were targeted by a genin at the back of the battlefield. Their weak strength did not attract much attention from the middle-aged woman, who used a water style to send the 3 of them tumbling out, leaving them with no resistance at all. 3 useless people. I really don't know why Senior Yuan Fei brought them with him. Dashin, who was fighting, had a murderous look on his face. He threw out a shuriken and pierced the neck of a Rain Shinobi, blood spurting everywhere. The scene was extremely bloody. No one on both sides cared. Although these war ninjas were young, they were accustomed to life and death. Wang Jin and the other 2 who saw this scene were extremely impressed. Children in real life could not have such a tough character. Lightning-style land walk. Facing a genin is stressful, but the 3 of them can protect themselves and won't be killed for a while. Wang Jin's lightning style blocked the middle-aged woman's movement. Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yan Meng immediately rushed forward and fought with each other using physical skills. Both of them were good at close combat. Zhuo Xiaoyu's white eyes can see through the opponent's attack intentions in advance and dodge attacks flexibly. Her white and tender fists may seem weak, but the middle-aged woman does not dare to be careless. She understands the consequences of being tapped by the white eyes. In comparison, Yan Meng lacked a bit of firepower. The 3 of them were students and had no experience in life-and-death battles. He could only use his body strengthened by the granite technique to resist the opponent's attacks. Several times, his internal organs were as uncomfortable as the sea. Jinzi, hurry up and sneak up on her. Coming! Wang Jin used ground walk again, and the fist-thick thunder quickly hit the Rain Shinobi along the ground. But the power is surprisingly small. It just makes the opponent's body stiffen and does not cause any real damage. Wang Jin analyzed that the heavy rain dispersed the power of thunder. Water can conduct electricity and cooperate, but if the power is too small, it will become an obstacle. Although the opponent was not harmed, the goal was achieved. Zhuo Xiaoyu took the opportunity to use gentle fist to tap the opponent's acupoints, and the chakra in his body could no longer function. After losing chakra, ninjas become ordinary people and can kill a child with a weapon. Hurry up, Hyuga Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Dashin was furious when he saw that the long sword in Zhuo Xiaoyu's hand was still not daring to cut off the opponent's head. Zhuo Xiaoyu's sword was across the neck of the frightened middle-aged woman. There was blood on the blade, but her hands were shaking so much that she was suddenly afraid of someone who had never killed someone before. Yan Meng comes here. Yan Meng was also confused. He shook his head at Zhuo Xiaoyu. It's better you do it, I don't dare. What a waste! Dashin had already eliminated 3 opponents at this moment. He felt that today was very unreal. Has the village's training ability been so bad now? How can he be a ninja if he doesn't even dare to kill people? Laugh. The sound of the sword cutting off life came, and everyone saw that it was Wang Jin who cut off the middle-aged woman's head with his own short sword, and blood spurted all over his body. Help, help! Wang Jin was speechless. He had been a good citizen before, but his first murder was a brutal beheading, and he couldn't stand it in his heart. However, he has been comforting himself that these people are just NPCs, just treat the Hokage world as a game, and killing people is okay. It's just that everything in this world is too real, so real that it feels the same as reality. The cold rain, warm blood, unwilling expressions on the opponent's faces, etc. all made the 3 of them confused in the virtual reality. Okay, Dashin felt as if there was a breath of old anger stuck in his throat that had been stuck for 100 years and finally swallowed it. He felt very comfortable and praised Wang Jin. As expected of you, you are from the Uchiha family. You are much stronger than those 2 losers, and you can be considered a ninja. Thank you for the compliment, senior. Wang Jin used the last bit of chakra to release the ground walk and helped Shen Shu defeat the last enemy. Are they all dead? You are lucky this time. The leader, Rain Shinobi, saw that all his men were dead and knew that he was unable to stop the Konoha ninja, so he was unwilling to retreat. Li Shuo will not chase at all, his goal is just a mission. Dashin didn't say anything else this time. According to his intention, he must kill them all, and he could just let it go without pursuing them. Rose Tree, you and Zaya Ohyu are carrying those two losers. They no longer have chakra. Uchiha boy, come up. Dashin squatted slightly, and Wang Jin jumped on his back without hesitation. Although the battle just ended quickly, the three of them had too few chakras and could no longer move on their own. Li Shuo had no choice but to shoulder the responsibility of opening the way. Shangshu took the initiative to back up. The strength he had just exploded was beyond everyone's imagination. He is not a genin, but he is considered powerful among the Chunin. After setting out on the road again, everything went smoothly again. Half a day later, after climbing over two small hills, everyone finally saw the camp where the large army was stationed. The mission is completed, the reward is settled in the sacred tree space, and you can exit the subworld at any time. Let's go, our work is done. Li Shuo watched Dashin and others walk into the base camp and stood still without moving. Wang Jin and the others naturally followed him and had no intention of entering the base camp. The four of them each activated their own sacred tree bracelets and prepared to exit this timeline. However, just when Wang Jin was about to activate it, he suddenly saw a middle-aged man with fair skin in the distance, wearing a Konoha vest, eyes like snake eyes and a look of keeping away from strangers, walking out of a tent and heading toward him. The direction glanced slightly and seemed to sense something. Orochimaru, Wang Jin hesitated for a moment and suddenly shouted something to Li Shuo and the others who were about to disappear. Principal, please go back first. I want to stay here until the time limit. No, Li Shuo disappeared without finishing his words. Once the sacred tree bracelet is activated, it is irreversible. Even if he disagrees, he can't stop Wang Jin. He can only see him again after reaching the upper limit of 10 days each time he enters the sacred tree world. After the three people left, Wang Jin secretly apologized. He changed his mind temporarily after seeing Orochimaru, thinking that now there was a rare opportunity to get some benefits from the other party. I hope Uncle Snake won't be too willful. I don't want to die here. Wang Jin walked into the camp with a silent sigh. Although Orochimaru in this time period has not rebelled against Konoha, nor has he colluded with Danzo to conduct human experiments, he does not have a good temper. Wang Jin was worried that he would be killed if he accidentally offended him. Orochimaru was really capable of doing this. However, the risk is worth it compared with the benefits. There is no penalty for dying in the sacred tree world for the first time. Wang Jin thinks it is worth a try. If he can benefit from Sannin, he will make a lot of money. The Konoha camp is very large, and no one pays attention to Wang Jin when he is wearing Konoha clothes. Although he had a simple plan, he didn't know where to go. At least he needed to find a place to live. Uchiha Nishiki. At this time, Naoki came out of Orochimaru's tent and called him. Wang Jin immediately turned around and saw a very beautiful woman in her mid-20s with blonde hair and big breasts next to him, and quickly bowed her head respectfully. Naosuke-senpai Tsunade-sama. The brat from the Uchiha family, Tsunade frowned, is the village already so short of people? They even sent ninja apprentices. Sister, don't say that, Uchiha Nishiki is very strong. He even killed a ranged shinobi on the way here. Naoki is very kind. He inherited Hashirama's character and is kind to everyone. In contrast, when she was young, Tsunade had a bad temper and was prejudiced against the Uchiha clan, so she ignored Wang Jin. I'm going to find Georgia, Naoki. Don't leave here without permission. The damn old woman Chio's poison is too tricky. Tsunade shook her pair of rare big breasts and left. Naoshu smiled apologetically at Wang Jin and spoke. Sister, she is like this. In fact, she is a very nice person. Don't worry about it. I dare not. Wang Jin waved his hand. Tsunade-sama has superb medical skills. She saved many people in the village from death. She is the senior I admire most. Tsunade has Senju bloodline, and the chakra is naturally much larger than ordinary people. In addition, she pioneered medical ninjutsu, and she also has strange powers. She is one of the strongest in the current ninja world. Shangshu invited Wang Jin to his tent, lit a fire, and poured him a glass of water. Jin, can I call you that? Of course, Wang Jin was eager to get closer to this person. This was the current crown prince of Konoha. After getting to know him, he could pass on one or two ninjutsu to him and he would be prosperous. You are so easy to talk to. You are very different from other Uchiha. Naoki seemed to be willing to communicate with Wang Jin, sitting next to him with his chin in his hands and an innocent look on his face. I really miss the time my grandfather talked about, when Uchiha and Senju lived in harmony, working hard to end the troubled times and build a village together. Yeah, I miss it too. The village is so uneasy now. Wang Jin followed the trend and wanted to understand the current situation. Although the general time is correct, some details cannot be understood by reading comics or anime in previous lives. After all, this is the living world of Hokage, and you have to discover many things by yourself. At this moment, he is looking at this subworld with the mentality of playing an open game. It is quite interesting to explore freely and interact with the people here. Naoki was a little surprised after hearing his words. Jin, do you really think so? You have no resentment towards our Senju clan. Why should there be resentment? Wang Jin asked knowingly. Naoki's eyes darkened and he said, the position of Hokage, many people in the tribe say that it was you, Uchiha, who was dissatisfied with Grandpa's second generation's decision, and passed the position of Hokage to Master third generation. If it weren't for the current wars, I'm afraid we would have started fighting among ourselves first. Many of my Uchiha contemporaries have broken up now, and they no longer associate with me because of family ties. Shengshu looked lonely. Wang Jin knew that this boy had this kind of character and was not pretending, so he took the opportunity to increase his favorability. Don't be sad, am I also Uchiha? From now on I will be your friend, and we will lead the village towards a better future like our ancestors. Shengshu was stunned after hearing this, and a prompt popped up on the personal panel in Wang Jin's mind. Senju Rope Tree's favorability plus 10, current favorability is 10. It's only 10 o'clock, this guy is dishonest. Wang Jin narrowed his eyes slightly and asked Shengshu, who looked moved. Shengshu, you don't want to be friends with me, do you dislike me for being weak? No, of course I am willing to be friends with you. Now Shu quickly waved his hand to deny it. Changing the relationship between Uchiha and the village is his goal, and building a good relationship with every Uchiha member is his plan. However, after all, Wang Jin came to the subworld by air without any reasonable background, which made Rope Tree, who had never understood him in depth before, be wary. This is the disadvantage of worldwide tasks. It is not as perfect as the main world. After all, the original intention of the sacred tree is not to allow entrants to stay here for a long time. Seeing that there was no prompt on the panel, Wang Jin immediately tried to play the emotional card and looked at the Rope Tree seriously. Since we are friends, we must help each other from now on. I, Uchiha Nishiki, value my friends the most. If I encounter danger, I am willing to bear it on your behalf, even if the cost is my life. Senju Rope Tree's favorability plus 20, current favorability is 30. Trigger temporary mission. Change the fate of Senju Rope Tree. Mission reward. Senju's favorability plus 50, Tsunade's favorability plus 50, Orochimaru's favorability plus 30, Jiraiya's favorability plus 10, Danzo's favorability plus 10. Sarutobi Hiruzen's favorability. The favorability of all worlds is common, but after the end of the divided world, people in the main world will not remember your behavior, but will only have an inexplicable liking for you. There is indeed something wrong with the old third generation. Looking at the panel prompts, Wang Jin felt amused. It seemed that the inexplicable disappearance of the Senju clan in the original work had something to do with Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, it is understandable that people have selfish motives after all. If the Senju clan remains at its peak, the Sarutobi clan will not be able to become the largest clan in Konoha. As for everyone else except Danzo Wang Jin, he couldn't figure out why this old B*******D was happy that Nezuki was rescued. Moreover, this task is still difficult to a certain extent. Other entrants might be confused and unable to understand the meaning, but he is the person who knows the whole plot. He knows that Shengshu will die in this war. In this way, the meaning of the mission is clear at a glance, as long as Shengshu does not die. The current Orochimaru is not as crazy as he will be in the future. Everyone can sacrifice in order to pursue the meaning of life. He is still the future of Konoha and a person who works hard for the position of Hokage. Of course, he must have a favorable opinion of Shengshu as his disciple, and it is a full 30 points, which is already a lot. After all, the B-level mission only has 20 points. Needless to say, Tsunade's favorability level will definitely be high after her brother is rescued. A good relationship with her will have a huge impact on the future. This is the future 5th Hokage. Jiraiya's 10 points of favorability is better than nothing, and there will be other opportunities to increase it in the future. Jin, I'm so touched. Shengshu was so moved by Wang Jin's true confession that she shed 2 tears, which made Wang Jin even more proud. The purpose of taking the initiative to stay has been achieved, and the mission can be completed by rescuing the Rope Tree at the critical moment. Wang Jin has decided that the favorability of this group of people is more valuable than a B-level mission. It is really important for him to save Rope Tree and complete this mission even if he uses his first chance of death. That night, Wang Jin stayed in Shengshu's tent, sitting on the bed and refining chakra, with Shengshu guiding him. Jin, your method is wrong. Chakra is not refined like this. What should we do? Wang Jin asked. What is taught in school are ordinary people's refining methods. Maybe there are other methods in the real world, but these aboriginals definitely have a deeper understanding, and their guidance is what they want. Shangshu immediately sat cross-legged on the ground to demonstrate to Wang Jin, while laughing. Teacher Orochimaru said that chakra is the energy produced by the combination of mental power and physical body, so you need to find the absolute balance between the two. I think your mental power is stronger than your physical body. You should suppress your mental power and balance the two powers like me. This way the refining speed will definitely be greatly accelerated. Come and try it. Is there any other way to say this? Okay, I'll give it a try. Wang Jin immediately refined it according to Shangshu's teachings, deliberately suppressing his mental power and grinned at the latter after a moment. Sure enough, it's much faster. Thank you, Shangshu. Ah, you're welcomes. We are friends. The stronger you are, the happier I am. It's a pity that my parents died too early and I have only learned one ninjutsu so far. Wang Jin sighed deliberately, and now Shu took the bait and pulled him out of the tent. What to do? Wang Jin was almost laughing in his heart. He knew that this boy had been manipulated by him. Naoki, teach you ninjutsu, you should know fire style right. Of course, how can the Uchiha clan not use fire style? Wang Jin nodded immediately, but still pretended to decline. Ninjutsu is too important. Wouldn't Tsunade-sama be angry if you taught it to me so easily? Why is sister angry? This is my own ninjutsu and she has nothing to do with it. Naoki took him to an area with relatively few people, and the two of them stood in the rain and started practicing. The knotting of the rope tree mudra is done very quickly, completed in just a moment, and the palms are placed in a spiral shape near the mouth. Fire-style great fireball technique. Raging. A great fireball with a diameter of more than 3 meters appeared from his mouth, flying towards a giant tree at a slow speed, and the giant tree burst into flames. Wang Jin's heart dropped when he saw that it was the great fireball. It was known as the art of mercy. Throughout the entire Hokage, he had never killed an enemy, but complaining is still complaining. It is better than not using ninjutsu at all. He also concentrated on practicing with the rope tree. Shangshu was very serious and explained various key points of great fireball to him. He didn't do anything perfunctory at all. He really wanted to teach Wang Jin. The two of them quickly got into the mood. One was teaching carefully and the other was fascinated by learning, and they didn't even notice the people around them. You have disgraced the entire Uchiha clan, Uchiha Nishiki. 3 strange young men appeared here. The leader was tall and scolded coldly. His black hair and red eyes revealed his identity. Several Konoha ninjas around them immediately stayed away after seeing them, which made the arrogance on the faces of the 3 people even more intense. The Uchiha clan, Wang Jin's face darkened and he didn't answer. He didn't know the other party and would be exposed if he spoke. Uchiha Moromu, what are you going to do? Now Shu shouted, blocking Wang Jin behind him. This is the base camp, you want to bully others. Bullying him? Uchiha Moromu said coldly. I'm not going to have trouble with a loser. I heard that someone in the family is actually learning from your senju. Why don't we, the Uchiha clan, have ninjutsu? What a shame. Who do I learn from? It's none of your business. Wang Jin was not afraid of the other party. He didn't believe that Moromu dared to kill him if it was Uchiha. Uchiha Moromu was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and so were the 2 tribesmen around him. It seemed they didn't expect Wang Jin to dare to talk back. In his eyes, he is a Jonin and Wang Jin, the senior member of the family, should obey orders unconditionally, and he never imagined that he would encounter such a thing. What did you say? You have no sense of measure. The chakra in Uchiha Moromu's body rioted, and the 2 Uchiha next to him crossed their arms and looked like they were watching a good show. Senmu taught him a lesson and taught this boy to respect his seniors. Uchiha Kinta is arrogant. Naoki, please get out of the way. This is an internal matter within our family. I will never allow you to act recklessly. The rope tree also burst out chakra. Although he is a chunin, the total amount of chakra is much larger than that of Moriki. You still dare to interfere in our Uchiha's own affairs. I'll teach you a lesson too. Uchiha Mori made a swish seal with his hands, and his speed was extremely fast. It was obvious that the rope tree couldn't do it, and he was led by his opponent by the nose after a beat. Fire-style Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Whoosh, 5 or 6 basketball-sized fireballs flew toward the rope tree. He had no time to form seals and could only avoid them in a panic, being chased around by the fireballs. Senmu's figure disappeared in front of Wang Jin's eyes, and then appeared in front of Shangshu, kicking him away hard. Shangshu fell to the ground and clutched his chest, his face looking extremely ugly. Uchiha Moromu didn't take any more action, he just dared to teach Naoki a little lesson. Tsunade and Orochimaru would not let him go if they were really serious. But he is not really afraid of the 2. Although Uchiha is in decline now, it is not something that two Jonin can bully. Uchiha Nishiki, come with us and stop being embarrassed here. Senmu rubbed his fists. For 3 days in a row, Konoha's large forces did not take action. The reason was that the poison of Sagakure could not be cured, and the casualties in rashly starting a battle would be too great. Wang Jin used this time to refine chakra and learn fire-style ninjutsu from the rope tree. His strength improved greatly and his panel changed a lot. Name: Wang Jin Uchiha Jin. Faction: Fire Country Konoha Village Uchiha Clan. Forbearance 6. Body 4. Fantasy 7. Fine 10 plus. Chakra 0.75 card. Level Ninja Apprentice. Chakra nature changes. Fire Thunder Yin Yangs. Blood Inheritance limit, none. Master Ninjutsu, 3 body technique lightning style earth walking fire style great fireball. Current mission changing the fate of the rope tree, divided into world missions. The chakra refining method has been improved, and the refining speed is much faster. Coupled with the huge nutritional value of the Warcraft meat in the past few days, his chakra amount has increased a lot, and he is about to become a genin. It only took Wang Jin half an hour to learn the great fireball. The chakra in the Hokage world is easy to control. His talent amazed the rope tree and introduced him to Orochimaru, hoping to become his disciple. Although the current Sannin has not yet fought against Hanzo and has not yet obtained this title, his status is much higher than that of ordinary Jonin. After all, their teacher is the current Hokage. However, Orochimaru did not accept Wang Jin and was only interested in his origins. His words were full of clichés, and Wang Jin did not dare to have too much contact with him for fear that the other party would slice him up and study him. Wang Jin was also worried that the brigade headquarters had not been dispatched. Shang Shu would not be in danger in the camp. Failure to save him meant that the mission could not be completed. However, he, a ninja apprentice, could not control the war between the two major countries, so he could only worry. 2 more days passed, and on the afternoon of the 5th day, Wang Jin watched Georgia leave the camp with his own eyes. Tsunade immediately summoned all the Jonin to Orochimaru's tent. Wang Jin didn't know what kind of meeting these Konoha high-level officials were having, but he suspected that Tsunade had successfully developed the antidote and might be launching an attack on Sagakure. As expected, half an hour later, these Jonin captains gathered more than 1,000 Konoha ninjas and began mobilizing before the war. Hatake Sakumo had a white short sword about half a meter long stuck on his back and stood on a high platform with a majestic voice. Everyone, Tsunade Jonin has cracked Chiyo's poison. Now it's time to teach Sagakure a lesson. According to reliable information, Sunagakure has just been defeated by Rain Shinobi led by Hanzo. Now is a good time for us to go to war. So after discussing with Orochimaru Jonin and Tsunade Jonin, I decided to rush on the road in the dark and launch an attack on Sagakure in the early morning. Please prepare in advance to drive Sagakure back to the Kingdom of Wind in a battle, so that we can use our full strength. It's time to deal with the Kingdom of Rain. Hatake Sakumo was the captain of everyone. No one objected when he spoke, and the battle plan was quickly implemented. More than 1,000 ninjas immediately packed up the camp and prepared to set off. Wang Jin's heart became excited, and the task finally began to advance. 2 hours later, when it got completely dark, Konoha's elite troops set off and headed towards Sagakure's camp. I have to say that the quality of Konoha's ninjas is really high. When a large army of more than 1,000 people marched, no one made a sound. This kind of shocking personal experience is not something that comics and animations can bring in the previous life, which made Wang Jin, who was following the brigade, sigh. This is the real war, and the tension is heightened to the extreme. He was not very fast and followed Shangshu. Shangshu wanted to take care of him, which was exactly what Wang Jin wanted. As long as he blocks the detonating talisman for Rope Tree at the critical moment, the mission will be completed, and his own life and death will not matter. However, in Wang Jin's memory, it seems that Shangshu did not die in a large-scale melee. He thinks that the team accidentally stepped on the detonating talisman and was killed during the investigation. Now he is waiting to see if Shangshu will receive the scout mission. After marching for about 2 hours, Sha Yin's camp was already in sight, which made Wang Jin suspect that he had thought wrong and that Shangshu might have really died in the melee. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Hatake Sakumo ordered more than 1,000 Konoha ninjas to rush forward. The unprepared Sagakure made a sneak attack and rushed into the camp to start a big melee. Hatake Sakumo fights alone against a young couple who operate puppets. The man has eye-catching red hair, while the woman has common black hair. Tsunade faced off against the last short, middle-aged woman Chiyo, who was good at making puppets and using poison. Orochimaru led a large force to attack Sand Hidden, and for a time the entire battlefield became perilous. Wang Jin followed Shengshu closely and searched for a suitable opponent with him, and his combat experience was enriched unknowingly. However, the main force is still Rope Tree. His current strength can only be used for soy sauce and last-minute hits, but it will not play a big role. The most intense battlefield was between Hatake Sakumo and the young couple. The battle between the three of them was extremely anxious. The young couple's puppet skills were amazing. Hatake Sakumo was forced to wave the short sword in his hand to resist. The powerful chakra fluctuations in his body could be felt by everyone on the battlefield. This is different from Kakashi, who always lacks blue, Wang Jin secretly teased. Kakashi is really a success or failure. It is also a good choice to concentrate on practicing family swordsmanship, but the upper limit is a little lower. Splitting Sky Slash. Hatake Sakumo shouted, and the short sword in his hand emitted a white sword light about 10 meters long, smashing all the puppets of the young couple into pieces. In desperation, the man immediately protected his wife and used a chakra-conductive weapon to catch the aftermath of Hatake Shigesaku's attack. As expected of Minister Anbu of Konoha, he is indeed powerful. You and your wife are not weak, there is no need to be humble, Hatake Sakumo said coldly. The powerful sword skills put a lot of pressure on the young couple. Miko, be careful with his sword, our puppet can't stop it. The red-haired man looked seriously, staring closely at the chakra short sword in Hatake Sakumo's hand. You hide behind me and look for opportunities to attack with ninjutsu. Don't approach him easily. I'll fight him in close combat. The black-haired woman is very beautiful and looks to be in her mid-20s. Her hair is tied up high, which is proof that she is a married woman. She suddenly looked worried after hearing the red-haired man's words. Brother Junji, you must pay attention to your safety. Don't forget that Zai is still at home waiting for us to go back to accompany him. I know I won't die. Red-haired Shunsuke smiled confidently, and the wind-release chakra was injected into the long knife in his hand, which lit up the same white light as Hatake Sakumo. His weapon was also a chakra transmission equipment. Clang! The two weapons collided instantly, and Hatake Sakumo was slightly surprised. The opponent's strength is not small, and it can actually make his hands feel numb. This has never happened in previous battles. Good sword skills, I thought you were just like your mother and only knew how to use puppets. HMPH, don't underestimate the strength of the third-generation Kazekage heir. Shunsuke snorted coldly, waving the long sword in his hand, and for a while he actually took the main attack, suppressing Hatake Sakumo. Hatake's sword skills are nothing more than that. Then I'll be more serious. The opponent's contempt made Hatake Sakumo's eyes change. He knocked Shunsuke back with a knife and then held the knife in both hands above his head, injecting a large amount of chakra into it. Hatake's sword technique breaking the sky. Boom, a thick sword light flew towards Shunsuke at high speed, and the terrifying power contained in it made the couple change their colors, and Miko immediately took action. She controlled a mutilated puppet on the ground to fly in front of Shunsuke, and injected a large amount of chakra into it through the green silk threads in her hands that ordinary people could not see. Puppet technique machine light shield. The mutilated puppet's body lit up with a faint blue light, absorbing Hatake Sakumo's sword light. This technique is one of the puppet master's few defenses against ninjutsu. It uses chakra to combine with the puppet to form a shield that can absorb ninjutsu. However, Hatake Sakumo was too strong. He tried his best to block Miko's puppet shield, and it almost shattered at the moment of contact. However, the effect still worked, and the power of the remaining sword light was greatly reduced. Shunsuke raised his sword to block it, but was knocked out by the huge force, and a mouthful of blood was drawn out. Brother Shunsuke, let's retreat. He is too strong and we are no match. No, Shunsuke's red hair fluttered, and he stared at Hatake Sakumo, who was also panting slightly with a solemn expression. There are only two of us here who can stop him. Once Hatake Sakumo rushes into the battlefield and becomes a Jonin harvesting machine, the village's high-end combat power will be destroyed. Miko, this is a war for everyone in the village. Even if I die, I will let the Kingdom of Wind win. The village needs the fertile land of the Kingdom of Rain to recover. In the 20 years after the end of the First Ninja World War, various countries led to this war due to economic imbalance. To put it simply, they kept themselves alive by plundering other countries. Mako understands this truth, and she also knows that becoming the third-generation Kazekage is her husband's wish, and she insists on staying with him even if she is reluctant. I'm sorry, Zai, Mom may never be able to accompany you again. You must grow up safely. A lively little boy appeared in Miko's mind. Like Shunsuke, he also had red hair. She secretly apologized and rushed to Hatake Sakumo with her husband. The battlefield on the three people's side did not affect the main force. On the contrary, Tsunade and the short middle-aged woman were more intimidating, and they were surrounded by a faint green gas. Princess Tsunade, you are indeed a genius. You have broken the poison in my body in such a short period of time. A flash of admiration flashed in the middle-aged woman's eyes, and she was not stingy in her praise. Tsunade took a deep breath, her expression serious and humble. Chiyo-senpai is overrated. You are the best poison ninja and medical ninja in the ninja world. I also tried my best to crack it. The number one poison ninja is old enough to respond shamelessly, but the number one medical ninja is not me but you. Chiyo sighed. Facing this noble and talented Senju tribe member, she couldn't help but feel old. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu even puts her to shame. The critical age is still young. She can only sigh secretly at Konoha's good luck. Geniuses appear one after another, unlike Sagakure, who can only rely on her old bones to support her. Senior, now is not the time for chatting. If you Sagakure know better, then withdraw from this war. We in Konoha promise not to pursue the previous losses, Tsunade shouted. If she could force Chiyo to retreat with words, she would be happy. This is a powerful senior. Chiyo smiled and shook his head. Impossible, it's almost enough for you to withdraw from Konoha. The environment in our kingdom of sand is too harsh. This fertile land is not necessary for you Konoha, but it is too important to us, so you should withdraw. Then it seems that the only way to determine the winner is to decide the winner. Tsunade looked around the battlefield. Although Sagakure had recovered from being attacked by a sneak attack, he had stabilized. But the whole situation is still dominated by one's own side, and no one can stop Orochimaru and the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru is stronger than Tsunade, and ordinary Jonin cannot hold up in his hands. Coupled with the cooperation of a group of Sharingan, they are the most breathtaking existence in this dark night, and the opponents with countless scarlet eyes are afraid before fighting. Splitting sky kick, Tsuna moved his hand and struck the ground hard with his kick, sending Chiyo and her three puppets flying into the air. Such a terrifying, strange power must not be approached. Chiyo's fingers danced rapidly, and the three puppets were as lifelike as living people, extremely flexible, and surrounded Tsunade. Every time Tsunade is attacked by a puppet's shuriken, a trace of black energy will appear on her skin. This is the toxin that Chiyo is proud of. She would not dare to fight easily if she had not researched the antidote in advance. The battle between the two was not as shocking as Hatake Sakumo and Shunsuke's couple, but it was more bizarre. Ordinary ninjas would rather get close to the former than to them. Boom, 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 the entire Saiyan camp was in chaos. The battle lasted from early morning to dawn. Everyone was exhausted, and the number of casualties on both sides exceeded half. Fortunately, Konoha was the sneak attack party, otherwise they might not have been able to deal with Sangakure. After all, they were fighting on multiple fronts at the moment, and they did not have an advantage in terms of total numbers. From the beginning, Wang Jin followed Shengshu to kill the enemy, but now he has turned to self-protection. His chakra was exhausted several times. If it weren't for Shengshu's Bingliang pills, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. Half a night of witnessing the war made him grow a lot. He killed many people without mentioning it, but he was already used to blood and limbs, ruthlessly reaping the lives of his enemies. No fewer than 10 Sand Shinobi died in his hands. Although chakra and ninjutsu have not improved, Wang Jin firmly believes that the two previous ones are not his opponents now. This is the change brought about by combat experience. Miko. Just when Wang Jin and Nao Shu took advantage of the gap when there were no enemies around to restore chakra, Shunsuke's roar suddenly spread throughout the battlefield. The surviving ninjas looked around and found that Miko had been penetrated through the chest by Hatake Sakumo's short sword. Shunsuke looked at Mako, who was standing in front of him in disbelief. He was the one who had to bear this knife. Hatake Sakumo was still powerful even if he was 1 against 2, and he finally held the victory in his hands for half a night. If Miko hadn't sacrificed himself, Shunsuke would have been killed by him. Bass. Hatake Sakumo was also affected by this woman's sacrifice. He drew his short sword and did not attack again, giving her time to confess her last words. Chiyo wanted to rush over to help, but Tsunade would definitely not let her succeed. She knew that the other party's medical level was not inferior to hers, so Hatake Sakumo's efforts all night were in vain when she asked her to cure Miko. Brother Shunsuke. Mako fell into Shunsuke's arms with a smile on her face without any regrets. Tell my mother-in-law to retreat, I can't go back. I'll have to rely on you to take care of Zai from now on. No, I won't let you die. Shunsuke frantically picked up Mako and rushed to Chiyo. He knew that only his mother could save his wife now. However, Hatake Sakumo is a qualified ninja and will not show any kindness to his enemies. If he didn't take the opportunity to take action just now, he would have given face to Miko, a beloved lover. Shunsuke looked down at the long knife on his chest. He was penetrated from behind by Hadake Sakumo. I admire your couple's strength and consciousness, so let's go to the Pure Land together. I hope you can live in a peaceful world in your next life and will not be involved in war again. Hadake Sakumo looked cold and ended the enemy's life without mercy. Next life, haha, this damn ninja world will not have this day. Shunsuke was not afraid or begging for mercy and faced his own death calmly. Zio, I'm sorry. Mom and I broke our promise and made you unable to wait. When Shunsuke was dying, he said the last words and closed his eyes. Hadake Sakumo did not stop and immediately joined Orochimaru's battlefield, harvesting the life of a sand shinobi like a Shinigami. Retreat, Chiyo reluctantly ordered. Although her son and daughter-in-law were killed by the enemy and the enemy was right in front of her, she wanted revenge even if she died. But Sha Yin's last power is in her hands, and she cannot let the village be destroyed because of her revenge. Now the battlefield situation has become clear. The unstoppable Hadake Sakumo is the demon who crazily harvests the lives of ninjas. If he continues to fight, the entire army will be annihilated. The Sagakure army immediately fled, and Orochimaru ordered the chase. The Konoha ninjas were as powerful as a rainbow and chased Sagakure into the woods. Shangshu followed the large army excitedly, showing his reckless character. Seeing him like this, Wang Jin seemed to feel that completing the mission was just around the corner. Woods chase. Rope Tree should have died here. He followed closely behind Rope Tree, carefully observing every suspicious place in front of him, ready to take action when the opponent stepped on a trap. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Hadake Sakumo are the main force of Konoha, and they are at the forefront. Wang Jin and Shangshu had limited strength and were far away from them, but there were two ninjas around them who acted together. After about half an hour of pursuit, a ninja in front of Wang Jin stepped on the detonating talisman and was blown to pieces, losing his life on the spot. Everyone immediately knew that there was a trap set by Sha Yin, and he accelerated and knocked him 5 or 6 meters away regardless of whether the rope tree was hit or not. Boom, Jins. As soon as the rope tree climbed up, he saw that there was an explosion where he was. The bones in Wang Jin's chest and left leg were blown away. He saved me. Jin wants to save me even at the expense of himself. Is this the Bond third generation Sama talks about? Shangshu froze on the spot, and Wang Jin couldn't help complaining when he saw this. Quick, go call your sister to save me. This idiot is really speechless. How can he improve Orochimaru and Tsunade's favorability if he doesn't die in front of them? Unlike Danzo and the old third generation, these two people must let each other see him die. The favorability of Tsunade and Orochimaru will be too important in the future main world. Huh, that's right Jin, you must hold on. Shangshu suppressed his sadness and disappeared into the woods. The remaining ninja who was not hit simply stopped the bleeding, and Wang Jin yelled in pain. I said, even if this is the case, you still have to look like a ninja. How come it's like you've never been injured? The ninja was stunned by Wang Jin's screams like a pig. He had never seen a ninja who was so afraid of pain. Wang Jin complained, brother, you are right, I have never been injured before. Impossible, you are almost 20 years old, how can you be like a child and not have painful experiences? The ninja didn't believe it at all. He was right. After all, this is the world of ninjas and it's still during a war. Who can't have some color on his body? It's just that he doesn't know that Wang Jin is a foreign population and still feels that he is embarrassed. 10 minutes later, Wang Jin felt his body getting colder and his consciousness began to blur. This actually made the pain disappear a lot, and he no longer screamed like a slaughtered pig. It feels so real, it feels like I'm about to die. What do you mean the same? You are really about to die. Even if Tsunade-sama arrives in time, she can't save you. The ninja who took care of him complained, and Wang Jin chuckled and said something that confused the other person. Brother, I will remember you. I will thank you for your care when we meet again in the future. Konoha ninja, meet him in the future, where Pure Land, he thought Wang Jintang was confused and did not dare to refuse. Thank you. Thank you, but I don't want to go there so early. Haha, Wang Jin laughed and opened the wound again, grinning in pain. After a few more minutes when he couldn't hold it anymore, Tsunade and Naoki finally came. Not only the siblings, but also Orochimaru, Tsunade immediately used the Sage Jutsu to provide first aid. However, it was too late, or even initial treatment could not save Wang Jin. His injury was so serious that no one in the entire ninja world could save him unless Naruto, who was at his peak in the late Fourth War, appeared and used the power of 6 paths yang to restore his flesh and blood. Tsunade-sama, Wang Jin spoke with difficulty. Although his consciousness was blurred to the limit, he must not forget the mission, otherwise the pain today would be in vain. You don't have to exert any effort, I know I'm hopeless. Don't talk, you can still be saved. Tsunade shouted, comforting Wang Jin. She also knew that she couldn't be saved, but she just didn't want to give up. This was not only the code she followed when she created Medical Ninja, it was also her obsession to never give up on every wounded person. Wang Jin smiled miserably, looked at Shangshu who was crying and comforted him. I said I would stand in front of you with my life, and now I have done it. Nishiki, Naoki was so moved that Orochimaru was also confused at this time and whispered to himself, am I too sensitive? Is he really so kind? But those three people disappeared out of thin air, and Uchiha Nishiki couldn't find any credible information. Even the witty Orochimaru was confused at this moment. He had 10,000 reasons to doubt Wang Jin, but once a person died, everything was gone. At this moment, he had to believe that Wang Jin was really not suspicious at all. Wang Jin was amused when he saw Orochimaru, knowing that he had been doubting him but could not find any evidence. At this time, his own death was Wang Jia, which confused the other party. Feeling that his body had reached its limit and that there was a mysterious force pulling at his soul in the world of the sacred tree, he knew it was time to go back. Shangshu, don't be so reckless in the future. I won't be able to save you next time. People's hearts are made of flesh. These days, Shangshu treats him with sincerity and Wang Jin can no longer treat him as an NPC. These words are his true feelings. He hopes that the other party can live well in this divided world. I remember. Now Shu cried in confusion, and Tsunade tried her best but couldn't stop Wang Jin from closing her eyes. In the sacred tree space, a land of chaos, Wang Jin returned to the real world and was satisfied with the prompts in front of him. The mission of rescuing the Senju rope tree is completed, and the rewards have been distributed. Senju Naju's favorability plus 50, Senju Tsunade's favorability plus 50, Orochimaru's favorability plus 30. Georgia's favorability plus 10, Danzo's favorability plus 10, Sarutobi Hiruzen's favorability. The task of transporting war supplies is completed. Please select a reward. Mission Reward 1. Choose one of the 5 escape B-level ninjutsu. Task Reward 2. Increase own chakra by 10% or 10 cards of chakra. Task Reward 3. Obtain 20% favorability from companions. I choose. Wang Jinggang was about to choose the chakra reward and suddenly saw that the favorability of Senju rope tree on his panel was already 80%, which was only 20% short of full. This made a sudden thought pop up in his mind: what would happen if the favorability level was reached? As soon as this idea appeared, it was like a cat scratching its paw. The more I thought about it, the more curious I became, and finally I couldn't help but ask. Sacred Tree, what will happen if I have a good relationship with the Aborigines in the Sacred Tree world? Everything is possible. What's the meaning? The sacred tree stopped talking, but this answer aroused his curiosity even more. Everything is possible. Is it possible to obtain the opponent's abilities? Wang Jin couldn't sit still when he thought of this. Isn't it just a mission reward? Take a gamble. If you can really get the ability of the rope tree, such as the Senju bloodline, it will be a huge profit and 100 missions will be worth it. I choose Reward 3, and the favorability of my colleagues will be plus 20%. Selection completed, rewards have been distributed. The favorability of Senju rope tree is full. You have obtained Senju bloodline fragments. Senju bloodline fragments 1-3, collect 3 to own the Senju family bloodline. The bet was right, but not completely right. Wang Jin really didn't know whether to cry or laugh at this moment. Hello Wang Jin, you have died once in the world of the sacred tree. There will be no punishment this time. Settlement completed, please prepare to exit the sacred tree space. Before Wang Jin could think about it, he was kicked out of the chaotic space by the sacred tree. When he opened his eyes, he saw Li Shu, who had been guarding the outside world for a long time. Principal, have you been here all this time? Wang Jin was released from the air more than 10 meters by the sacred tree and landed firmly on the ground. He looked at Li Shu with a surprised look on his face, and the latter had a very bad look on his face. Why do you want to act privately? Li Shu's voice was dull, as if he was suppressing his anger. Sure enough, when Wang Jin hesitated and didn't know how to explain, Li Shu became furious. Wang Jin, did you know that your behavior will destroy you and my hard work these days? How much have I paid to train you? Don't you know how to be grateful? Are you willful on your first mission? School principal because. Wang Jin could not explain that he knew the plot of the original work and knew that the characters in Konoha base camp were key points in the future. This is an eternal secret. It is impossible to tell anyone, not even family members. However, it was impossible not to give Li Shu a reasonable excuse, so he simply bowed his head and acted like an ostrich without explaining and let Li Shu teach him a lesson. Li Shu scolded him for more than half an hour before he stopped. Perhaps because he was tired or because Wang Jin had a good attitude, his expression softened a little. Forget it, I won't do it next time. Fortunately, the task is completed. 10 cards of chakra are enough for you to show off in the seed selection 4 days later. My opponent has no reason to embarrass you. However, Li Shuo's anger that had just calmed down was revived by Wang Jin's words, and this time it exploded even more violently. He was so angry that he couldn't stand still. Well, Principal, please don't be angry. I didn't choose chakra reward, I chose favorability. What? Li Shuo staggered and almost lost his balance. He only felt that his eyes went dark and he couldn't see anything. Choose favorability instead of chakra. Are you a pig? Don't you know how important chakra is to you now? Without chakra, you will be nothing no matter how many ninjutsu you have. No pigs have more brains than you. As Li Shuo spoke, his eyes were looking around as if he was looking for something. When Wang Jin saw this, he immediately ran away. He was very familiar with this action. In his previous life, when he was a child, his naughty grandma looked for someone who took advantage of him before whipping him. It was exactly the same. Principal, I was wrong, please listen to my explanation. But how could Wang Jin escape from a strong man who was about to break through Jonin? After Li Shuo completed this task of collecting for more than 10 years, he chose chakra for a 10% reward. Chakra increased from more than 850 cards to more than 940, and he was only one step away from breaking through Jonin. Snap, bang, bang. Soon, different noises came from the street and some passers, by who were gloating about his misfortune, couldn't help but feel happy when they saw Wang Jin wailing continuously as he was being whipped. Old sir, please don't hit me with your hands. It won't hurt. You have to use a belt to educate your children. Haha, Lao Liu, please stop fighting. Isn't there a stick over there? Knock it hard a few times and forget it. You two are really bad. Can't you see that kid is a ninja? Ordinary guys are just fine. He needs to be beaten by chakra. Half an hour later, Wang Jin, who was limping with a bruised nose and face, followed Li Shuo back to the playground of number 6 middle school and met Zhu Xiaoyu and Yan Meng. The two of them were lying on the lawn and lazing around, but after seeing Wang Jin's miserable state, they quickly sat up and started to refine the chakra without daring to express their anger. How could they not know what Wang Jin went through? I just didn't expect Li Shuo to be so harsh. He was beating him to death. Okay, stop pretending and come here, Li Shuo said angrily. After hearing this, the two of them stood respectfully next to Wang Jin like primary school students facing their head teacher. After being beaten and beaten, Li Shuo was almost out of anger and looked at the three of them and spoke in a deep voice. After Ninja's chakra breaks through 20 cards, it will usher in an explosive period. From now on, it can increase by at least 1 card every day, and there will be no bottleneck until it reaches 200 cards. But geniuses usually get stuck when they reach about 300 calories, and then return to the previous situation where they can't improve much in a month. Now you three should know why I chose this time to use the mission that I have treasured for many years. I know, the three of them said in unison. And Zhu Xiaoyu asked curiously, Principal, you beat Wang Jin so badly, didn't he have no choice? She stopped talking as she seemed to understand something in her heart. After Yan Meng heard this, he immediately looked at the boy beside him, his eyes widening. No way, brother, you really didn't choose the chakra reward. Those who are not sentient ninjas or Byakugan Sharingan have no idea how much chakra is in other people's bodies, unless the other person uses ninjutsu to explode chakra. Zhu Xiaoyu couldn't roll his eyes every day, so he guessed. Although Yan Meng didn't know how to perceive the pupil technique, he got the answer from Wang Jin's silent expression and was immediately confused. You're stupid. That's 10 calories of chakra. With your body strength, you can't even try to refine it in 2 months. Yan Meng roared, spitting all over Wang Jin's face. Wang Jin wiped it silently and said in a deep voice, but I don't regret it. Even if I do it again, I will still choose this way. Are you still a tough guy? Li Shuo frowned immediately after hearing this. Although Wang Jin had been begging for mercy just now, he was extremely firm on this point and could not change it at all. Zhu Xiaoyu was also speechless, staring at Wang Jin with a pair of big and smart eyes. Why are you so insistent? What did you choose? Favorability. Why? Zhu Xiaoyu was surprised. Previously, she thought Wang Jin was tempted by the B-level ninjutsu option, but she never expected this seemingly useless thing. Wang Jin, you have always been a wise and calm person in my heart, and you would not do such stupid things for no reason. Something stupid? Wang Jin planned to speak for the first time after hearing this. Li Shuo was also curious about his reasons and cast his eyes on him. Amidst the confusion, curiosity, and regret among the three of them, he expressed the reason for his insistence. I overheard the conversation between two Jonin when I was on the street. The Senju clan used to be a powerful clan, and each clan member had a huge amount of chakra. The rope tree that is traveling with us is a member of the Senju clan. I know you will be curious about how I know this. After all, there is no word Senju in his name. At this point, the three of them nodded slowly. They really didn't understand. Wang Jin continued, "Maybe you can see that he treats me differently than you do. He is very willing to reveal his true feelings to me. He told me quietly on the way to deliver supplies. That's why I stayed willfully and I succeeded. After you left, I triggered a new task at Rope Tree. After completing the two tasks, the rewards of the two tasks were added together with his favorability." Then you got the huge secret of the Senju clan's chakra. Li Shuo's eyes instantly lit up when he heard this. If so, not only will it not be a loss, but it will also make a lot of money. "I got it, but not completely," Wang Jin shook his head. Zuo Zioyo was confused. "What do you mean?" "That's it." Wang Jin opened his panel, letting the three of them see the words, "1/3 of the Senju bloodline fragment." This is his private secret, and he can choose not to reveal it to outsiders. It's just that the three of them need an explanation, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with it. Fortunately, they are all his friends and mentors, and they are all trustworthy people. Senju bloodline. Although Li Shuo has lived a long life and has seen a lot, he has never heard of this family. It seems that the words of those two Jonin have some credibility. But you cannot completely believe it until you collect 3 fragments to obtain the bloodline of this family to prove it. Wang Jin, you are still too naive to give up part of your future for an unconfirmed rumor. Li Shuo shook his head and was not optimistic about the Senju clan. Zuo Zioyu and Yan Meng had similar expressions. Neither of them wanted Wang Jin to do this. However, only Wang Jin understands how correct his choice is. The Senju family is part of the descendants of the Sage of 6 Paths. It can not only increase the total amount of chakra of the ninja, but it may also solve the overbearing side effects of Sharingan in this world. Even if he comes back 100 times, he will still choose this way. You don't want to participate in the seed selection in 4 days. Li Shuo waved his hand, feeling very troubled by this student Wang Jin. Wang Jin, why? Principal, although I don't have as much chakra as others, I won't admit defeat. Zuo Zioyu and Yan Meng's chakra currently have more than 10 cards. According to Li Shuo, the top talents in other cities should be similar. Although the difference is at least 10 times, Wang Jin does not think that he cannot defeat the opponent. He is very confident in his current fighting awareness and experience. There are many examples in the original work where less defeats more. If the battle between ninjas is only about whose chakra is more, Kaguya will not be sealed. For me, Anseong University's seed selection is a big stage. Whether or not I will receive more resources from the school in the future will depend on this time. This is not a matter of admitting defeat or not. Li Shuo rubbed his temples, feeling helpless. I just learned the day before yesterday that the teacher sent by Anseong University to select this time was my arch-rival when I was young. If you participate with your strength, you will only be ridiculed by him. I know that guy's character very well. He will never let go of the opportunity to attack you, then I will also be embarrassed. Okay, I'll listen to the principal. Although he was unwilling to accept it, he had no choice but to make a mistake first, and it was difficult to persist. Brother, don't be discouraged. Yan Meng patted his shoulder. The official ranking competition for admission will be in 2 months. You still have a chance. I know, I'm just a little unwilling. Wang Jin slowly shook his head and looked at Li Shuo. Principal, if this is the case, then I will not practice here. You can concentrate on teaching them too. What are your plans? Li Shuo asked. Wang Jin thought for a while. Isn't the school on vacation now? During this time, I plan to do some tasks alone to support my family, and at the same time, I can practice. And you can enter the world of the sacred tree again in 20 days. Anyway, Zhu Zioyu Mengzi and I won't be able to be together by then, so we might as well separate now. That's fine, Li Shuo nodded after hearing this. Out of sight, out of mind. It's a good choice for you not to observe the seed selection. At least your confidence will not be dampened. As for subsidizing the family, you don't have to. I know you are a filial child, but what you need most now is time. Don't let life delay your cultivation. As he spoke, he took out a black bank card from his arms. This is a universal card for all banks in the continent and can be used in both the south and the north. There are 100,000 yuan in it. You can take it back to your adoptive parents. The password is 6 zeros. I am not short of this little money. How can this be done? Wang Jin refused without thinking. Principal, I already owe you too much for your life fruit and collection tasks. How can I still ask for your money? Stop talking nonsense, take it. Li Shuo thrust the bank card into his hand and couldn't refuse. Just treat it as a scholarship given to you by number 6 middle school. Don't think too much about it. Wang Jin held the bank card with the old principal's warmth in his hand, silently moved in his heart, and bowed deeply to Li Shuo. Principal, your kindness will never be forgotten by our students, and I will repay you in the future. The largest Warcraft Corps trading market in the West Valley District was established by the council. Any Warcraft Corps, complete or incomplete, could be traded here. Wang Jin walked in for the first time in 18 years. He came to a stall selling goat meat, and the stall owner immediately spoke enthusiastically. How much do you want, young man? The mutton here is all fresh. How much does it cost per pound? It's not expensive, 3,000 yuan or 3,000 yuan for 10 kilograms. 3,000, then let's get 10 pounds. Okay, the stall owner immediately used a sharp chakra conduction dagger to cut and weigh his meat, and soon 30,000 federal coins were spent. Then he came to a short-tailed rabbit stall and bought 20 caddies at a price of 101 caddies, and then left with satisfaction. Although the cost is huge, Wang Jin knows very well that this money cannot be saved and must be turned into combat effectiveness in future. After returning home, his adoptive father, adoptive mother, and sister Wang Yue were stunned. The family of three had never bought Warcraft meat in their lives, let alone so much. Zio Jin, this meat is... Cheng Feng's voice trembled. You can tell that the meat of the monster is much more attractive than ordinary domestic livestock. Wang Jin chuckled and said, Auntie, this is a scholarship awarded by the school, totaling 100,000. I thought that now is a good time for me and my sister to refine chakra, and we can't lose nutrition. So we spent more than 40,000 yuan to buy these monster meats. You won't blame me, right? No wonder this is a scholarship you got based on your ability. You can spend it however you want. Cheng Feng quickly shook his head after hearing this. Wang Jiaqiang and Wang Yue happily praised Wang Jin. Wang Jin gave the remaining 28,000 yuan in the card to Cheng Feng, and he first transferred 40,000 yuan to Zhu Xiaoyu. Auntie, this money will be enough for you to use for a while. I can go to college with peace of mind. How can this be done? Wang Jiaqiang, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately stood up and pushed his bank card back and said seriously, We should pay for you to go to college. How can you let your child give us money? You can keep this money and spend it yourself. It will be more useful than anything else to improve your strength. Yes, Xiaojin, your uncle and I can still do it now, so you don't need to worry about it. Cheng Feng said with a smile. Although she didn't get the money, Wang Jin's kindness made her even more gratified. Unable to resist the two, Wang Jin had to keep the money for himself, while Wang Yue looked envious at the side. She is still a few months older than Wang Jin, but now her performance is completely different. When she still needs to rely on her family, Wang Jin has already begun to share her worries and solve her problems. Brother, I don't understand how to refine chakra. Can you teach me? Around 9 o'clock in the evening, when Wang Jin was sitting cross-legged on the bed refining chakra, Wang Yue walked in. Wearing an old dark yellow pajamas, with the scent of just taking a bath, she sat next to Wang Jin. Although her appearance is only above average, her figure is extremely good. She is bulging where she should be and curvy where she should be. She is neither fat nor thin and is full of youthfulness. Wang Jin immediately ended the practice and motioned for her to take off her shoes and go to bed. When I was young, my grandparents were still there, and there was no room at home, so we could only sleep on the same bed. We were used to it, and there was no need to avoid anything. Come on, sister, let me teach you. It just so happens that I just learned a new chakra refining method from a powerful ninja. Wang Jin chuckled. Wang Yue crossed her legs and got on the bed while looking at him with surprised eyes. A powerful ninja. How powerful is it? Shadow level, Wang Jin smiled mysteriously. The girl was stunned after hearing this. After she regained consciousness, she immediately grabbed his shoulders excitedly. Shadow level. Brother, is he the strongest in the mainland? That's the shadow level. How did you get to know her? That kind of strong person shouldn't have anything to do with you, right? Are you trying to make my sister happy? Wang Yue was a little doubtful. It doesn't count. Wang Jin smiled, put away the joke and said, We met in the sacred tree world, but that person is really a movie-level person. It scared me to death. Sister, I thought you had seen such a strong person in the real world. Wang Yue patted her proud chest, then hummed and smiled, twisting Wang Jin's ears and pressing him down. No matter how successful you are now, in my eyes, you will always be my younger brother. I didn't say it wasn't. Sister, please stop making trouble and let go. It won't be good if your uncle and aunt see you. So what if I see you? Don't forget that you are not my biological brother. My parents have already wanted us to be together. Wang Yue stood up and let go, continuing. But my sister doesn't want to live with someone who is too familiar in the future, otherwise she will lose her passion. You said you are as rare as a fairy in the sky. You want to marry me, but you don't want me to marry you yet. Wang Jin made a sound, and the siblings made a fuss for a while before returning to the topic. Why can't you learn? Pay attention to the absolute balance between physical and mental strength. It took nearly an hour of teaching for Wang Yue to slowly grasp the balance, which left Wang Jin speechless. His sister was indeed not smart. Listening to the movements of the siblings in the room, Cheng Feng and Wang Jiaqiang in the living room looked at each other helplessly. It seems that Xiaojun and Xiaoyu can only be siblings. Yes, it would be great if Xiaoyu could follow Xiaojun. It's hard to find such an outstanding child. The couple does have this intention, but they respect the wishes of the siblings more and will not actively interfere. In a private training ground in downtown Ancheng, Li Shua walked in with Zhu Xiaoyu and Yan Meng Dusty. This is the venue borrowed by Anseong University for the seed selection, and the selection officially starts today. As soon as Yan Meng entered the training ground, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. A huge open-air arena with a length and width of more than 500 meters was located in the center of the field. There is also a circle of stands around, with all kinds of testing instruments. That's the ninjutsu power testing machine. Didn't it say that only the official can have this thing? Why is it available here? Yan Meng's eyes were attracted by a black wall made of conductive metal, with a huge screen above the wall. He had learned this thing in books, and it was used to test the level of ninjutsu grandmaster, using the same chakra to produce different powers. Zhuo Xiaoyu pursed her lips in a certain direction. You don't even know who this belongs to. Is it her? That's not surprising. When Yan Meng turned his head and saw a tall, beautiful girl with a confident smile on her face, Luo Shiking walking towards here, he immediately felt a lot more reasonable. It's understandable that they are the richest family in mainland Daxia and are a bit special. Xiaoyu, classmate Yan Meng, we meet again. Luo Shiking smiled. She was wearing a white martial arts uniform today and stood pretty in front of the two of them waving. Zhuo Xiaoyu hugged her and said, Shiking, are you also coming to participate in the selection? Yes, my family asked me to enroll in Anseong University. Luo Shiking smoothed her hair, led the two of them to a deserted place in the stands and sat down, and then she spoke helplessly. You also know that I am only interested in business, not ninjas or anything else, but my family won't let me. It's your talent that's the fault. Zhuo Xiaoyu curled her lips. You are a Boyle-style blood heir. It's understandable that Uncle Luo wants you to follow the path of a ninja. Boyle-style? Yan Meng's eyes widened immediately after hearing this, and he carefully looked at the smiling Luo Shiking. I didn't see it. Do you still have this talent? What's wrong, big man? Are you allowed to awaken the blood successor limit? Luo Shiking snorted. You are no match for me in a real fight. That's not necessarily true. I now have a full 12 calories of chakra. Yan Meng made a muscle-flexing gesture and said with a smile, Classmate Luo, I can beat you to tears with one punch, even though you have such thin skin and tender flesh. So that's all you have left. Luo Shiking was disdainful and then looked around. Where's Wang Jin? He's not here. No, Zhuo Xiaoyu sighed. He missed this selection. Missed it? What's going on? Luo Shiking was surprised. Didn't you tell me a few days ago that he also has mission rewards? Chakra will catch up. Well, it's a long story. There was an accident. Zhuo Xiaoyu shook her head and was about to speak again but was suddenly interrupted. Shiking, you're actually here too. A boy in black, about 1.8 meters tall and quite handsome, immediately smiled when he saw Luo Shiking, walked over quickly, pushed Yan Meng aside to chat with the girl. Yan Meng was very angry. Everyone loves beautiful girls, but this guy actually takes his place. This is absolutely intolerable. Who are you, kid? He grabbed the boy in black's shoulder with his hands and tried to lift him up. However, something unexpected happened to Yan Meng. The boy in black burst out a powerful chakra without even looking back, knocking his hand away. Shiking, your friend? The boy in black turned back and looked at Yan Meng, who looked shocked. Luo Shiking's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. Not friends, just acquaintances. Oh, then I understand. The boy in black smiled and walked up to Yan Meng and showed his faceplate. Name, Tao Yu. Faction, Earth Country Rock Hidden Village. Tolerance 10. Body 8. Fantasy 5. Essence 7. Chakra 17 card. Level Genin. Chakra nature changes. Earth, fire, water, thunder, yin, yang. Blood succession limit. Storm style. Master ninjutsu. Lightning style, thunder, light pillar, earth style, wall, water wave, fire style, fire dragon technique, storm style, and Arashi light pillar. 4 attributes. And there is also a blood inheritance limit. Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yan Meng exclaimed after reading Tao Yu's panel. The latter's number of ninjutsu masters, total amount of chakra, and potential far exceeded the two of them. Tao Yu gently patted Yan Meng's face and said in a frivolous tone, "Brother, do you know who I am now?" I know, I know." Yan Meng was obviously frightened and did not dare to cause trouble to the other party again. Tao Yu's handsomeness and strength immediately became the focus of the audience, attracting the admiration of many talented girls and of course the jealousy of many male compatriots. But no one dares to make trouble. His strength is not fake. Shiking, what are you going to do in the past 2 months? Tao Yu squatted in front of Luo Shiking, his handsome face very close to the girl, and the latter gently pushed his head away with her fingers. Don't be so close, I'm not your girlfriend. Haha, that's it from now on. Tao Yu stood up and spoke affectionately, Shiking, I have been chasing you for 5 years. I came all the way from Jiangcheng to participate in the selection just for you. You should know what I think. Many girls were envious of Luo Shiking when they heard these words of confession, while the male compatriots were cursing secretly in their hearts, feeling very unhappy. She won't refuse, right? A talented girl said. I really hope that such an outstanding boy will confess to me. Don't even think about it, you ugly duckling. Such a man will not fall in love with us. Only the eldest daughter of the Luo family can have such a suitor. Who makes me rich? The girl's best friend looked jealous. At this time, more than 50 geniuses from various cities have gathered in the training ground, all looking at Tao Yu and Luo Shiking, two of the most favored talents in heaven. However, an unexpected scene appeared for everyone. Facing the outstanding Tao Yu, Luo Shiking just smiled and left. Let's wait until everyone becomes Jonin to think about these things. The teachers from Anseong University are here, Xiaoyu, let's go there. Luo Shiking took Xiaoyu's arm and walked towards the main seat of the stand. Everyone saw this and quickly followed. At this moment, there were 5 people sitting on the main seat. 3 of them had the words Anseong University printed on their clothes. The other 2 were Li Shuo, and Xiaoyu didn't recognize them. Everyone is here? Asked the blue-haired old man in the middle who looked to be about 60 years old. He was the person in charge sent by Anseong University and was responsible for the final evaluation. Director, a total of 58 students are here. Shall we start now? The 2 middle-aged men beside him said that they were ordinary teachers at Anseong University. The blue-haired old man glanced around among the students and stopped at Xiaoyu and Yan Meng. Li Shuo, these 2 are your students. It seems there is nothing surprising about them. No worse than your students, Kong Xin. Li Shuo snorted tit for tat. I'm far behind my students. Kong Xin shook his head. He was thin and small. He looked about 1.6 meters tall, about the same as Li Shuo. Even Jonin can't teach any good students. Then why don't you let your students compete? Li Shuo also stood up and looked directly at Kong Xin. Who is strong and who is weak cannot be told by words. Haha, they will have a chance, Kong Xin laughed. My disciple doesn't look down on this selection at all. He will be the student waiting for you in the freshman admission ranking competition and let you see what a true genius is. I'm not ashamed to say it. Li Shuo crossed his arms and said, stop talking nonsense and start the selection. I will finish it early and still have to practice. It doesn't make any difference whether you practice or not, you mediocre person. You are almost buried in the earth. Do you still want to break through Jonin? What did you say? Li Shuo was irritated and stood up suddenly. Seniors, calm down, this is not a place for fighting. The students are all looking at you too. Yes, director, we are here for selection. The Luo family sent a middle-aged man who managed the venue and a teacher from Anseong University to quickly stop them, fearing that the 2 old seniors would fight. Kong Xin shook his head, smiled, and walked towards the students beside the ring. Old guy, I'll save you some face today. If you want to fight, come to me anytime. I'm afraid you won't succeed. Li Shuo followed closely, and the other 3 immediately followed after seeing this. As expected, the relationship between the principal and this person is very bad. Yan Meng couldn't hear the argument, but could see that Li Shuo's face looked ugly. Xiaoyu stood beside Yan Meng and nodded gently. At this time, 58 students stood in a row. Kong Xin came to the crowd with a majestic and powerful voice. 3 people who have mastered the Jonin technique, more than 10 chakra cards, 4 attributes or the blood inheritance limit are listed. Yes, soon 12 students walked out of the team, including Tao Yu, Luo Shiking, Xiaoyu, Yan Meng, and others. Open your panels. Oh yes. The 12 people complied and Kong Xin nodded after checking that he was not lying. Put it away. You have been hired by Anseong University. Go aside and wait. Yes, the 12 people did not leave too far and were still watching the others. The remaining 46 students envied them and waited for Kong Xin's next order. Kong Xin looked at these people and said in a deep voice, Talent and family background are innate, but whether you work hard or not is in your own hands. You still have the opportunity to enter Anseong University and compete with 12 of them for status. I will arrange a 2-to-2 battle below. Those who perform well can be admitted, and those who perform well can receive the same treatment as geniuses. Do you understand? I understand. 46 students responded in unison with loud voices, all wanting to leave a good impression on Kong Xin. Kong Xin beckoned 2 Anseong University teachers to start making arrangements, and soon the first group of students boarded the ring. Both of them had around 5 cards of chakra and mastered the same number of ninjutsu. There were not many highlights in the battle, so they were wiped out. The 2 of them were dejected and unwilling, and the tall boy among them spoke to the teacher of Anseong University. Teacher, there are still 2 months left for enrollment. I believe that I will grow a lot during this time. Can you give me another chance? I have confidence too. The short boy quickly followed suit, but the teacher at Anseong University shook his head. Let's talk about it when you do it. You can't be appointed today. The next group is Liu Mao and Li Lei. Arrive. A man and a woman jumped onto the ring, and the selection continued. As time passed, after more than an hour, all 46 people completed the battle, and only 8 students stood out and stood in the designated team. Among these 8 people, the one with the most chakra has 9 cards, and the one with the least has only 3 cards. He is a boy in blue who practices physical arts and is jealous of the students who failed to win. Teacher, this is unfair. He can enter the predetermined group, why can't I? A boy who was unsuccessful in the 8-card chakra pointed at the boy in blue and said angrily. Because of his persistence, the teacher from Anseong University said calmly, although Su Luo only has 3 chakra cards, he can easily defeat opponents who are much stronger than him with physical skills. Everyone can see his rich combat experience. Do you need to explain what this means? There is never a shortage of resources for Anseong University. Even students who are not naturally talented will be cultivated as long as they have a firm belief in becoming stronger and practical efforts. This is why I approved Su Luo to enter the predetermined group. After the Anseong University teacher finished speaking, these students could no longer object. They only saw the dried blood on the bandage on Su Luo's hand to know how hard the other party worked. Su Luo was moved by being recognized. He was born in a civilian family and got to where he is today with the help of his class teacher. Everyone here is bigger than his chakra, and being selected is something he never dared to think about before. The teacher is right, Anseong University is where I will rise. Su Luo clenched his fists, and the determination in his eyes became more intense. Kong Xin, okay, you can go back. I look forward to seeing you all again during the entrance examination at the end of August. More than 30 students who were not selected left in disappointment, and the training ground quickly became quieter. Kong Xin walked up to the 20 scheduled students and looked at Luo Shiking. The latter smiled mischievously. The two seemed to have known each other for a long time. Girl, I know your abilities, let you test them. The one who defeats you will be designated as a seed genius for training. Okay, this is a hard job. Uncle Kong, you have to make it up to me afterwards. Luo Shiking blinked, walked out of the team and stood next to Kong Xin. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you. Everyone except Tao Yu was surprised. Brother Tao, is she better than you? A boy who was approaching asked Tao Yu, who nodded seriously. Of course, otherwise how could poetry attract me? Well, everyone was even more surprised when they received Tao Yu's affirmation. They all looked at Luo Shiking seriously, as if they were seeing her for the first time. Yan Meng touched Zhu Xiaoyu and said, why didn't you tell me earlier that she is so powerful? Me, Zhu Xiaoyu shook her head and looked at Luo Shiking with a complicated expression. She is very mysterious, even I don't fully understand her. Aren't you two best friends? Why? Let's just say we have never discussed ninja matters with each other before. I only know that her talent is very good, but I never know her true strength. Zhu Xiaoyu shook her head, her gaze was caught by Luo Shiking, and she smiled innocently. Bang! Luo Shiking jumped onto the ring nimbly and said to Zhu Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, I'm sorry for hiding this from you. Let us sisters have a fight first. Okay, Zhu Xiaoyu also moved quickly and came to Luo Shiking. I'm also curious about how many things you have hidden. You will be surprised. Luo Shiking smiled and made a swish seal with her hands. When Zhu Xiaoyu saw this, she immediately rolled her eyes and touched Luo Shiking's chest with her white and tender hands. Acupuncture. Whoosh! Luo Shiking gave up the seal and nimbly dodged Zhu Xiaoyu's attack. She knew very well that fighting by Yan in close combat was not an option. Of course, Zhu Xiaoyu knew her advantages and pestered Luo Shiking to compete in physical skills, but an unexpected scene appeared for her. Luo Shiking only made 2 seals and disappeared completely. The art of instantaneous body. So fast. Zuo Zaiou was shocked when she saw her best friend throw her away in the blink of an eye. Ninjutsu. Shiking, how many ninjutsu have you mastered? Hee, not too many, just about 10 or so. Luo Shiking laughed, her words shocked everyone. You learned so much ninjutsu just after graduating from high school. Isn't this amazing? Yes, I have only mastered 3 and that is a genius. How did she practice? Moreover, Luo Shiking's fighting rhythm is very smooth, and Zuo Zaiou's advantage cannot be used at all. Well, it can be seen that she has experienced a lot of battles, which is obviously different from us. The students discussed and were all shocked by Luo Shiking's performance. Tao Yu chuckled, Shiking certainly has rich combat experience. Don't forget what she has at home. What's their money? A boy wondered, but what does this have to do with combat experience? Idiot, brother Tao means Warcraft. The boy who was close to Tao Yu immediately said, the Luo family has the largest number of Warcraft in the continent. As the eldest daughter of the family, she must often fight against those things. Warcraft, yes, no wonder her combat experience is so exaggerated. After hearing this, everyone immediately felt that it was reasonable. After all, the pressure brought by Warcraft must be greater than that of ninjas of the same level. Luo Shiking relied on her super high fighting talent to control Zuo Zaiou so that she could not attack her even once. Zuo Zaiou had no choice but to admit defeat. She knew that the opponent had saved face for her and never used ninjutsu and boil-style attacks from the beginning to the end. As the successor of the Byakugan clan, Boil-style knows very well that anyone who touches the strong acid produced by the combination of water and fire will die. I admit defeat, Shiking, you are very powerful, I am no match. Hee, Zaiou, don't be discouraged. In 2 days I will take you to play with World of Warcraft and you will be able to do what I do. Luo Shiking's strong strength and innocent and beautiful appearance attracted many boys to her. At this time they finally understood why even an outstanding person like Tao Yu had to pursue her so hard. Big guy, it's your turn. Luo Shiking hooked her fingers at Yan Meng, who shrank his neck and felt a little unsure. 16-card chakra, Mr. Luo, you have to be merciful. I will, come on. Yan Meng jumped onto the ring and immediately formed a seal. His skin turned blue, and he used the granite technique. Luo Shiking did not interrupt his seal and allowed Yan Meng to take the lid. Earth-style thrust. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 soil spikes about the thickness of an adult's fist and about 1 meter long appeared from Luo Shiking's feet and stabbed at her slender legs. HMPH, that's quite a ruthless attack. Luo Shiking calmly jumped away from Yan Meng's attack range and made swish seals with her hands in the air. Immediately after landing, she activated her teleportation technique, came to him at a speed that Yan Meng couldn't react, and punched him hard on the chin, causing the sound of bone cracking. Water-style water prison technique. Yan Meng didn't have Zuo Zaiou's astonishingly insightful white eyes. Luo Shiking's speed was a fatal threat to him. After being hit by physical skills, he was controlled by a water ball about 2 meters in diameter. Admit defeat, gurglings. Yan Meng was choked and drank a lot of water, and quickly waved to express his intention. Luo Shiking waved her hand, and the water prison turned into ordinary water flowing all over the floor. She folded her hands around her chest and looked at the other students. Any one of you, except Tao Yu, can go first. After she said that, everyone looked at me and I looked at you, but no one dared to jump onto the ring for a while. Effortlessly defeated 2 geniuses with limited blood. This terrifying strength made no one think of defeating her. Kong Xin smiled softly and asked the 2 Anseong University teachers beside him. Who do you think is better, my apprentice or this girl? Of course he is your disciple. A teacher said with a smile, he is a natural 5-escape genius that is rare to find in many years. Coupled with your careful training for so many years, director, there is absolutely no one in the same period who is his disciple. Opponent. Yes, I think so. Kong Xin looked proud and grinned at Li Shuo beside him. Old guy, did you hear that? Even this girl from the Luo family is no match for my apprentice. How can your 2 disciples compare with him? Li Shuo was stunned after hearing this. He wanted to refute but couldn't find a reason. He didn't doubt that the 3 of them were playing a double act. At Jonin's level, there was no need to lie about such a thing. Zuo Zaiou and Yan Meng are still far behind these top geniuses. I hope they can catch up in the future. Li Shuo sighed secretly in his heart. He was embarrassed in front of his old rival today. After Yan Meng's defeat, Luo Shiking defeated 2 more students in one breath. Seeing this gap, the remaining dozen geniuses completely lost confidence. Teacher, I give up. I can't be a match for student Luo. Me too, she is so powerful, I have no hope of winning. I'll give up too, the gap is too big. I also. Everyone except Tao Yu spoke one after another. Although it is not clear what the treatment for seed talent is, Anseong University will definitely not disappoint anyone and will definitely be a surprise. But I have no predestined relationship with this thing, so I can't ask for it at all. Kong Xin threw a grape-like fruit to Luo Shiking, who caught it and ate it and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. Tao Yu, it's up to you now to defeat this girl. Yes, teacher, Tao Yu bowed slightly to Kong Xin and slowly walked to the ring step by step to wait for Luo Shiking to recover. He knew that the grape-shaped thing was called Bingliangwen. It was imitated by some ninjas who like to study by referring to the methods of the aborigines in the world of sacred trees. It could quickly restore physical strength and chakra in a short time. After about half an hour of touching, Luo Shiking stood up, moved her curvy figure a little and smiled at Tao Yu. I haven't played against you for a while. Let's see if I can beat you today. Haha, then you have to be serious. Tao Yu's tight-fitting black clothes gave people a refreshing feeling. His hands slightly clenched into fists and made a crunching sound, and his eyes immediately became sharp. It's true that he likes Luo Shiking, but he never dares to let it go. In the past, he always lost more than he won when the two of them fought. Let's get started, everyone can go back after this fight. Kong Xin said, and he got serious with the two teachers, Li Shuo and 4 others, all wanting to see how the 2 strongest freshmen representing this year performed. As for the students, their eyes widened, fearing that they would miss any details of the battle between the 2 men. Yes, teacher. Luo Shiking and Tao Yu shouted lowly, and then started to form seals at the same time. Lightning-style thunder light pillar. Wind escape great breakthrough. Tao Yu's seal formation speed was slightly faster than Luo Shiking's. The 4 seals were half a meter thick and about 3 meters high. The former was surrounded by thunder pillars whose entire body was transformed from thunder. The lightning pillar is a lightning-style B-level ninjutsu. The 4 pillars can form an electric space to continuously cause damage to the opponent. The power is linked to the chakra. Overall, it is a very powerful ninjutsu. Luo Shiking understands these very well. She has fought with Tao Yu several times and is familiar with each other's methods. Wind release ninjutsu immediately appeared, and the powerful hurricane destroyed a thunder pillar directly in front, thereby destroying the entire current space. The fight between the two lasted only a moment. After the current space was destroyed, Tao Yu did not hesitate at all. He immediately squatted down and slapped the ground with both hands, pouring a large amount of chakra into the ground. Lightning-style ground walk. Earth-style wall. Bang! Seeing this, Luo Shiking immediately used a thick earth wall to keep out the thunder that was coming from the ground. She had no idea of using water style. Even elementary school students could understand Lei Keshui, let alone a genius like her. My strength has improved a lot. Luo Shiking jumped up on the earth wall and hugged her chest with her hands, looking down at Tao Yu. The latter smiled slightly at her and said, "You too, chakra has almost caught up with me after not seeing her for half a year. Use your storm style, normal ninjutsu has no effect on me. I have a way to deal with it." Indeed, Tao Yu nodded in affirmation. Feng Kele, once my lightning style fails to work, there will be no possibility of defeating you. But are you sure you want me to use storm style? I'm afraid I can't control the intensity well, what if? Come on, Luo Shiking held up her hair. Since it's a battle, don't hold back, otherwise it won't be interesting at all. Okay, this is what you asked for. Tao Yu began to form seals with his hands, but it was not the storm-style seal but the instant body technique. However, the students discovered that his teleportation technique was different from Luo Shiking's. He needed to form 4 seals, while the former only needed 2 seals. Everyone knows the principle of simplifying seals. It is done by using one's proficiency in a certain ninjutsu. However, it is very difficult to do. It requires not only talent but also a lot of time to practice. Tao Yu gathered a large amount of chakra on his legs, and his figure kept changing positions in the ring. The students were dazzled and amazed. So fast, how do they practice? They have just graduated and are so proficient in the teleportation technique, and we haven't even started learning it yet. Yes, ninjutsu is something that every ninja must master. Without super fast movement speed, it would be too passive to fight. Speaking of which, Luo Shiking is stronger in this aspect. She can simplify the formation of seals, which is a huge advantage in battle. Well, to put it bluntly, the teleportation technique uses a large amount of chakra in the legs to move at high speeds. It is not a true teleportation. Whoever uses it first will master the rhythm of the battle. Luo Shiking is already ahead of all of us. But Tao Yu is not bad either, he is different from us. He will not be defeated just because of this small gap. It is not certain who will win and who will lose. It will take a while to see whose blood inheritance limit is stronger. Several well-informed students were discussing, and their eyes could barely follow Tao Yu's movements. It's just that the body can't react. It can be said that a single move of instant body technique can determine the winner. But Luo Shiking is not afraid, her teleportation technique is even better. Tao Yu took action when he thought he had an opportunity and kicked Luo Shiking hard in the chest. Bang! Luo Shiking bent her arms to resist, but was kicked off the earth wall by Tao Yu, landing more than 10 meters away. Tao Yu took advantage of Luo Shiking's opportunity to release her strength and quickly formed seals with his hands. In less than 3 seconds, a fire dragon about 20 meters long appeared in front of him and flew towards the girl who had just stood on the ground. This is not over yet. After the fire dragon appeared, his hands still did not stop and continued to form seals. Fire-style fire dragon technique. Storm-style light pillar. Hold head high. The roar of the fire dragon and 4 black lightning pillars appeared. In addition to the change in color, the power also became stronger. This was lightning style mixed with water style. What a ruthless tactic. Luo Shiking's expression changed dramatically. Her hands moved at a speed that no one could see, and her seal was completed almost in the blink of an eye. Tao Yu was not surprised by the comparison and thought of the opponent's panel data. This is her ninjutsu talent, and it is also her strongest talent. Name, Luo Shiking. Faction, Kingdom of Rains. Tolerance 10+. Body 8. Fantasy 4. Fine 8. Chakra 16 card. Level Genin. Chakra nature changes, earth, water, fire, wind, yin, yang. Blood succession limit, boil style. Master ninjutsu. Fire style great fireball, fire style fire dragon jutsu, fire style. Water style water prison, water style big tsunami, water style. Wind release, wind cut, wind escape. Earth style. Boil style the art of clever mist. There were beads of sweat on Luo Shiking's forehead. The fire dragon was less than 10 meters away from her, and the high temperature had roasted its skin red. However, her ninjutsu was also completed, and she sprayed ultra-high temperature gas from her mouth, vaporizing the Arashi beam. However, the fire dragon itself is a fire-style ninjutsu and is not afraid of her boil style. He finally succeeds and sends her flying hundreds of meters with one claw before falling heavily outside the ring. However, the students did not think she had failed. At this moment, Tao Yu's situation was even more dangerous. He was slightly touched by the ultra-high temperature mist generated by Luo Shiking's boil style. The clothes on his chest evaporated and a hole the size of a fist appeared. The skin inside was rotten and he fainted on the ring. These 2 little guys really didn't do anything lightly. Kang Xin waved his hand and the overwhelming water rushed towards the ring, extinguishing boil style and the fire dragon. In an instant, the entire training ground was covered with steam, which did not dissipate for a long time. Luo Yadu wins, this selection is over, you can rest assured and wait for our school to contact you. Kang Xin left a few words and left, not forgetting to give Li Shuo a mocking smile before leaving. Damn this old thing. Li Shuo was so angry that his angry curses reached the ears of Zhu Xiaoyu and Yan Meng. Both of them looked ashamed. My performance today was really poor, causing the principal to embarrass himself in front of his enemies. He paid no attention to the selection of Wang Jin. He spent 10 days refining chakra at home. In these 10 days, the monster meat made a huge contribution, causing the cells in his body to be saturated with energy every day. Of course, it is mainly the meat of the alpine goat that contributes energy. After all, its worth is 30 times that of the capuchin rabbit. Wang Jin's chakra was refined from 0.75 calories to 1 card in the first 4 days and officially became genin. In the remaining 6 days, he was able to extract about 0.3 calories almost every day, and the amount of chakra changed every day. 2.7 is stuck. In the bedroom, Wang Jin opened his eyes and ended a night of practice. We've almost eaten the Warcraft meat. If we want to continue refining it at a high speed, we have to go out and do tasks to earn money. After sighing, I looked at my phone. It was not even 4 in the morning, and there were still 5 hours until the gate of opening in the mission hall. A night of refining made Wang Jin very tired, and because he was preparing to do a task, he slept until 10 o'clock in the morning for the first time, which shocked the whole family. Xiao Jin, why did you get up so late today? After getting dressed, Wang Jin met Wang Yue in the living room, who was lying on the sofa watching TV. Sister, I won't be eating at home for lunch. You can make some yourself. Usually the family goes to school and goes to work, and there is almost no one at home during the day. Now that high school is over and there are still 2 months until school starts on September 1st, Wang Jin and Wang Yue are free. The siblings take turns cooking to solve their stomach problems. Wang Yue was curious. Where are you going? Can't you take your sister with you? No, Wang Jin grabbed 2 steamed buns left for him on the table, stuffed one into his mouth and spoke vaguely. I have to go to the mission hall to pick up the mission. I won't have many meals at home at noon from now on. Sister, please don't tell your uncles and aunts, otherwise they won't worry. All tasks are risky. Unless it is the most low-level task of finding a cat or a dog, all others require a certain level of strength to complete. In the past 2 months, Wang Jin plans to do tasks to earn money to buy Warcraft meat to improve his physical condition. And at the same time, he will enter the world of Hokage and complete tasks with rich rewards to quickly increase his strength. Fortunately for the latter, it's not easy to meet acquaintances in the Hokage world and almost no one knows what to do, but the former won't work. If he comes back with valuable monster meat in a few days, there will be no way to explain it and he can't hide it for too long. But for now, he doesn't want to have a showdown with Wang Jiaqiang and Cheng Feng. He wants to wait until he has completed a few tasks to prove his strength. By then, no matter how strong the couple's opposition is, no one will waste it by ignoring the shortcut to make money quickly. To a task, Xiao Jin, Wang Yue was stunned when she saw Wang Jin's back going out in a hurry. She never thought that her younger brother would have reached this point and become a real ninja. In the mission hall of West Valley District, a young man with black hair, black clothes, a slender and powerful figure, and leggings on his legs stared at the sliding screen of a half-person tall machine similar to a bank automatic business machine, with a serious look on his face. The young man was Wang Jin, and the machine in front of him was called an autonomous task-taking machine, which was specially designed for ninjas to choose tasks that suit them. There are 180 of these machines in the hall, and a lot of people use them, which greatly relieves the manual pressure at the counter. The task machine screen is divided into 5 difficulty levels of tasks. D, C, B, A, and S, corresponding to the 5 levels of Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, Shadow. Wang Jin has just become Genin and can only accept D-level missions corresponding to his level. He can view missions of other levels but has no right to accept them. This is a rule set by the parliament. If you want to skip the level and accept the task, you can do it, but you need to meet one of the 2 requirements. Requirement 1, a super genius proven by authoritative forces or a ninja with a special status. Requirement 2, 100% mission completion rate and more than 10 mission experiences. At the same time, you must not increase the number of missions that are lower than your own strength. Although the former can take on tasks at all levels, the latter can only go up to 1 level, but the latter is more difficult to do in comparison. After all, no one can guarantee that every mission information will be correct. Once a mission fails, it will not be up to standard for life. Therefore, once such a person appears, he will be called a ninja with a crown by the ninjas. 10 times are accumulated as a cycle. After completing 10 times, he is called a crown champion, 20 times a double crown champion, and so on. The crown is the lifelong dream of all ninjas, and getting one will attract attention. Even if you have 3 crowns or more, even a big family must be courteous to win over you. If you reach 5 or 6 crowns, that would be a big deal. Even Wang Jin knew that someone had once received such a title and was now the 2nd speaker of the parliament. His status is only below that of the grand speaker, and he is truly one person below 10,000 people. 5 crowns, I must get it within 2 years. Thinking of this, Wang Jin's heart burned with fighting spirit, and he was unwilling to spend his life in an ordinary way. That's it, 20,000 mainland coins is enough. After half an hour of selection, Wang Jin finally found the most suitable task for him. He immediately swiped the watch he was issued when he last applied for identity over the access options on the screen, and the background system immediately stored his task information. D-level mission, looking for the lost conductor. Task introduction, my D-level chakra conductive weapon was lost in the Fire Wolf secret realm yesterday. I am now looking for a companion to search for it. It will take 1 day. Regardless of whether I can find it or not, I will pay 20,000 mainland coins as a companion reward. Task requirement just Genin. Wang Jin knew that the Fire Wolf secret realm was the closest monster secret realm to the West Valley district, and had the lowest risk factor. Most of them are beasts with mutated bodies but no chakra. They are only slightly stronger than ordinary animals on the mainland and are not considered risky. The only thing that needs attention is the Fire Wolf, which is a kind of monster that is slightly stronger than the curly-tail rabbit. Usually has 10-20 cards of chakra, can breathe fire, and is a great threat to students who have just become genin. Fortunately, there are not many fire wolves in the secret realm. According to the official information, you can basically avoid them as long as you are careful. Master, go to the western suburbs. Okay. After leaving the house, Wang Jin immediately took a taxi and used the contact information given by the task system to contact the task publisher in the car. Hello, Wang Jin writes. As soon as the call was connected, an impatient voice rang. It sounded like a young man about the same age as Wang Jin, very anxious. Are you leaving now? Can you get there in 2 hours? We've just set off, master. How long will it take for us to arrive? Wang Jin asked the driver, who thought for a moment and said, if you're in a hurry, I'll drive faster. We should be able to get there in an hour. Okay, hurry up then. This sentence came from the phone. Wang Jin hung up the phone after asking for the detailed address. It seems that this conductive weapon is very important to him. Shaking his head and smiling, he and the driver chatted without a word, and the time passed little by little. In the western suburbs of Zeeg district, far away from the city, the air is fresh. The only asphalt road runs from east to west. Except for some scattered, dilapidated houses on both sides, there are dense trees and weeds, which is very desolate. A dugout-like entrance deep into the ground. A boy about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a black undershirt common to ninjas, with a fat body and looking like 18 or 19 years old, was looking towards the West Valley district, as if waiting for something. Why aren't you here yet? What is that kid doing? How taxi is it him? The fat man quickly stopped the car and Wang Jin paid the money and got out. Are you Fang Lei? It's me, you're a little darker than the photo. Fatty Fang Lei breathed a sigh of relief. He had received Wang Jin's information early. This was a process in the mission hall in order to make it more convenient for employers. Of course, Wang Jin will not get any information from the employer except his contact information. This is also a confidentiality measure for the employer to prevent some shady employment leaks from being exposed. Let's go quickly. I've lost all my stuff for more than a day. If I keep putting it off, I won't be able to find it. Fang Lei urged, taking the lead to walk toward the underground entrance that resembled an air raid shelter. Wang Jin checked the information in more detail in the car and knew that this was the entrance to the Fire Wolf secret realm. After entering the cave entrance and walking down less than 500 meters, you will encounter a layer of barriers. After passing through, you can enter the Fire Wolf secret realm. Thinking of this layer of barriers, Wang Jin became more and more curious about the sacred tree, because according to the data, it was created when the sacred tree landed on the mainland from the sky 20 years ago. Barriers only work on monsters, preventing them from coming out, but they are indifferent to humans. They can come in and out at will without any requirements. Since there are mostly wild beasts in the Fire Wolf secret realm, it is of no value to senior ninjas. Usually some students and ordinary people come in and out, but not many people come. When they walked into the air raid shelter, the dim lights on both sides of the entrance barely illuminated the path under their feet for Wang and Jin. He learned about the situation as he walked. Fang Lei, where did you leave your weapon inside? Is it far from the exit? It's not far, just 180 miles away. Fang Lei added with an anxious look on his face. Now I'm worried that some evil beast without eyes will take it away from me, which will be troublesome. How did you lose it yesterday? Did you encounter a fire wolf? Wang Jin guessed. Fang Lei, absolutely. It's really unlucky to say that the 5 people with me are fine. That beast just chased me alone, damn it. It's really unlucky. Wang Jin walked ahead, bypassing the puddle of water at his feet, and asked, what kind of transmission equipment is it? Do you have any photos? Let me take a look. This, don't ask, just follow me. A flash of hesitation flashed across Fang Lei's face, but he didn't tell him. Wang Jin felt a little strange when he saw this. He was looking for something without showing him the photo. How could he find it? Could it be that it is B-level and A-level transmission equipment, and the other party is afraid that he will do evil things because of his wealth? But this doesn't make sense. Wouldn't it be exposed as soon as I find it? Besides, he felt that Fatty was more powerful than him, so he wouldn't be so defensive. Okay, the boss listens to you. Although it was a bit strange, the fat man didn't want to tell Wang Jin and he wouldn't insist on asking clearly. This is the basic quality of being a qualified ninja. The privacy of the employer cannot be violated, and the employer's wishes are given priority. Of course, if the employer deliberately conceals the difficulty of the task to deceive the ninja, then there is no need to abide by this code. At worst, the task will be cancelled. At worst, the employer will be in trouble by ninjas. The two of them walked quickly, and in a short while they went 400 to 500 meters underground and appeared in front of a looming layer of translucent barriers. Going through here is the Fire Wolf secret realm. Yes, let's go in, there's no danger. Fang Lei seemed to be afraid that Wang Jin would regret it, so he quickly comforted him. Wang Jin smiled. Since he was here, he was prepared to encounter danger. He strode into barriers immediately and teased the fat man at the same time. Why did you lose your weapon when there's no danger? Haha, isn't that bad luck? Let's go quickly. The fat man smiled awkwardly and pushed Wang Jin into the barriers. The scenery in front of him immediately changed drastically. The originally dark and cramped underground passage was brightly lit, and an endless plain appeared. The air is so good. Wang Jin looked at the huge forest in the distance and took a deep breath. This was his first time in the world of monsters. The fat man pointed to the woods. That's where the six of us met a fire wolf with about 17 calories yesterday, and the weapon was also thrown there. I plan to find Tianhe, but if I can't find it, I won't. You can consider your mission accomplished. How about it? Okay, Wang Jin nodded. This is a mission requirement. It's up to you. Well, let's go then. You follow me and run away immediately when in danger, okay? Clear. Wang Jin followed the fat man and trotted into the woods. The fat man asked while leading the way. Although I didn't set any mission requirements, I just wanted to find a companion. But it's best for us to get to know each other so we can deal with dangers. I just became a genin for half a month. Fire-style ninja, 5-card chakra, I know 3 ninjutsu. All are sea-level fire-style. 2.7 cards, Thunder Fire Ninja, 2 ninjutsu, Great Fireball, and Earth Walker. Wang Jin briefly stated the information, and the fat man nodded after listening. The chakra is a little short, but it doesn't matter. We're not fighting anyway. It's 180 miles in this direction. If you run fast, you'll be there in about 3 hours. I still have 50 military ration pills to restore your strength. You don't have to worry about not having enough. Okay, go back quickly and let's go. After discussing, the two speeded up and plunged into the woods. No more, Fang Lei and Wang Jin searched around a stream for most of the day, but could not find his transmission equipment. The two arrived at the place where the weapons were lost yesterday 4 hours ago, but the items were gone. Wang Jin stood aside and said nothing. He would not suggest going deeper into the woods to search. The simpler the task, the better for him. Fang Lei sat on the ground dejectedly and said with a sad face, "That thing has been with me for 3 years. It's so sad that I can't find it suddenly." "What kind of weapon do you care about so much? I don't think you are someone who is short of money. A piece of D-class transmission equipment should be nothing to you. A soldier's grain pill costs almost 1,000 mainland coins. This fat man must not be short of money to carry so many." Fang Lei smiled bitterly after hearing this. "It's not that money is a problem, it's just that I can't find a substitute." "Why can't I find him?" Wang Jin sat down to communicate with him, thinking of comforting him as soon as possible so that he could go back. The fat man took out a photo from his arms, which was his own. "Did you see the necklace around my neck? This is it." Wang Jin looked carefully. In the photo, the fat man was shirtless, wearing a black metal necklace around his neck with a walnut-sized red bead threaded underneath. "Is that the bead?" Wang Jin asked. From the appearance of the necklace, he knew it was an ordinary conductive metal. Although it was expensive, a fat man would not be reluctant to part with it. The only thing that made sense was the unrecognizable red bead, which should be something he couldn't let go of. The fat man nodded silently and finally stopped hiding it. "I can't find it anyway, so I'll tell you. I accidentally picked up this bead a year ago. I kept it because it was fun. I cut a hole in the front and put it on the necklace. I have been wearing it. It's a pity that the monster is gone now. This thing should not be man-made. It should be impossible to make another one." Collection addiction, Wang Jin roughly understood after hearing this. Some people like to collect strange things. Who knows, maybe. The fat man was a little disappointed. "Go back, it will be dark soon and it will be more dangerous if you don't leave. You are the employer who listens to you." Wang Jin definitely had no objection. The two of them looked up at the sun in the secret realm. It had already set and would disappear in 2 or 3 hours. Everything in the secret realm was created by the sacred tree, which made Wang Jin couldn't help but lament the unimaginable horror of its power after coming into contact with it personally. On the way here, the two of them only encountered 2 ordinary ferocious beasts, and they dismissed them without any danger. However, as soon as they started on their way back, something unexpected happened. A giant fiery red wolf with a body length of nearly 3 meters and a height of about 1.5 meters appeared in their sight. "Damn, it's that beast again." The fat man cursed secretly with a nervous look on his face. Wang Jin did the same. The two of them hid behind a huge tree trying to avoid the fire wolf. "Are you sure it's the one from yesterday?" Wang Jin asked in a low voice, and the fat man nodded heavily. "Just him. Look at the tuft of white hair on his back, which other fire wolves generally don't have. It seems to be injured," Wang Jin observed carefully. At this moment, the fire wolf's hind legs were very uncoordinated and looked like a slight fracture. The fat man's eyes lit up after hearing this. He looked carefully for a while and was overjoyed. "This beast is hurt. Wang Jin, let's do it." Stop it, Wang Jin shook his head. Didn't you say that this wolf has about 17 cards of chakra? Are we going to die with our strength? Monsters with the same chakra are definitely no match for ninjas, because they don't master as many ninjutsu as ninjas, and low-level monsters don't even have intelligence, let alone compare with humans. But the advantage of monsters is obvious. That is, their chakra is several times or even dozens of times larger than that of ninjas, and their speed, strength, defense, etc. are stronger than humans. At this moment, the chakra of the fire wolf in front of him was 7 or 8 times greater than Wang Jin's. He didn't want to provoke the other party for no reason. Besides, this is not within the scope of the mission. You can just wait for the other party to go far away and leave safely. There is no need to create unnecessary trouble. Seeing that he disagreed, the fat man gritted his teeth and said, "To be honest, that bead is of great use to me. It doesn't matter if I can't find it, but if there's hope, I won't give up. Now I suspect that the fire wolf hid it or swallowed it. If I catch it, I might be able to get my things back." "I thought of that too." Wang Jin stared at the fat man's eyes and said seriously, "But even if it is injured, it is still a monster with a huge chakra. It is not worth it to provoke it. No, you see, you have come here with me, you can't just leave like that." The fat man became anxious when he heard this, fearing that Wang Jin would leave him alone, so he hurried to persuade him. I mean, it's not cost-effective, not that I don't dare. Do you understand?" Wang Jin grinned when he said this. "Fatty, if you're willing to pay a little more. Then I think we can give it a try." "You scared me to death." Fang Lei heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. "You should have told me earlier if you wanted the money. I thought you were too timid to do it." "How could that be?" "How can you be a ninja if you're so timid?" Wang Jin said calmly. "Although the fire wolf chakra is huge, it is too insignificant compared to the war, not to mention that it has been injured. In the Hokage separate world, Wang Jin can be said to have gained nothing, but his mentality and combat experience have grown rapidly. A life-and-death fight between 2,000 or 3,000 veteran ninjas is not as easy as a one-on-one fight. The one who can survive in the melee is already a great person, and there is no need to prove anything. And every ninja Wang Jin faced at that time was far more powerful than the gap between him and Fire Wolf today. Not to mention that chakra has undergone tremendous changes now. If it really comes to a life-and-death situation, he is confident that he can kill the monster alone. "You tell me how much to add," Fang Lei said happily. 50,000. Wang Jin stretched out a finger and the fat man did not hesitate when he saw it. 100,000 is 100,000, but the prerequisite is that they must be captured alive. "Sure, and I want half of the fire wolf's body." "Okay, this is what you deserve." The fat man agreed. Now the nature of the mission has changed, from cooperating with him to find things to partnering to kill monsters, and the reward is naturally calculated separately. Wang Jin made a simple calculation in his mind. The market price of fire wolf meat is about 300 yuan per catty. This fire wolf is neither too big nor too small. After removing the skin and bones, at least 300 to 500 catties of meat can be peeled off. Even if it is 400 kilograms, it can be sold for 120,000. If I split it in half and add the commission, I can earn at least 150,000 from this deal, which is already a huge sum of money. Wang Jin I chakra will be the main force, and you look for opportunities to output ninjutsu. Okay, let's get started. Wang Jin half-crouched behind a tree and touched the dagger stuck in his leg. This was the weapon he had prepared for the mission. Although it is only made of ordinary steel, the blade has been sharpened by him. Fang Lei crouched and quietly approached the fire wolf. When the distance between the two was less than 20 meters, he suddenly stood up and formed a seal with his hands, and 5 basketball-sized fireballs spurted out from his mouth. Fire-style Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Ouch! The fireball accurately hit the waist of the fire wolf in the distance. Several large holes were burnt out in the latter's fur, revealing the charred flesh inside. He roared and charged towards Fang Lei. Fang Lei was a little panicked, but the sealing technique on his hand did not stop, and half of the chakra in his body was consumed in an instant. Fire-style Great Fireball. Raging. A giant great fireball with a diameter of 7 to 8 meters appeared in front of the fire wolf with terrifying high temperature. The latter immediately panicked and dodged, but the fireball was too big, and it was still hit on the left side of the body. This attack used half of Fang Lei's chakra, which was so powerful that it caused fatal damage to the fire wolf, and the latter's aura was instantly weakened. However, when Fire Wolf was seriously injured, his strong desire for survival and anger were aroused, and he burst out at extremely fast speed, rushing in front of Fang Lei in less than a second. "Damn it, is this beast so fierce?" Fang Lei immediately turned around and ran away. Now he had no time to form the seal. However, how could he be faster than the fire wolf? There was already a sound of breaking through the air behind him, and he knew it was the fire wolf's big claws without looking back. Wang Jin, save me. Lightning-style ground walked. Zazi. I don't know when Wang Jin had completed the ninjutsu. He slapped the ground with both hands and a large amount of thunder hit the running fire wolf along the ground. The latter's body was immediately paralyzed. Fang Lei took advantage of this opportunity to quickly form a seal, and another great fireball appeared and hit the fire wolf hard on the head. However, the monster's vitality is very tenacious. Even if it is hit several times by fatal attacks, it still does not lose its combat effectiveness, but becomes even more violent. Boom! The fire wolf knocked Fang Lei flying more than 10 meters with one claw and chased him with his remaining body. Fear showed on the latter's face. It's over now, this beast is completely angry. Fang Lei looked at Wang Jin for help. At this moment, the latter quickly ran towards the fire wolf, pulled out the dagger and stabbed it hard into the fire wolf's right hind leg. There was a wound hidden under the fur which he had discovered before. Chinese letter. Fire wolf immediately rolled in pain, gave up chasing Fang Lei and turned around to catch Wang Jin. Wang Jin instantly jumped back to high altitude to avoid the attack, and at the same time made a swish seal with his hands. Fire-style great fireball technique. Raging. A great fireball with a diameter not much smaller than Fang Lei's fireball appeared from the sky and covered the fire wolf's body. The latter howled in pain in the flames, and the flames burned for more than 10 seconds before extinguishing. Fire Wolf was completely severely injured at this time, his whole body was charred, and the air was even filled with the aroma of barbecue. Hoo tilde. Wang Jin fell from the air and took a few deep breaths. The fireball just now used up almost all the chakra in pursuit of its power. At this moment, he has no fighting power. Fortunately, the mission was completed and Fire Wolf had lost its ability to resist. Damn it, you are so crazy. Fang Lei came to the Fire Wolf and kicked it hard on the head. The latter didn't even have the strength to scream. His two wolf eyes were dim and dull. He had more air coming out and less air coming in. If he didn't receive treatment, he would definitely die. Where is this thing? Tell me and I will spare your life. Fang Lei took out the photo and pointed at his necklace. Fire Wolf glanced at it and let out a whimper, moving his head towards the north. Although low-level monsters do not have high IQs and cannot speak, they are smarter than ordinary beasts and can understand some simple instructions. This is also the reason why most ninjas choose to cultivate a psychic beast. After establishing a good relationship with it, it can help them fight. However, most monsters cannot sign psychic contracts and can only be carried with them at all times, which is very inconvenient. Wang Jin and Fang Lei looked at each other. It should be its lair over there, let's go look for it. Yes, Fang Lei fed the Fire Wolf a soldier's grain pill to restore its strength, fearing that it would die before the thing was found. He pulled up the Fire Wolf's hind legs and dragged it forward. The weight of less than half a ton was a bit difficult for a newly promoted genin, but he could still pull it. This is the reason why everyone on the mainland wants to become a ninja. Chakra brings great benefits to the body. Wang Jin walked in front and Fang Lei dragged him for 3 miles. Finally, they saw a cave entrance. Let's go! Fang Lei dropped the Fire Wolf and got into the cave, and Wang Jin followed immediately. The cave was not very big, only 50 meters deep. The two soon came to a pile of bones, both human and other monsters. This should be its habitat, look for it quickly. Good. The two immediately searched the surrounding area, and Wang Jin found the target in a corner. Here, found it. Very good. Fang Lei ran over excitedly, and Wang Jin bent down and picked up the necklace. Buzz, however, an accident occurred at this time. As soon as his hand touched the red bead, his head suddenly fainted and he fell straight down. Wang Jin, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me, damn. Fang Lei immediately panicked and violently shook Wang Jin's body, who woke up after a few seconds. Wang Jin sat up and pinched his temples. At this time he was dizzy and had a strong feeling of vomiting in his stomach. Fang Lei, damn, you scared me to death. I thought you were dead when you suddenly fainted. There's something wrong with your beads. Wang Jin quickly threw the necklace aside. It was this thing that caused him to faint. However, he found nothing. He was attacked inexplicably and he didn't know how the other party did it. Fang Lei was stunned after hearing this. You mean it was my necklace that caused you to faint? Yes, Wang Jin stood up and picked up the necklace with a dagger and carefully observed the red bead but still found nothing. It seemed to be an ordinary natural stone. Although I can't figure out the reason, it is definitely the one that attacked me. You'd better not wear it. This thing is too weird. No way. Fang Lei took off the necklace from Wang Jin's dagger, fumbled for the red beads and said strangely, I'm fine, I've been wearing this thing for a year. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Wang Jin had recovered now and walked towards the entrance of the cave. Fang Lei looked at him and then at the necklace in his hand. A flash of hesitation flashed on his face before he put it on his neck again. He actually found this necklace a bit mysterious, but it was good for the body and he always felt at ease wearing it. You can quickly enter a state of concentration. Whether you are refining chakra or practicing ninjutsu, you will get twice the result with half the effort. This is also the reason why Fang Lei never wants to give up. If it is just a plaything, he will not take the risk to find it. When Fang Lei walked to the door, Fire Wolf's neck had been cut by Wang Jin and a large amount of blood was sprayed freely. Wang Jin wiped the dagger calmly. This guy has such a strong mentality. Fang Lei paused when he saw this scene. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that every time Wang Jin took action in the battle just now, it was a critical time, neither too late nor too early. And he looked calm, not like himself, because he was panicking and messing up the rhythm of the battle. Is he really a high school student? What a terrifying sense of combat. How did he develop this? Wang Jin, add a friend. Fang Lei opened a certain penguin on his phone, which is a commonly used communication software for people. Okay. Wang Jin happily exchanged contact information with the other party. He didn't mind meeting a wealthy person, but he didn't know that he had become a bit mysterious in the eyes of the fat man, so he took the initiative to make friends with him. Fang Lei called for a pickup truck, and the truck arrived half an hour later. The two of them worked together to put Fire Wolf's body into the back bucket, got in the truck, and drove toward the center of the West Valley district. Arriving at the market dedicated to buying and selling monster beasts, a vendor soon bought the Fire Wolf at a price of 280 per catty. After skinning and removing the bones, it weighed 450 catties. Boss, a total of 126,000 has been transferred to you. Got it, goodbye. Wang Jin immediately transferred money to Fang Lei, but was stopped by the other party. I can see that you need money very much, so I don't want my half. It's just a help between friends. This won't work. Wang Jin smiled and transferred 63,000 directly to him. One code is a code. I don't want to owe a favor easily. Hey, you are quite principled. Fang Lei hooked Wang Jin's shoulder and refused. Brother, my family has a little money. Remember to contact me if you have anything in the future. Don't be embarrassed. Let's talk about it. Wang Jin didn't take it seriously and immediately invited. Fat man, I may have to go to the Fire Wolf secret realm in a few days. Do you want to go together? What are you doing there? Fang Lei was surprised. Do you want to make money by hunting fire wolves? This is a bit dangerous. Don't forget we are still students. What's the danger? Wang Jin smiled. You and I, Chakra, have already successfully hunted a fire wolf. It will only be easier if our strength increases again in a few days. Besides, how can a ninja keep practicing without fighting? Combat experience is much more important than a few cards of chakra. I'm a little moved by what you said. Fang Lei let go of Wang Jin's shoulders. Okay then, you can call me when the time comes. Well, see you later. Wang Jin separated from him and got on the bus home. In the evening, the whole family was together, and Wang Jin expressed his thoughts at the dinner table. Aunt Cheng, Uncle Wang, I went to the mission hall to pick up the mission today. What? The couple were immediately stunned upon hearing this. Wang Yue had known it for a long time and curled her lips in a strange way. Brother, didn't you want your sister to keep it a secret? Why did you explain it yourself? That's because there is no need to hide it anymore. Wang Jin authorized the mission watch to his mobile phone and opened the official software of the mission hall where his personal information was displayed. Name Wang Jin. Level Genin. Career mission experience, D level 2 times. Career mission completion rate, 100%. Wow, little brother, you actually did it. My sister thought you would fail, Wang Yue shouted, proud of Wang Jin. Wang Jiaqiang and Cheng Feng felt it was sudden. They did not expect that their child was already so powerful. Originally, I planned to tell you in a few days, but today's task is very difficult. I killed a monster and I have already proven my strength. Monster, the family was even more surprised now, and even Wang Yue felt incredible. Brother, are you kidding? You can hunt monsters now, you are still a student. What's wrong with the student? Wang Jin smiled confidently. Sister, can you believe it? By the end of this month, my chakra will exceed 20 calories. By then, let alone the weak D-level monsters, even the powerful ones can be killed. Wang Jin's self-confidence infected the whole family. The couple wanted to object, but suddenly found that they could no longer give him any useful advice, so they nodded silently. Wang Jiaqiang put down his chopsticks and spoke in a deep voice. Xiaojin, you have grown up. Uncle will not care about you anymore. As long as you are safe and sound, that's all that matters. Yes, Xiaojin, Cheng Feng also said worriedly. You are more promising than us, but remember that no matter how powerful you are, safety is the most important thing. No one in our family can get into trouble. I remembers. I will be obedient. After Wang Jin made this assurance earnestly, the whole family began to celebrate for him. Cheng Feng went to the kitchen and cooked 2 more dishes. They were all proud of him. For half a month, Wang Jin did nothing. He stayed by the mission receiving machine every day searching for a suitable mission. In the past half-month, he completed 4 different D-level missions. Now he has saved 300,000 yuan, which is enough for now. Eating monster meat every day has made his chakra reach 9 cards, and his strength has made a qualitative leap. Even so, he has not yet reached the period of explosive growth in strength. After chakra exceeds 20 cards, every ninja can quickly improve his strength. After completing the last mission, it's time to enter the Hokage world. Wang Jin accepted a mission to be a bodyguard for a small celebrity with a reward of 10,000 and a working time of half a day, and immediately went to the airport. The mission was completed smoothly, and he sent the little star to the hotel before dark. After returning home and having dinner, I did not refine chakra as usual. I fell asleep early to recharge my energy and prepare for entering the Hokage world tomorrow. 20 days have passed since the last time he entered. If nothing unexpected happens, he will stay in the Hokage world from tomorrow until the end of the month. The long-awaited day has finally arrived, and Wang Jin is convinced that as long as he enters it, he can quickly improve his strength. This is the Hokage's main world. In the land of fire outside Konoha village, Wang Jin looked at the scene that he had only seen in comics and animations before, and now it appeared vividly in front of him. He was wearing the clothes of a Konoha ninja and a forehead protector, and walked towards the main gate of the village. Stop! 2 guards stopped Wang Jin, who was a little surprised. You 2 are guarding the gate so early. Do you know us? Both guards had long black hair, blue tights, and green vests on the outside. One of them had a bandage across his nose and cheeks, and there was also a short band at the tip of his chin. The 2 were exactly the 2 gate gods of Konoha who were jokingly called by netizens in their previous lives as the 2 gate gods of Konoha that even Pain dared not go through the gate, Kamitsuki Izumo and Gangzi Tetsu. The main world's timeline is now before the story begins, at the end of Konoha 55, when the Uchiha clan was just exterminated. Wang Jin didn't expect that the 2 of them had already begun their lifelong journey as door gods at this time. I guess so, Wang Jin smiled and said, I am Uchiha who is living outside. I heard that my family has encountered great changes, so I came back to take a look. Wait, we will report to the Hokage-sama. The 2 would not let Wang Jin in just because of one sentence. His identity was given by the sacred tree, and no one knew him before. Izumo Kanzuki soon appeared in the Hokage's office. An old man wearing a white Hokage robe, a red ninja suit underneath, a Hokage hat on his head, with wrinkles all over his face and a pipe in his mouth frowned after listening to his report. Aside from Itachi's brother, there are other members of the Uchiha clan. Check his background to make sure he is not a spy sent by another country. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen, there's no need to check, Uchiha Nishiki is fine. Just when Kamizuki Izumo was about to leave, a brown-haired old man walked in and the former quickly saluted. I have met Lord Danzo. Well, please let people in. This, Kamizuki Izumo hesitated. He was a subordinate of the Hokage. Although he could also take orders from the elders of Konoha, the premise was that there was no conflict between the 2. What? I can't speak well. Shimura Danzo glanced at Shenyu Izumo, and his powerful aura made the other person break into cold sweat. You can't blame him for being afraid. Danzo's appearance is really too oppressive. Neatly flat temples, a slender eye with cunning and deep gaze. The head and right eye are wrapped in bandages to hide Shisui's Sharingan, but of course no one knows about it yet. There is another fork-shaped scar on the chin. His face is slightly gloomy and his wrinkles are deep, giving him a sinister and scheming feeling. Although his figure is thin, his muscles are strong, and his black and gray kimono and crutches add to his domineering look. Go to the door and wait for my orders. Oh yes. Kamizuki Izumo hurried out. He knew that Danzo and Hokage had always had disagreements, and it was too uncomfortable to be caught in the middle. With only 2 people left in the room, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked around the desk and walked to Danzo, asking in a deep voice, How do you know Uchiha Nishiki is okay? Have you known him before? No, Danzo shook his head with a serious expression. My subordinate Aburame Ryoma reported to me when this person just approached the village. He is about the same age as Uchiha Nishiki. They have been neighbors since childhood. I clearly remember when Uchiha Nishiki's parents took him away when he was a child. This person does exist. But this is not enough to rule out Uchiha Nishiki's suspicion. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath from his pipe, exhaled thick white smoke and continued. My appearance as a child will definitely change. What if other countries take advantage of this identity? I have thought about this too, Danzo said with a scheming look, confidently analyzing, but it may not be very likely. At this time, the most sensitive people in Konoha are the Uchiha clan. They have just been exterminated and no one should dare to pretend to be them. Besides, even if he is a spy, what information can he gather? The crisis in the ninja world now comes from that mysterious organization, and we are the ones who know them best. Don't underestimate Itachi's ability. You probably didn't come here specifically to answer my questions. Hiruzen Sarutobi knocked the pipe in his hand on the table, turned his back to Danzo and asked without answering. Tell me, why are you here? Uchiha Nishiki. Danzo showed off his cards directly. Hiruzen, I want this person to join my roots. This is impossible. Yuan Fei. Hiruzen refused without even thinking. The Uchiha clan has been destroyed, and the only remaining Uchiha Sasuke cannot be treated with normal means. I also want to keep this Uchiha orphan. But he is not suitable for your Anbu. He is a natural candidate. Danzo walked behind Sarutobi Hiruzen in 2 steps and continued. The Uchiha clan is inherently evil. They are only suitable to stay at my root. Your gentle methods cannot conquer them. As long as you hand over Uchiha Nishiki to me, I guarantee that Konoha will have another excellent assassin ninja for up to 3 years. By then, many arrangements can be made. No, I won't give it to you. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned around and walked towards the door, and at the same time his tone was unquestionable. Danzo, you have stretched your hands too far over the years. Your roots are from when I just inherited the position of Hokage. It was temporarily established to stabilize the village, but you have not disbanded it for so many years, and its power has almost surpassed my Anbu. You still want someone now? Absolutely impossible. After Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, he reached out to pull the doorknob, and Danzo's threatening voice came from behind. Hiruzen, you will regret it. That's enough, Danzo. Don't forget that I am the Hokage. Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the door and left, leaving Danzo alone in the room with an ugly face. Uchiha Nishiki, I must get you. You can go in, Master Hokage wants to see you. Thank you. Kamizuki Izumo put Wang Jin into the village and took him towards the Hokage building. On the way, he saw Wang Jin looking around and seeing everything new, and he couldn't help but smile. Isn't it hard to live outside for so many years? Why don't your parents come back with you? They are dead, Wang Jin smiled. I am alone now, so I want to go back to the village. I'm sorry I brought up your sadness. It doesn't matter, I'm used to it. The two chatted without saying a word and soon came to a dumpling shop, where Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had changed into casual clothes, was sitting at a low table. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Nishiki has been brought to you. Oh, let's sit down and eat something together. Yujiang's meatballs are the best in the village. Haha, thank you Hokage-sama for the compliment. The owner of the meatball shop smiled happily. She was an old woman who was older than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Both Wang Jin and Wang Jin knew that the former, needless to say, the third Hokage, Dr. Ninjutsu, was famous. Although the latter didn't have a deep impression, there was a scene in Itachi's memories. 3-color meatballs were his favorite food, and the old woman also appeared by the way, and her name seemed to be Yujiang. I've met Hokage-sama. Wang Jin quickly saluted, while Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and waved his hand. I'm not a superior or subordinate now, I'm just an ordinary old man. You're welcome. By the way, I heard Izumo say that you want to go back to the village. Do you want to stay for a while and then leave, or do you plan to stay in the village forever? I plan to stay, Wang Jin casually made up a lie. Anyway, the identity arranged by the sacred tree will definitely withstand the investigation. My parents passed away many years ago, and I always miss the village when I am alone. I will never leave again. Yes, the village is our home together, so it's better to come back. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled kindly, and there was no trace of the aura of a superior. Wang Jin couldn't help but sigh in his heart that this old guy was really good at pretending. When he saw Hokage in his previous life, he was not interested in him. He thought he was a fake good guy who said one thing after another, but the things he did were unacceptable. She said she cared about Naruto but allowed him to be verbally abused and drink expired milk, which seriously affected the child's development. If it weren't for the Uzumaki Constitution and 9 tails, Naruto might not be able to survive. This incident made Wang Jin feel that Sarutobi Hiruzen could never be vindicated. The son of the dignified 4th Hokage and the hero who sealed 9 tails for the village had actually fallen to this level. It was really ridiculous. Although in the end it was Danzo who took the blame again and wanted Naruto to go back to Kabuto's old ways. After giving him indifference and caring, he was betrayed again and completely turned into a black man, turning into a weapon in the hands of the superior. But as Hokage, Wang Jin did not believe these things and Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't know it. In Wang Jin's opinion, his laissez-faire behavior was like complicity, which was even more despicable than a real villain like Danzo. At least he didn't bother to pretend to be a hypocrite, so he was completely bad. However, Wang Jin will not reveal these emotions. Now he still needs the trust and respect of the other party. While Wang Jin laughed at the other party, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also confused in his heart. It's strange. I've never seen this man before, but why do I feel a sense of disgust? Is it because his last name is Uchiha? That must be it. Uchiha has never been lovable. The two people with ghosts in their hearts are hiding their emotions and giving each other the most sincere smiles on their faces. Uchiha Nishiki, I see that your chakra level has just become genin. I wonder if you have turned on Sharingan. I'm ashamed. My talent is limited and I haven't even opened my eyes at this age. I'm disappointed. Really disappointed. This was what Sarutobi Hiruzen said in his heart. He did not express it but comforted him not to care. He was originally looking forward to having a Sharingan subordinate, but now it seems there is no hope. As Dr. Ninjutsu, Hiruzen Sarutobi knew very well how talented Uchiha was, who was almost 20 years old and had yet to open his eyes. He might not be able to have a Sharingan in his lifetime. Although he was disappointed, he didn't want to give up so easily. He took Wang Jin's hand and said kindly, "The Uchiha tribe's land has been taken back by the village. You can't go back to your previous home. I will arrange a place for you by the village." Thank you, Lord Hokage, for your concern. You are so kind. You are worthy of being the creator of the will of fire. Wang Jin pretended to be moved and flattered the other party. Oh, you have been away for many years and you actually know my works. Sure enough, when Wang Jin mentioned the will of fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately became interested. Wang Jin looked serious. Of course, this is my favorite book to read. Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and make new leaves sprout. Wang Jin immediately said the words he had heard countless times in his previous life, and Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed with joy after hearing this. Haha, I didn't expect people in Konoha to have such awareness. Uchiha Nishiki, you are very qualified. Sarutobi Hiruzen's favorability +10, current favorability 0. This is all inspired by Hokage-sama's thoughts. Without you, I would not be so enlightened. Okay, great, you are a good boy. Sarutobi Hiruzen's favorability +10, current favorability 10. He earned 20 points of favorability with his flattery, which made Izuki Kamizuki dumbfounded. He had never seen Master Hokage like chatting with strangers so much. But that's the end of it. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not mentally retarded. Although Wang Jin's flattery has benefited him, his favorability has not increased. Wang Jin also knows that just flattering is not enough. He has to wait to gain the other party's trust step by step in the future. The two met happily. Sarutobi Hiruzen was busy with official duties and could not sit for a long time, so he stood up, paid for the meatballs, and left. Izumo, please take care of Nishiki these days. He just returned to the village and needs help in many places. Please rest assured, Sir Hokage, my subordinate will definitely complete the mission. Haha, this is not a mission, it is a mutual help between villages. It's your lord, I will remember it. Kamizuki Izumo quickly promised, and Wang Jin sent Sarutobi Hiruzen out of the meatball shop. Uchiha Nishiki, you heard me too. If you need anything, just tell me. It's true, Wang Jin chuckled, rubbed his hands, and hooked Shenyu Izumo's shoulders. I just returned to the village and I have no money. I wonder if you can lend me some first. Okay. Shenyu Izumo took out 2 banknotes from his pocket. This is 20,000 taels, which is enough for you to live for a while. Thank you, brother, I will pay you back later. Wang Jin picked up the money and left the meatball shop, leaving Shenyu Izumo scratching his head and couldn't help complaining. It's so embarrassing that I borrowed money for the first time we met. Wang Jin still felt novel walking on Konoha Street. Going from store to store, he was as excited as playing a virtual open game for the first time. His performance made Aburame Ryoma, who was following in the dark, nod secretly. Danzo-sama's analysis is good. This person is indeed simple-minded and doesn't know anything about the village. He is not a spy at all. It seems that we can go back to work. Uchiha Nishiki's talent is limited, so I don't think you will care. After visiting several stores, Wang Jin had a clear understanding of Konoha Village, especially the prices. From the villagers and supplies, we can conclude that although ninjas have money, they are only limited to Jonin. Genin and Chunin still have to run for their livelihood. Take the meatball shop as an example. The meal just now cost 80 taels, and the reward for a D-level mission is between 500 and 10,000 taels. But it's easy to understand, after all, D-level tasks are only done by genin rookies. There is no battle and no danger will occur. It's time to go to the mission hall and have a look, at least make enough money for the detonating charm. Wang Jin thought about it and walked to the Hokage hall. He just learned about the price of detonating charms in a store selling ninja tools. It was 3,000 taels each, which was very expensive, but Wang Jin can accept it. After all, this place is not as exaggerated as the real world. Chunin can be reborn after severed limbs. Ninjas are so powerful that conventional weapons cannot effectively threaten them. The detonating charm here is enough to kill a jonin once used. The price is still acceptable. After entering the mission hall, Wang Jin realized that he could not accept the mission because he did not have identification. But now that he's here and he's figured out the task levels and rewards, it's generally not easy to do. D-level tasks, very trivial tasks that do not require direct participation in combat or are not life-threatening. The reward ranges from 500 taels to 10,000 taels, and genin chunin can receive it. Class C mission, a mission in which the person performing the mission may be injured. The reward ranges from 10,000 taels to 50,000 taels, and those above chunin can receive it. B-level missions, missions in which you are expected to engage in combat with enemy ninjas. The reward ranges from 50,000 taels to 150,000 taels, and chunin and jonin can receive it. A-level tasks, tasks related to the trend of the village or national level. The reward is from 150,000 taels to 1 million taels. Jonin can accept it. S-level mission, a mission related to national-level confidential matters. The reward is more than 1 million taels. Jonin and elite jonin can accept it. To do these tasks, the indigenous people's tasks must also be triggered. Wang Jin stared at the task panel and thought, now he needs the banknote and chakra, both of which can be obtained in the Hokage world. The only difference is that the tasks in Konoha village can only obtain silver tickets, while the chakra that wants to obtain the sacred tree reward needs the help of the indigenous people to increase the favorability trigger. Who should I contact at this time? It is now the end of Konoha 55. Uchiha has just been exterminated. Konoha's 12 little heroes are only 5 or 6 years old. There is no need to contact them for the time being. But if you have the opportunity in the future, you can contact Naruto to increase your favorability. If you get the Uzumaki physique, you will make a lot of money. It is not worse than the Senju physique. They are all descendants of immortals. Kakashi should still be out of reach of Anbu now. Kai should be Jonin now, and he has a simple mind. He is a good target, but he doesn't know where he is. As for other active characters in the plot, Wang Jin thought about this and looked around in the mission hall, but he didn't find any acquaintances. They were all unimportant sidekicks. Just when he was about to leave here to inquire about Kai's whereabouts, the appearance of a person made him smile. It seems like she's not doing well in the Hokage world. Brother Dejian, please take me with you. No, Zaiou, you have just become a genin, so you cannot do such a dangerous task. If people are not afraid, just show kindness. Stop talking nonsense. If it doesn't work, it won't work. Two white-eyed men and women wearing Konoha ninja uniforms caught Wang Jin's attention. He knew both of them. One was Zuo Zaiou, who was of the Hyuga clan here, and the other was a Hokage aboriginal, Hyuga Tokuma, who had appeared several times in the plot. Left. What Hyuga Zaiou? Wang Jin waved his hand and almost shouted out the other person's real name out of habit. Fortunately, he responded in time. However, he didn't care too much. The world of the sacred tree was protected by rules and real information could not be revealed. Even if the name was called by the wrong name, it would not arouse the vigilance of the indigenous people. Uchiha Jin, with Wang Jin's lesson learned, Zuo Zaiou did not make the same mistake. After seeing him, he dropped Hyuga Tokuma and walked quickly. Upon seeing this, Hyuga Tokuma hurried to the staff to receive the task. Although he did not know Wang Jin, he was not worried about anyone in the village who would dare to do harm to the Hyuga family. You're here too? What a coincidence. Is there any coincidence? Those of us will definitely do tasks after coming in. Wang Jin spread his hands and asked again, what did you do? It seems that Hyuga Tokuma doesn't want to take you with him on the mission. Yes, he is him. How did you know his name was this? Zuo Zaiou was a little surprised. She was very sure that both Wang Jin and herself had entered the world of the Sacred Tree Lord for the first time, and Hyuga Tokuma was someone she had just met with her family. Wang Jin chuckled, I heard you calling your name. If the white look in his eyes couldn't be Hyuga, could it be Uchiha? Yes, I was so anxious that I forgot about it. Zuo Zioyu was helpless, took off her forehead protector and pointed at the mark on her forehead. Do you know this thing? I know it seems that you were assigned to the Hyuga branch house by the sacred tree due to bad luck. You even know about caged birds. How do you know so much? Zuo Zioyu wanted to show off his new tricks, but he didn't expect to be called out by Wang Jin's name, and he knew it so thoroughly. Don't ask. It seems that we have encountered the same problem. Do we want to do it together? You can't do the task either. Yes, I don't have identification, Wang Jin said helplessly. You are lucky. The Hyuga family has deep roots, and no one in the village suspects it. I can't help it. As soon as I came back, I was called by Hokage to talk. I was speechless like a spy. What? You actually saw the Hokage? Zuo Zioyu covered her sexy red lips, surprised. I heard from my father that he has been here for more than 20 years and has never seen the Hokage once. Luck, Wang Jin chuckled and said, do me a favor. You go and take over the mission, and we can complete it together. Stop making trouble. I don't want to die. It's better to wait for a reliable aboriginal to join me. Don't worry, I've figured out the mission level. There will be no threat from ninjas in D level and C level. Go quickly. Wang Jin pushed Zuo Zioyu to the task reception area, but was taught another lesson. No, there are not enough people. You need at least 3 of you to accept the mission. Is there such a thing? Wang Jin frowned. In his previous life, although he knew that the 12 little strongmen all went on missions in the same class, he had never heard of this requirement. The assistant in charge of issuing tasks explained, it doesn't apply to others. You 2 must form a team of 3 when you take on the task for the first time, otherwise the village will not trust you to hand over the employer to you. Once you screw up, you will lose the reputation of the village, do you understand? Okay, Wang Jin was helpless and took Zuo Zioyu to sit on a chair nearby. What should we do now? They don't give us tasks and time is wasted. Zuo Zioyu has no idea. To put it bluntly, she has never entered the main world of Hokage. She has only been told some common sense and experience by her family before. Wang Jin fell into deep thought, thinking about how to solve the current trouble. It's just that the timeline is too far forward now, the characters in the plot have not grown up, he doesn't know any of the supporting cast, and he doesn't understand their temperament and character, so he can't quickly gain trust. Senior, I have told you many times that you are no longer suitable for going out on missions alone at your age, and you still want to take on C-level missions, which is even more unsuitable. Young man, please let me go. I can finish it. The village has been overloaded with too many tasks recently. If we don't think of a solution, we will lose our reputation. Just as Wang Jin was thinking about it, the voice of the B****ch who announced the mission spread throughout the hall, and he and Zuo Zioyu immediately looked over. The 2 of them saw only an old man with a disabled left leg and left eye, carrying something like a cauldron on his back, with 2 swords and a dog-legged club stuck in it, begging hard. Zuo Zioyu was moved by the old man's appearance and words, and couldn't help but sigh, what a dedicated ninja. Even in such a situation, he still wants to shine for the village. It's really touching. I'm so moved, hurry up and leave. Hey Wang Jin, what are you doing? Zuo Zioyu's face turned red when Wang Jin held her hand, and she quickly shook it off. The 2 came to the actor who announced the task, and Wang Jin's voice was loud. Senior, if you don't mind, can we be your companions? Companion? The old man's thin body trembled violently after hearing this word, and his sparse eyes stared at Wang Jin for a long time without saying a word, as if he had recalled something. Upon seeing this, Wang Jin secretly said it's done and continued to use his understanding of the plot to output the mouth escape. Yes, it is a rule to need companions for missions, and this uncle is not wrong either. My friend and I are willing to be your partners. The 3 of us will complete the village's backlog of tasks together and preserve our reputation. What do you think? Okay, good boy, I am willing to be your companion. Grandpa, please don't cry. We are not bullying anyone. Zuo Zioyu was at a loss when she saw that the old man actually shed tears. We were just doing tasks together. Are you so moved? The brain circuits of the Aborigines are really confusing. However, she was also worried and pulled Wang Jin's sleeve. This old man is already so old and his body is disabled. He is on a C-level mission. I think we should not keep him company. It is too dangerous. This little girl is right. The man who issued the mission had a very good ear. He actually heard Zuo Zioyu's whisper and agreed. This man was personally ordered by Lord Hokage to only accept D-class missions. You can imagine why. I think you 2 are still young, so don't follow him into danger. Yes, I have also heard this order. This old man has been a genin all his life. It is not a good choice for you to follow him. Another passerby spoke up, and Zhuo Xiaoyu became even more worried after hearing this. The old man listened to these words without explanation. His eyes darkened and he lowered his head, seemingly acquiescing to what others said. God assists. When Wang Jin saw this, he really wanted to kiss these two actors. He was just worried about how to establish a relationship with the old man, but now the opportunity came directly. After coughing dryly and straightening his clothes, Wang Jin looked serious and raised his voice. I believe in my choice and the strength of the senior. He will protect us. Hurry up and give me the task, don't waste time. Hey, you kid really doesn't listen to advice. You deserve to die. I'm going on a mission with an unknown old man. I'm afraid he's a rookie who has never left the village. The two passersby were disdainful, but Wang Jin and the others still successfully got the task. Thank you, young man, this is a sea-level mission. I can finally contribute to the village again. By the way, my name is Kasuk Maruhoshi. I don't know what you two call me. Maruhoshi Kasuk was very moved by Wang Jin's trust, so he took his hand and added, I once caused the death of two companions because of my eagerness for quick success. Such a mistake will make me regret it for the rest of my life. I will definitely not make it again. Favorability of Maruboshi Kasuk plus 50. Trigger sea-level mission. Learn at least 3 ninjutsu from Kasuk Maruhoshi. Task reward, Maruboshi Kasuk's favorability plus 20, own chakra 30%, and 50,000 taels of silver notes. It's made, Wang Jin was ecstatic. He didn't expect to meet this big treasure in front of him on the first day. You killed me. Zhuo Xiaoyu took advantage of Gu Jai to prepare things and complained to Wang Jin. Are you used to it? Don't you take your life seriously? This is a sea-level mission, the kind that goes abroad. What if we encounter Chunin enemies on the way? Do you expect that old man who can even walk trembling to protect us? Chunin enemy. After hearing this, Wang Jin only gave Zhuo Xiaoyu one sentence. Do you believe that Jonin has to call him grandpa when he comes? Just kidding, although Kasuk Maruhoshi was nicknamed 10,000 years genin by netizens in his previous life. Who doesn't know his strength? The one-handed sword genjutsu combination, the second Hokage personally taught its water style, and the third Hokage recognized it and awarded it to the man who was rejected the Jonin title. The fourth Hokage personally bandaged his wounds, and the fifth Hokage ordered him to be responsible for protecting the defense of Konoha Hidden Village. These deeds would be extraordinary for anyone else, but Kasuk has them all alone. If you go on a mission with this kind of god tier, you will definitely not have any accidents unless you are surrounded by hundreds of ninjas from the enemy country. What do you mean? Do you know that old man? Zhuo Xiaoyu looked at the personal panel in her mind and thought, although it is a sea-level mission, it is not enough to explain the strength of Maruhoshi Kasuk. Since the two were teammates, Zhuo Xiaoyu also benefited from the situation and triggered the mission with Wang Jin. Although they lamented their good luck, the biggest danger at the moment was the request from Konoha Village, which asked 3 people to escort a businessman to the Kingdom of Water. Not only is it thousands of miles away, but it is also drifting in the sea, which is extremely dangerous. Every high school student must learn this basic common sense, and Zhuo Xiaoyu and Wang Jin are certainly no exception. Anyway, just put your heart in your stomach, lie down peacefully, and leave the rest to God tier. Wang Jin did not explain, but Zhuo Xiaoyu muttered after hearing this. HMPH, just go. Anyway, I haven't died even once, so my losses are smaller than yours. Zhuo Xiaoyu just snicker, you are lucky to know me. You're talking like a treasure, shameless. That's enough, little girl, I've tolerated you for a long time. Then come and hit me, come on, come on. During the quarrel between the two, Gyusuk finally arrived. He had a big bag on his back and he didn't know what was in it. Xiao-jin, Xiao-yu, we can set off. Oh yes. The two immediately stopped joking. Once they enter the task state, they must remain serious. This is knowledge taught in school. Gujai smiled slightly, his old face full of wrinkles. Don't be so serious, I'm not that particular as an old guy. As long as everyone is safe, that's fine. Grandpa Gujai, you are the captain and you have the final say in everything. Zhuo Xiaoyu said sweetly, but his favorability level was not triggered. He couldn't help but feel a little angry. He looked at the handsome young man beside him and felt very unhappy. How come Wang Jin can achieve such an exaggerated favorability score of plus 50 with just a few words? However, what she didn't know was that everything Gu Jai was experiencing now was caused by the death of his 2 companions. And Wang Jin, unintentionally, revealed his trust in Gu Jai, replaced his senior as his new companion, and barely indirectly solved the knot in the other party's heart. This made Gu Jai so moved, and his favorability naturally increased. The 3 of them received the businessman they wanted to protect at the entrance of the village. Wang Jin was stunned when he saw it clearly. Damn it, what is this immoral thing? The person who came was obese short, and his appearance revealed a cunning look. He was one of his little-remembered sidekicks from his previous life, the world's richest man, Kato. When Wang Jin first saw the plot, he was almost offended by Kato's evil deeds. This man was an out-and-out villain. On the surface, he is a businessman, but secretly he uses the mafia and ninjas to smuggle drugs and contraband, and he also wants to invade other companies and countries. He used his financial resources and violence to control all maritime traffic on the island of Wave Country. This is the life of this country, and everyone will be exploited by him. Why is he an old man? Kazuo brought a dozen followers, all of whom were ordinary people. They were very dissatisfied after seeing Gujai. Kasuke smiled gently. Mr. Kato, please rest assured that we in Konoha will not let any employer down. I guarantee that you can reach the Kingdom of Water safely. Okay, let's hit the road. I don't expect you to contribute anyway. Kato waved his hand, and his entourage led the three people into the motorcade, and the carriage immediately headed east of the Country of Fire. In the carriage, Gyusuk took out a map, and the locations of the 5 major countries were clear at a glance. Konoha is in the middle, with the Kingdom of Wind on the lower left, the Kingdom of Earth on the upper left, the Kingdom of Thunder on the upper right, and the Kingdom of Water on the lower right across the sea. According to my many years of experience, there are no exiled ninjas on this land. At most, there are some bandits, so they are not considered dangerous. Just be careful when you get to the port and take the boat. The Kingdom of Water has been very abnormal in recent years. Outsiders can't enter it. It's not clear what happened there, so there may be rebellion. Senior Gyusuk, if it involves ninjas, it's considered a B-level mission. Does Kato's behavior count as a difficulty in concealing information? The situation is normal, but the situation in the Kingdom of Water is special. Gujai explained to Wang Jin, one of my contemporaries recently told me that there might be a coup in the Kingdom of Water, so whatever happens is normal. What? Coup? Zhuo was confused after hearing this. Isn't it considered a top secret to have a coup in such a big country? Grandpa Gujai, were you so powerful at the same time? Can you even find out about such a thing? Of course he's awesome. He's probably the most awesome person at the moment. Wang Jin seemed to have something in his words. After hearing this, Gujai was slightly stunned and looked at him with squinted eyes. Zio Jin, you're very smart, you actually guessed. No, I was just thinking about it, senior. You don't have to think too much. Wang Jin interrupted Gujai, who had no intention of talking anymore. This made Zio very anxious, and she was filled with curiosity as she watched the two of them playing riddles. Who is it? Grandpa Gujai, please tell me. Haha, he's just an ordinary person, let's not talk about it. Senior, have you been to the Kingdom of Water before? How long will it take us to get there? In the carriage, Wang Jin was worried that there was not enough time. Everyone can stay in the world of the sacred tree for up to 10 days each time. Once the time has passed, they will be forcibly kicked back to reality. The reason why this happened has been understood over the years. It is because the sacred tree cares about the ninjas themselves. The power of all things in the world has its limit, and the same is true for the sacred tree. It consumes a huge amount of chakra and spiritual power every moment to maintain a huge number of people entering the world of the sacred tree. Either they can't afford this consumption of the sacred tree, or they don't want to bear it. In the end, the ninja is responsible for it. The sacred tree is only responsible for extracting and outputting power. The latter is easy to understand. It is common to receive rewards for completing certain tasks. Extraction will cause harm to the human body if it takes more than 10 days, so there is such a rule. When this rule was first discovered, people on the mainland were shocked. Everyone believed that the sacred tree had its own consciousness, or that someone was manipulating it behind the scenes. It's just that no other discoveries have been made for so long, and no one has died in the sacred tree in the 20 years since it appeared, so no one is paying attention to it. But this time the mission was to go abroad, and Wang Jin was worried that 10 days would not be enough. It would be 20 days before he was forced to leave and then re-enter. Not to mention the failure of the mission, Gujai would lose his trust. After all, it's not easy to hold a thigh, and he doesn't want to lose it in such a confused way. Zhuo reacted immediately after hearing his inquiry and quickly stared at Gujai, feeling the same worry. Gujai wiped his 2 thin swords and said, "At this rate, it will take 7 or 8 days. The main reason is that the carriage is too slow. If a ninja travels for 2 days, he can reach the port, and then he can enter the Kingdom of Water by boat for 3 days. Oh, that's okay. What Zyojin, do you have other things to do? No, I'm just curious to ask. Wang Jin breathed a sigh of relief and changed the subject to chat with Gu Jai about something else. The environment outside the car slowly changed until the woods surrounding Konoha village disappeared and the sky became dark. At this time, everyone was still in the country of fire but far away from the town. They would reach the border port in 2 or 3 days' walk. There was no hotel convoy to camp on the spot, and Kato's men were responsible for the work. Gu Jai took Wang Jin and Zhu Xiaoyu dozens of meters away from these people, lit a firewood pile, and prepared to pay attention to it all night. The time and season in the world of the sacred tree are the same as those in the outside world. It is also July, which is the hot time. Zhu Xiaoyu took out a storage scroll and opened it on the ground. She pressed her hands on it with a swish seal, and soon some kitchen utensils and 2 mats appeared. You didn't prepare this, right? This one is for you. You can use it or not. Wang Jin took the mat and spread it on the ground. Seeing this, Gu Jai smiled slightly. Xiao Jin, the Hyuga clan is a big clan and Uchiha is no weaker than you before. It's really rare that you and Xiaoyu can still be friends. Haha, it's rare that we have the same affinity. Wang Jin laughed. He knew what Gu Jai was wondering about. Uchiha and Hyuga are both from Konoha's wealthy families, and the two families have a competitive relationship. In addition, most of the Uchiha tribe members are arrogant and rude, so not many people in the village come into contact with them. Zhuo Xiaoyu glared at Wang Jin and stretched out her hand to take back the mat. You stink, don't pull me down. No, I was just joking. Haha, it's good to be young. Gyusuk laughed heartily as he watched the two fighting, and after a moment he said, You are the future of the village. This is why Shadai created the village, just to protect you. Shada, Zhuo Xiaoyu immediately became energetic and asked quickly, Grandpa Fausuk, can you tell me about Shadai's deeds in detail? I have never learned about it. Seeing her anxious look, Wang Jin curled his lips, knowing that Zhuo Xiaoyu was trying to make some excuses. In the real world, few people can gain the trust of the high-level natives of the Hokage world, and they lack understanding of confidential information. This can be seen from the sentence in the book that Sarutobi Hiruzen is the strongest Hokage. It's just that the good relationship between her and Gu Jai is zero. This kind of old story that can't be called a secret but can be considered obscure will definitely not be inquired about. If it were asked by herself, it would be almost the same. Sure enough, Gu Jai tactfully rejected Zhuo Xiaoyu, which disappointed the latter. Hey, aren't you curious? Ask quickly, there are not many opportunities like this. While Gu Jai went to discuss tomorrow's journey with Kato, Zhuo Xiaoyu nudged Wang Jin, hoping to take advantage of his favorability. Wang Jin. Now that you know it won't be of much use, you should be more pragmatic and complete the task first. Then open your mouth. You have also seen my situation. Senior Gu Jai does not trust me. I know, I'll mention it when Senior comes back later. Wang Jin chuckled when he said this and moved his face to the girl. Zhuo Xiaoyu, you see your mission was triggered by my light and I need my help to complete it. Don't you have any thoughts of gratitude? What do you want to do? Zhuo Xiaoyu quickly moved her butt to the side after hearing this with a wary look on her face. Wang Jin, I tell you there is no chance between us, I only treat you as a friend. Are you too confident? Wang Jin was stunned for a moment. You have to think about it if you back me up. Stop dreaming and I won't chase you. Jai was shocked. I thought you were going to take advantage of this. Zhuo Xiaoyu snorted. After all, how do you want me to thank you? Help me enter the Warcraft forest again. Wang Jin expressed his thoughts. When you go back this time, go find Luo Shiking. This shouldn't be difficult. Originally, Wang Jin planned to go to the Fire Wolf Secret Realm to fight monsters after withdrawing from the Hokage world to develop his combat experience. But now his strength has exploded too fast. If he completes Gu Jai's mission, it will increase a lot. He can no longer look down on those stupid fire wolves and wants to find a stronger opponent. The current condition is the mountain goat in the Luo family's secret realm of Warcraft. Only it can push out its potential without risking death. It's easy to talk. Zhuo Xiaoyu patted her medium-sized chest and promised, as long as you help me complete the task, I will help you achieve your wish. A deal. It's a deal. The two reached an agreement, and after Gu Jai came back, Wang Jin spoke directly without any nonsense. Senior, the two of us want to learn ninjutsu from you. I wonder if you are willing to teach us. If other aborigines had killed Wang Jin, he wouldn't have dared to speak so openly. Ninjutsu was not cheap. In his impression, there was only a master-disciple succession in Hokage. But Gu Jai's favorability level is already 50, and he feels there is no problem at all. And the fact was as he thought, Gu Jai just looked at Zhuo Xiaoyu and hesitated, obviously not wanting to teach her. Zhuo Xiaoyu also knew it well and waited anxiously. Okay, then I'll pass on ninjutsu to a few of you. Thank you, Grandpa Gu Jai. Thank you, Senior. Both of them had smiles on their faces. As long as they completed the tasks given by the sacred tree, the 10 days would not be in vain. Thunder, fire, earth, these are attributes I'm not good at. Gyusuk thought of the two's chakra attributes. Wang Jin is thunder fire, Zuo Xiaoyu is thunder earth, but he himself is a master of water style. But not being good at it doesn't mean he can't do it. Kasuk was once a genius among geniuses, otherwise he wouldn't have been taught by second Hokage Senjutaba Rama himself. Okay, Xiaoyu, I'll teach you 3 ninjutsu commonly used in earth style. What do you want to learn, Xiaojin? What to study? Of course, Genjutsu. Wang Jin is very clear about Gu Jai's information, but he can't break it outright, otherwise the other party will definitely become suspicious. He sighed deliberately, hey, my talent is very poor. Senior, you have also seen that I haven't even opened my eyes at this age, and I probably won't be able to in the future. In the past, I only heard from my parents that our Uchiha clan are all masters of playing Genjutsu, but I don't know any of them. I wonder if you know how to use Genjutsu, Senpai. I want to learn this. Haha, you have found the right person, Gujai said with a proud smile. What I have studied most deeply in my life is Genjutsu and swordsmanship. Oh, really? Then please teach me Genjutsu, Senior. No, Wang Jin was stunned by the unexpected rejection, but then he was ecstatic. This is the result of an old man's life. How can he teach it to outsiders so easily? Unless you are willing to become my disciple, I will teach you. Apprenticeship posted. Wang Jin was ecstatic and nodded frantically. He originally just wanted to learn a few genjutsu, but he didn't expect to gain something unexpected. Kasuk's strength is definitely far stronger than that of ordinary Jonin. It will be much easier to walk around Konoha with such a backer. People of the younger generation may not know his deeds back then, but Sarutobi Hiruzen and other Konoha elders dare not underestimate this man who almost became the disciple of second Hokage. Zuo Xiaoyu didn't know what Gujai said when he first got on the carriage during the day, but Wang Jin knew that it might be Sarutobi Hiruzen. Otherwise, who would dare to leak such confidential information to him? The old third generation and the elder of Konoha were at the same time the former hero of the 3 wars. Wang Jingxin wanted to be the disciple of the other party. And as long as he did not betray Konoha, no one would touch him easily. Teacher, I do. Haha, you screamed really fast. Gujai laughed happily for a long time, and it was obvious that he was very happy at the moment. This made Zuo Xiaoyu, who only got 3 regular ninjutsu, feel sad. She looked at the proud Wang Jin and muttered secretly, this guy is so lucky. The first genjutsu I taught you is called Konoha-style Willow. It is a lightning attack technique combined with swordsmanship. This technique does not require seals. When fighting at close range, you first use the sword technique on the enemy, and then use genjutsu to make the enemy look like you disappeared into the leaves dancing in the wind. At this time, the enemy will be restrained by you and unable to move, and you can launch a sudden attack from the enemy's blind spot to obliterate the opponent. This technique is a fatal move that can kill the enemy with 1 strike. And it is also a lightning attack technique that cannot be avoided. Did you hear that clearly? Disciple understands. 100 meters away from everyone, Gujai patiently explained to Wang Jin. Wang Jin was very excited after hearing this. This technique is too powerful. As long as he learns it, he will have the capital to leapfrog the enemy in the future. Go on. Gujai threw one of his 2 thin swords to Wang Jin and then began to demonstrate the swordsmanship training method. Wang Jin learned it well, but his movements were too slow. After half an hour, Gujai stopped, frowning. Although the Uchiha clan is not a Taijutsu clan, everyone in the clan is a grandmaster of Taijutsu. Why is your health so poor? Well, it may be because I have been malnourished since I was a child. My parents have not lived well these years. Wang Jin felt a little embarrassed, thinking that he had brought shame to Uchiha. In the original work, Sasuke, Itachi, Shisui, Madara, and other Uchiha are all very strong in Taijutsu, and with the Sharingan's amazing dynamic vision, they can easily defeat their opponents with Taijutsu alone. Of course he knows this. Gujai sighed, you have memorized the swordplay. You can practice it slowly in the future. I don't think you can be a grandmaster for a long time. I will now teach you the coordinated use of Genjutsu, Yao. Xiao Jin, please don't let me down again. Disciple will definitely not do that. Wang Jin's eyes burst with confidence. He believed that with his extremely high mental power, he must be a good Genjutsu player. Gujai spent more than 10 minutes explaining the key points of Genjutsu to Wang Jin and then demonstrated the results. Konoha-style Ryanu. Buzz, in Wang Jin's eyes, the rapier in Gujai's hand turned into dozens of swords, he himself disappeared, and at the same time leaves began to fall in the air. So strong I can't find the teacher at all. Whoosh, when Gujai's rapier brushed past Wang Jin's left arm, he finally noticed the other party's trace. If the enemy's attack is aimed at the heart Zyojin, do you see it clearly? I should be able to see it clearly now. Wang Jin was not sure either and slowly began to dance the rapier in his hand. At the same time, his chakra and mental power flowed in an orderly manner according to Gujai's instructions. Konoha-style Ryanu. Buzz, 5 phantoms of rapiers appeared in the air in front of Gujai. Wang Jin's figure was still there and Luo Yi did not appear. The degree of completion was very low. However, it was this degree that made Gujai's eyes widen suddenly. He basically mastered it after just one look. This. Wang Jin was unaware of Gujai's shock at the moment. He imitated the opponent's attack and stopped after launching the final attack. No, I used my mental power too early just now. It should be a little later. Konoha-style Ryanu. Wang Jin was very focused after entering the state of cultivation. Everything around him had nothing to do with him. At this moment, he only wanted to master this powerful genjutsu. Swish, swish, swish. In the silent night, there were only the sounds of swords breaking through the air and birds singing. Wang Jin used the Konoha style again and again as if tirelessly, becoming a little more proficient after each time. Gujai was instructing Zuo Zyaoyu in Earth style, but both of them were focused on the young man in the distance and were shocked. Zuo Zyaoyu was fine, she only knew that this was the mysterious genjutsu. Even on Blue Star, there were not many people who specialized in practicing this. It felt very magical. However, Gujai understood that the most difficult part of his phantom sword technique was the genjutsu. Anyone could learn the taijutsu sword technique as long as they worked hard, but only genjutsu could determine how powerful the move was. I can only say that they are worthy of being the Uchiha clan. I have never seen such a terrifying genjutsu talent before. Teacher Gujai, is this move of yours difficult to learn? Zuo Zyaoyu shamelessly tried to establish a relationship with him, but Gujai didn't care. You don't have to call me teacher. I only taught you 3 sea-level Earth-style ninjutsu. It's not worthy of that title yet. Just remember that this technique has never been cracked or seen through, and that I have gained fame for most of my life thanks to it. So awesome! Wang Jin has posted it. After hearing this, Zuo Zyaoyu became even more envious and jealous. The more she thought about what she and Wang Jin had achieved, the more jealous she felt. She felt so pitiful. On the first and second days, Uranus Jin and others were still in the land of fire. In the evening of the third day, they could already smell a faint fishy smell, which proved that the sea was not far ahead. In the past 3 days, everyone only encountered a few waves of bandits, all of whom were ordinary people and were dismissed casually by Wang Jin and Zuo Zyaoyu. In the past 3 days, he has almost practiced Konoha style and can already use it in actual combat. He just needs some heat to make genjutsu more realistic. Zyo Jin, from today onwards you start to practice the water attribute, and I will give you some guidance. Start now. When setting up camp in the evening, Gujai told him his plan. Wang Jin was a little surprised after hearing this. Practicing acquired attributes, whether in the real world or in the original novel, is almost something that can only be considered after becoming a chunin. He feels that it is a bit too early. Gujai nodded with a trace of worry on his old face. Now that you are Leachin's disciple, I will tell you some things. Before I left the village this time, Mr. Hokage gave me an additional task, which is to find out the specific situation of the Kingdom of Water. The teacher could have refused, but you know I wouldn't do that, so it's not clear whether I can come out alive. Your talent is very good. I believe you can practice the water attribute chakra in a short time. Then I can teach you another one of my special skills. His specialty, I don't know what the teacher is referring to. Wang Jin asked knowingly, but sometimes he had to pretend not to understand, otherwise he would be suspicious. Kasuke's 2 unique skills are Konoha style, and the other is, of course, the water style taught by second Hokage Senju Taburama, who is known as the water style master. After hearing this, Gujai took him away from everyone, walked around a small slope and stopped. Look carefully. Water style water dragon bullet technique. Hold head high. A water dragon about 50 meters long appeared and knocked out a large crater on the small slope. Countless gravels fell one after another, and the earth shook violently. Do you see any difference? Gujai asked calmly after using it. Wang Jin nodded and said seriously, I see, teacher, you only used 4 seals to release the water dragon bullet. I remember that this technique originally required 40 seals. To be precise, it's 44. Gujai smiled. This is the result of the teacher's study with Nidaime. It simplified the water-style seal method and greatly shortened the seal time. which is equivalent to improving the strength in disguise. You should also know that in a battle between ninjas, apart from intelligence, the most important thing is the speed of seal formation. It is an important factor that can determine the outcome in advance. Nidaam is too far away from you young people, you may not know his strength. He was recognized by the ninja world as the master of water style and the inventor of ninjutsu. He has been studying ninjutsu his whole life. It's just that the power and uses of some ninjutsu are too terrifying, so they were classified as forbidden techniques by Shodai and sealed away, and they are still unknown to the public. So Nidaam is so powerful. Wang Jin nodded slightly. Teacher, I understand what you mean. I will work hard to cultivate the water attribute. Yes, Gujai nodded and took Wang Jin back to everyone's sight, explaining to him the key points of water-style ninjutsu in advance. The latter was very fascinated and spent half the night. From the fourth day onwards, Wang Jin put aside the practice of Konoharayu and focused on the water attribute. However, the development progress was very slow, and even with Gyusuk's patient guidance, he was still under a lot of pressure. However, neither of them is in a hurry. It is complicated and troublesome to master new attributes the day after tomorrow, which is why there is no genin to develop them. In Gujai's eyes, Wang Jin is a person with less chakra or someone who has just become a genin. He is already very satisfied with this speed. In the afternoon, the group finally arrived at the port, boarded a wooden boat arranged by Cardo in advance, and continued sailing eastward. Starting tonight, the three of us will take turns on duty. Be careful of sneak attacks by traitors and ninjas. Gujai explained in the boat box and continued. Zio, you are responsible for the first half of the night, and Zio Jin and I are responsible for the second half of the night. We must ensure the safety of our employer and must not have any adverse impact on the reputation of the village. Do you hear me clearly? Listen clearly. The two of them looked solemn and kept these words in their hearts. Whether it is for the sake of being trusted when accepting tasks in Konoha in the future, or for the safety of this trip, the two of them will not be careless. After boarding the ship, although the level of danger increased greatly, the comfort level was also greatly improved. Finally, the group no longer had to sleep in the open air and had a room where they could rest. In the room, Wang Jin continued to practice the water attribute. On the sea, he felt his inspiration surged, much faster than when practicing on land. No wonder second generation is called Sea Escape. The geographical advantage has greatly improved the ninja. Wang Jin thought of the original work. Senju Tabarama can artificially create a vast ocean where there is no ocean, while other water-style ninjas can barely use some water flow of more than 10 meters. The same water-style ninjutsu has completely different powers when used on land and on the sea. This is also the reason why Kirigakure village has not been understood by outsiders all year round. Their Kirigakure technique has enveloped the entire village and the scope is terrifying. 1 day, 2 days, 4 days, everyone passed through most of the sea and land safely without encountering a rebel or wandering ninja. Seeing that the land of the Kingdom of Water was in sight, Wang Jin couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He has not yet practiced the water attribute, and Kasuke has not taught him ninjutsu, which is still far from the mission goal. Teacher, can you teach me 2 lightning-style or fire-style ninjutsu first? Why do you think so? The best thing for you to do now is to practice the water attribute and inherit my water-style accomplishments. Gujai frowned, very dissatisfied with his proposal. Wang Jin opened his mouth and then closed it. He couldn't express his pain. He couldn't tell Gujai that you were all NPCs. I wanted to complete the game mission. Hee. Zuo Zioyu covered her mouth and snickered. She knew what Wang Jin was anxious about and finally felt that it was fairer. Although I have not learned the powerful ninjutsu, the task has been completed, and I will go to the sacred tree space to receive the reward when the 10 days are up. Wang Jin scratched his head and asked Zuo Zioyu quietly. In this case, if I practice the teacher's ninjutsu by myself next time, can it be considered as completing the mission? I didn't know that this is also the first time for this person to come in. You've been laughing your *** off. I'll just laugh he, and I'll *** off. Depend on. Wang Jin was speechless because he didn't ask about the result and was angry. So he could only seize the time to practice. Now there are only 2 days left before he is kicked out of the Hokage world, and he plans to work hard again. It's just that he was worried that Gyusuk would leave to perform the mission as soon as he landed, so the mission would definitely not be completed. Hey, now I can only hope that the teacher will not leave in such a hurry. Thank you 3 for escorting me, we will see you later. At the border of the Kingdom of Water, when the wooden boat docked safely, Kazuo gave Wang Jin and the others a rare smile. After Gu Jai politely sent the other party off, he also planned to leave but was stopped by Wang Jin. Teacher can you stay for another 2 days? Wang Jin was a little embarrassed. He knew Gyusuk's character, and Konoha village was more important to him than his life. Gu Jai was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "How many more days do you want me to give you guidance?" "Oh yes. There are still many things I don't understand, my disciple. Once you leave, there won't be anyone to guide me." "Okay, 2 days at most. If you can't master the water attribute anymore, I will leave." Gu Jai agreed. Wang Jin was overjoyed, and the three of them found a hotel to stay in a border town in the Kingdom of Water. Zuo Xiaoyu was not in a hurry to quit the Hokage world and practiced with Wang Jin, thinking that if another mission was triggered, he would make a lot of money. This is also the thought of everyone on the mainland who enters the world of the sacred tree. As long as the environment is safe, no one will exit early. Gu Jai looked at Wang Jin, who was sitting cross-legged in the hotel room practicing hard, and pondered for a moment. "Follow me, there is a place that should increase your speed of comprehension." Where? Wang Jin immediately ended his training. Gu Jai threw him a night suit without saying anything and continued to sneak toward the east under the cover of night. The two walked about dozens of miles, and finally Gu Jai stopped in a thick fog. "Don't make any noise, don't alert anyone, and concentrate on your practice." "Teacher, this is..." The former site of the Terumi clan, the former Kirigakure tycoon. They lived here before they participated in the coup. These fogs are natural barriers to the Kingdom of Water. The Terumi clan's water-style accomplishments should be related to these. Of course, this is just my guess. Whether it works or not depends on you. Terumi clan. The first thing Wang Jin thought of after hearing this was Terumi Mei, a character in the plot who has appeared a lot and the most beautiful lady of the Hokage. She should be about my age at this point. Wang Jin thought to himself, looking forward to one day seeing this effervescently beautiful royal lady in person. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to practice. As soon as he entered the state, he felt inspired, many difficult points became clear, and the water attribute chakra in his body gradually condensed. "Teacher, it really works." "Then you practice hard and ask me if you don't understand anything." Gu Jai smiled slightly and sat cross-legged next to him. Wang Jin felt at ease having this god-tier protector. The two masters and apprentices sat in silence all night. At dawn, Wang Jin finally mastered the water attribute chakra. Kasuk immediately took him back to the hotel to teach him water-style ninjutsu. "Zio Jin, please remember the next key points first, and then go back and practice slowly. The teacher doesn't have so much time to teach you personally." Half a day later, when Gu Jai taught Wang Jin all three water-style ninjutsu that he thought were the most practical, he planned to leave. Wang Jin nodded silently, feeling very moved in his heart. "Teacher, you must be careful when performing tasks in Kirigakure, and you must return to the village alive." "Haha, don't worry, there aren't many people in Kirigakure who can scare me now." Gu Jai laughed heartily, but Wang Jin was hard-pressed to say anything. Kirigakure is now controlled by Abido, who executes the cruel and terrifying blood mist. Kasame Kasaki, known as the tailless-tailed beast, is also under his control, and fourth Mizukage and Three Tails are controlled by him with Mangekyō. Wang Jin really doesn't worry about the safety of his cheap teacher. But unfortunately Gu Jai's character cannot be changed by him with a few words. Wang Jin thought that even if he told him all the information he knew, he would not back down. "Teacher, my parents used to have a businessman friend from the land of water. He knew a lot of people and knew a lot of information. He once accidentally revealed that Kirigakure was very abnormal now, and it seemed that something was wrong with Mizukage. So you must be careful and never be careless." "What did you say?" Gu Jai's face changed slightly after hearing this. "Is there something wrong with the shadow of a village? If this thing is true, it would be terrible. I have to understand it completely and tell Hiruzen to deal with it in advance. Don't escalate it to the level of war, because more people will die." "How stupid I am," Wang Jin cursed himself secretly. Now the teacher's situation seems to have become even more dangerous. After bidding farewell to Gu Jai with worry, Wang Jin immediately set off and called Zuo Xiaoyu to board the fastest ship back to Konoha. This is the territory of Kirigakure. Even if we want to leave the world of the sacred tree, we can't stay here. It's best to return to the border of the land of fire. However, time may not allow it. There are only 1.5 days left before being forced out of the divine tree world, and it will take 2 days by sea and land. Unless we rely on chakra to travel quickly, there is still hope. Which one should I start practicing with first? Wang Jin thought about the 3 water-style ninjutsu he had just learned, namely the B-level water clone, water dragon bullet, and the A-level water shockwave. Sensei is worthy of being an elite Jonin. He is so generous that he doesn't even bother to teach C-rank ninjutsu. Amazing. Although the biggest gain for me from this trip was the Konoha Ryujin sword technique, these 3 advanced water-style ninjutsu were not much different. If one were to purchase scrolls to learn this in the real world, the cost would be an astronomical figure. At this moment, Wang Jin finally deeply realized the benefits of the sacred tree world. No wonder all the ninjas on the continent were trying their best to get in. The help was really too great. Let's start with Water Dragon Bullet. We urgently need a long-range AoE ninjutsu to deal with large monsters. Chuyan Wai Hai. Wang Jin was thinking about the simplified hand seal knowledge taught by Gu Jai, and at the same time, he made 4 hand seals with his hands in sequence. This is the experience that Gu Jai has compiled over the years. He wants Wang Jin to learn this method of seal formation from the very beginning, skipping the tedious process and reaching his level. Although the idea was good, Wang Jin realized how difficult it was to do after he started practicing it. Thanks to my teacher's guidance, otherwise I would never be able to simplify the printing method to such a simple level in my lifetime. Although it is difficult, Wang Jin is still confident that he can master it, even if it takes a little longer. The two drifted on the sea for a long time. Just when Wang Jin was immersed in the practice of Water Dragon Bomb, a huge chakra suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, the wooden boat shook violently, and a large amount of sea water poured into his room. Someone sneak attacked. Wang Jin thought of it immediately and quickly ran out of the room and came to the deck, where he saw a scene that made his heart beat faster. Zuozaya Oyu was seen being controlled by a mysterious man wearing an animal mask and a slim blue-gray ninja suit. Run away, leave me alone. Hee, it seems like the feelings are very deep. The mysterious person in the animal mask chuckled. It was a woman with a mature and sexy voice, which made people feel numb after listening to it. Handsome boy, tell me the purpose of your infiltration into Kirigakure, or your girlfriend will die. Kirigakure Anbu, Wang Jin's face was solemn. That's right, the masked woman admitted directly. Wang Jin quickly calculated the gap between himself and the other party in his mind. Judging from the amount of chakra that this person had just released, he was definitely a Jonin. He was wondering if Konoha Ryu could kill the other person by surprise with a sneak attack. However, after a moment he suppressed the idea, thinking that the success rate was not high. After all, the gap between Genin and Jonin is too big, and Konoha style has just been mastered and needs time to improve. Why did you attack us? We too are just here to do business in the water country. Ninjas know how to do business. The animal woman chuckled. Don't pretend, I know you are Konoha ninjas, and one of your companions has infiltrated our Kirigakure. How did you know that? Wang Jin admitted it when he saw that he couldn't deceive the other party. Animal woman, you are so brazenly practicing in my old tribe site. Do you really think my Terumi tribe is just a decoration? Although I don't like killing handsome guys, if you still dare to talk nonsense, there's nothing I can do. You are Terumi Mei, Wang Jin whispered after hearing the familiar sentence. The latter was obviously stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect her disguise to be exposed. Konoha-style Ryanu. In the original novel, Terumi Mei just likes handsome men, and the word handsome is often on her lips. Wang Jin was just skeptical, but it was worth a try. The woman in front of him sounded not much louder than him. She was about 1.75 meters tall and had brown hair, which was consistent with her guess. She immediately played a clever trick to distract her attention. Sure enough, the woman in the animal mask was stunned. Wang Jin took this opportunity to successfully perform the Konoha style. The fallen leaves scattered all over the sky and his figure disappeared among them. Is this genjutsu? The animal woman was alert for a moment. She grabbed Zuozaya Oyu's hand and let go. The latter took the opportunity to grab a detonating charm from his arms. Ninjas sneaked into other countries without permission. Zuozaya Oyu knew that she and Wang Jin would be regarded as spies. Once caught, they would be tortured and then executed. I haven't died anyway, so let him go. A flash of determination flashed in Zuozaya Oyu's eyes, and she lit the detonating talisman. The next moment, Wang Jin appeared on the left side of the animal woman with a kunai, stabbing her white and smooth neck fiercely. It is true that he likes to admire Yujai, but if he is an enemy, he will not have any pity or mercy, and he will definitely kill her if he takes action. Zuozaya Oyu doesn't want it. Wang Jin run quickly and go back to Konoha. Boom! The kunai in Wang Jin's hand had just pierced the animal mask woman's skin when he noticed Zuozaya Oyu's movements and retreated instantly. The detonating talisman successfully exploded, and Zuozaya Oyu's body was immediately blown to pieces. Although Animal Woman also discovered the detonating talisman, she was a step too late. She was not as fast as Wang Jin and was blown up at close range. Although she was not dead, she was seriously injured. The mask on her face disappeared and a beautiful face was revealed. It turned out to be Terumi Mei, who had a somewhat neurotic personality. Terumi Mei was covered in blood and her clothes were ragged. What a ruthless Hyuga woman, what a touching love. I, Terumi Mei, will remember you too. Whoosh, after she said these words, she disappeared. Wang Jin sat on the ground blankly, holding Zhu Xiaoyu's body in daze, murmuring in his mouth. Why are you doing this? I owe you such a big favor. At this moment, his mood was very restless, with gratitude, confusion, blame, and a hint of sadness. Although he knew that Zhu Xiaoyu was not really dead, her unhesitating look just now still made him unable to calm down for a long time. He suddenly found that his vision sharply increased, and he could even clearly see a mosquito a few meters away. He looked down at the pool of blood on the deck, which belonged to the girl in his arms. Sharingan, my eyes actually opened. It's true that the eyes have been hostile to the second generation all their lives. It really takes intense emotions to awaken. Wang Jin's appearance was reflected in the pool of blood. At this moment, his eyes had turned scarlet and a black magatama appeared in each of his pupils. With a wry smile, he took Zhu Xiaoyu's storage scroll into his hand. These things cannot be thrown away. Buzz. At this time, a magical scene appeared. Zhu Xiaoyu's remains and her blood suddenly disappeared completely, as if she had never appeared in this world. The crew members who were frightened by the explosion also reacted abnormally. Wang Jin asked one of them, "Did you see that?" "I saw it," a crew member said nervously. "Sir, you used the detonating talisman to injure Kirigakure Anbu." "It's not me, it's my companion." "Your companion?" Several crew members looked at each other and could not remember this person. It seems that this is the rule set by the sacred tree. Once an outsider dies, the memory of the indigenous people will be erased. Wang Jin can see what they think from the faces of these people. Hey, I owe a lot of favors now. I hope I can pay them back in the future. Zhu Xiaoyu sacrificed her to save herself, and Wang Jin could probably guess why she did this. He has already died once, and if he dies again, 1/3 of his chakra will be deducted, and he will not be able to enter the world of the sacred tree for half a year. They both knew what this meant. This is the time when a ninja needs talent to fight for the future. If he is really punished like this, his whole life may be ruined. This was the first time Zhu Xiaoyu died without punishment. She chose the lesser of two evils and used up the only chance in her life to avoid punishment in exchange for her own future. Without the threat of Terumi Mei, the rest of the journey was peaceful, and Wang Jin encountered no more danger. One day later, he jumped off the wooden boat and relied on his treading water skills to run on the sea, greatly increasing his speed. Although in the Hokage world, chakra itself is more than 100 times weakened compared to the real world, and is on the same level as the Aborigines. But treading water is not very expensive, and Wang Jin estimates that his chakra capacity should be enough to last him on land for the rest of the journey. Whoosh whoosh. Wang Jin was the only one running wildly alone on the huge sea. As the outline of the chakra-consuming land became closer and closer, he arrived in 3 hours from the journey that originally took a day by boat. Tilde. As soon as he stepped on the ground, Wang Jin immediately lay on the ground and gasped. He almost couldn't hold on anymore. The chakra in his body was almost exhausted to the limit. After resting for 2 minutes without any hesitation, he immediately opened the panel and chose to return to the real world. In the chaotic divine tree space, Wang Jin is waiting for the settlement. Hello Wang Jin, welcome back. Since your goal for this mission has not been achieved, there is no punishment or reward. Sacred tree, if I practice ninjutsu taught by Sanman Kasuke in the real world, will there be any rewards next time I come here? Yes, you can continue to receive rewards for unlimited tasks, as long as they are completed before failure. Thank you, I have no problem anymore. Please let me go back to the real world. Okay. In the only big mountain in the southern suburbs of West Valley District, a white-eyed middle-aged man wearing a black ninja uniform stared at the girl in front of him who also had white eyes. There is a short sacred tree behind the two people, and only a dozen vines can enter the world of the sacred tree. This is the territory of the Zuo family in the West Valley District. This sacred tree only serves them. There are dozens of single-family villas in the distance which are very luxurious. Xiaoyu, you lied. Dad, I didn't. Zhu Xiaoyu's voice was very weak, and she lowered her head and did not dare to look at the middle-aged man. He was Zhu Xiaoyu's father, Zhu Hui. Zhu Hui is tall and straight, wearing a common black ninja uniform. His face is handsome and resolute. His whole person exudes confidence and composure, and he has a strong aura without being angry or intimidating. Zhuo Hui said seriously, "You haven't dared to look me in the eyes since you were a child when I lied. Other things must have happened during the 10 days you were there. Tell me about it, father will always know, and the punishment will be more severe when the time comes." Zhuo Xiaoyu lacked confidence. She was very afraid of this majestic father. She knew that she was being trained as a successor, and once her father knew that she had given up the only chance of avoiding death for a classmate, his father would definitely not give up. "Say," Zhuo Hui suddenly shouted loudly, which made Zhuo Xiaoyu tremble and could no longer withstand the pressure. "He just died once, why are you so scary? Did you take advantage of the opportunity to avoid punishment?" Zhuo Hui's face changed immediately after hearing this. A terrifying wave filled his body, and his tone was serious and unquestionable. "Tell me the whole story without leaving out a single detail." In the villa of the head of the Zhuo family, Zhuo Xiaoyu was kneeling in the middle of the living room, with a man and a woman sitting on the mahogany chairs in front of her. "Husband, my daughter is just careless, why do you punish her like this? Besides, this opportunity will have to be used one day. Do you still want to expect that your daughter will not be in danger for the rest of her life? Didn't you just use it after entering the world of the sacred tree a few times?" The middle-aged woman has a graceful figure, wearing a red cheongsam, her hair is neatly and elegantly combed, and she has a light makeup on her face exuding an elegant temperament. Her eyes are bright and lively. Time has not left too many traces on the corners of her eyes but instead adds a charm to them. She is Zhuo Xiaoyu's mother and Zhuo Hui's wife, Zhuo Qingyi. Zhuo Hui had a straight face and a steady and powerful voice. "Every time I teach her a lesson, you stop me. I just let you mother and daughter make those insignificant mistakes in the past. You don't have to worry about this matter today." "But—" "No buts," Zhuo Huiting stood up suddenly and stared at Zhuo Xiaoyu. "You wasted the only precious opportunity in your life for an insignificant classmate. This has seriously affected her future. Do you too understand the seriousness of the matter? Zhuo Xiaoyu, tell me the truth, did you fall in love early in school? Do you like that good-for-nothing named Wang Jin?" "I like it." "Okay," Zhuo Xiaoyu had tears in her eyes, feeling aggrieved, and pushed her neck against Zhuo Hui. "You always control me, not letting me do this or that. I'm not your dog." "Dad, why can't you be more open-minded? Why can't you give me some freedom of choice? I've had enough of your old rigid stubbornness." "Beast," Zhuo Hui became furious after hearing what he considered to be rebellious words. He raised his hand and created a chakra wave that sent Zhuo Xiaoyu flying 4 to 5 meters, and did not stop until he hit a load-bearing pillar in the house. "Haha, if you can, beat me to death. I don't want to live like this anyway." Zhuo Xiaoyu stood up with a smile and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. For the first time in her life, she mustered up the courage to resist her father. After dying once, she found that her character had become much stronger. She didn't dare to say these words before. "How dare you talk back, I." That's enough, seeing that her husband wanted to hit her daughter. Zhuo Qingyi couldn't bear it anymore and smashed the table next to her with her palm. He stood up and walked to Zhuo Xiaoyu, protecting her behind him. He stared at the angry Zhuo Hui with his white eyes and shouted in a low voice, "Do you want to beat your daughter to death? Then beat me to death too. My daughter has grown up, she has the right to decide her own future. How long do you want to control her?" "You too," Zhuo Hui was furious and clenched his fists tightly, but he didn't make any more moves. Zhuo Xiaoyu's behavior today has given him a sense of uncontrollable crisis, and he is also afraid that his daughter will become rebellious from now on. However, his wife and daughter were resisting him. Although he was unwilling to stop the education, he could not continue it. He snorted coldly and looked at Zhuo Qingyi. "Okay, you can take care of this girl from now on, I won't interfere. But Qingyi, remember, her sacrifice is not worth it at all. That person hasn't even called her to say thank you. Is this kind of person worth saving? Haha. Maybe Wang Jin is still in the world of the sacred tree and has not come out. Besides, I didn't save him. In that situation, I would have been killed by Kirigakure Jonin, even if I hadn't died from the detonating talisman." Zhuo Xiaoyu's eyes darkened after hearing this. Zhuo Hui's words hit her so hard that she felt very uncomfortable. It's already night now, and Wang Jin should have come out long ago. Zhuo Qingyi also frowned, and she hugged Zhuo Xiaoyu gently. "Daughter, although your father is stubborn, he never looks at anyone wrong. That Wang Jin is indeed difficult to achieve. It will be inconvenient for him to walk in the sacred tree world in the future. The two factors of Sharingan and Uchiha are disliked in both the real world and the aboriginal world. And you have also seen that you sacrificed so much for him, but he didn't even call you. We should not interact with this kind of person in the future. His character is not good." No, he's not that kind of person. Zhuo Xiaoyu shook her head. Mom, don't worry, I don't like him. We are just classmates who have a good relationship. I know his personality very well. He may really be delayed by something. Something delayed? I think he doesn't dare to contact you. Zhuo Hui sneered. That boy must be afraid that our Zhuo family will kill him if we find out about it, so he is pretending to be an ostrich. But it doesn't matter. I want him to pay the price easily. The person who deceived you will not end well. Dad, you can't do this. You can't kill my classmate. Zhuo Xiaoyu was very anxious after hearing this. She knew that her family had this strength. It has only been 20 years since the invasion of Warcraft. Although the system has changed, powerful people are still above civilians and parliamentary laws. If his father is determined to kill Wang Jin, he will definitely not be able to escape. Don't worry, a ruthless look flashed in Zhuo Hui's eyes. I won't kill him. After all, he is still your classmate. But if he ruined your future, I will ruin his too. Although our Zhuo family is just a Hyuga branch house in the world of the sacred tree, it is extremely easy for a blind Uchiha waste to get rid of him. I want him to be unable to move around in Konoha, so that he can't rely on the world of sacred trees to become stronger. Until he finally becomes a real waste. This is fair, isn't it? Dad, you? Zhuo Xiaoyu was anxious, afraid that her father would really do this and wanted to plead for Wang Jin. However, at this moment, a servant walked out of the living room and saluted Zhuo Hui respectfully. The head of the family, a young man named Wang Jin, came to visit and said he was Mrs. Classmate. He also said that he wanted to thank. Zhuo Hui was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Zhuo Qingyi was also surprised, but Zhuo Xiaoyu was the only one excited. Dad, you have seen it. Wang Jin is not the ungrateful villain you think. Why don't you come to express your gratitude in person? Is this sincerity enough? This kid really dares to come. Zhuo Hui frowned and looked at Zhuo Qingyi with surprise in their eyes. It seems we have underestimated him. This guy is quite responsible. Let him come in. Yes, mistress. The servant quickly went to greet Wang Jin and soon brought him to the three people. Although Zhuo Hui looked down upon Wang Jin's act of daring to come in person as a civilian, it did not mean that he would calm down his anger. Zhuo Xiaoyu's future has been seriously affected, and this cannot be saved at any cost. Are you Wang Jin? Back to uncle, it's me, Wang Jin responded politely. He looked at the still wet tears at the corners of Zhuo Xiaoyu's eyes, probably because he had been taught a lesson, and bowed deeply to Zhuo Hui. Uncle Xiaoyu, because I wasted the only chance to die without punishment in the world of the sacred tree, I will work hard to compensate her in the future, and I will not let you down. Do you think the dignified leader of the Beiyin clan in the West Valley district would believe the promise of a nobody at the bottom of society? Zhuo Hui snorted. My Zhuo family covers the sky with only one hand in Zieg district. Even the government has to listen to me. Do you want any rare things from heaven and earth? Is it your turn as a commoner to help? If I hadn't appreciated the fact that you dared to come and apologize in person, you would never have thought about walking in the world of the sacred tree in the future. I would have targeted you until you died. Go away, you and my daughter don't have to interact with each other anymore. I don't want her future to be affected by you, a loser. Thank you, uncle, for your generosity. Wang Jin's mood did not fluctuate when he heard these insults. He understood the mood of a father at this moment. Wang Jin smiled at Zhuo Xiaoyu and spoke softly. Xiaoyu, thank you very much this time. Otherwise, I might not be able to enter the world of the sacred tree within half a year. So in the future, as long as you ask, I will agree to anything and never refuse. Just don't let me save you next time. Zhuo Xiaoyu curled her lips and complained softly while pushing him out of the living room just now. You are so brave. If I hadn't been stopped, my dad would have used the power of the Hyuga branch house against you in Konoha. Although I understand my uncle's feelings and thank you for your kindness, a mere Hyuga is not qualified to target me. There is no cover for the confidence in Wang Jin's words. This is his true thoughts. In just 1 year at most, he would have the confidence to establish his own power in the world of the sacred tree. By that time, let alone a mere Hyuga branch house, he is not afraid even of the main house. Zhuo Xiaoyu. You must be awesome. Let's go quickly. If you don't leave, I can't guarantee that you won't be beaten. My dad is still angry right now. Goodbye then, please speak if you need anything, Wang Jin warned seriously. I owe the other party such a huge favor. How long will it take if I don't use the divine tree world to compensate me? Fat man, do you have time? Yes, are you going to the Fire Wolf secret realm? Yes, do you want to come together? In a high-end restaurant in West Valley District, a man and a woman were sitting and eating. Suddenly, the man's cell phone rang. After seeing the caller clearly, he answered the call with a smile. Fang Lei puffed up his belly and asked with a smile, Wang Jin, it's been a month and I thought you had forgotten me and was just waiting to go on another adventure with you. We're delayed, are you leaving now? Wang Jin's voice came from the mobile phone. Fang Lei looked at the girl opposite who looked eager to try. Fat man, take me with you. What should we bring? We are going to hunt monsters, not travel. Are you, a girl with just 6 cards of chakra, going to hold us back? What, you dared to go even if you had 5 cards last month, why can't I go? If you don't take me with you, then break up. Okay, bye. Damn fat guy, come back here. On the other side, Wang Jin was holding his cell phone in confusion and was shocked by the conversation on the other side. Fat man, I didn't realize it, he has a trick. That's right, I'm a young love saint from number 3 middle school. Isn't it easy to get a girl? Where are you? I'm going to find you right now. In the mission hall, there happens to be a mission in the Fire Wolf secret realm that you can do easily. Your girlfriend can come if she wants. I'm here to help you, don't make the two of you unhappy over this matter. Go take a taxi. Fang Lei joked while arranging the girl. Okay, it's been a month since we last talked, you are so confident. How much chakra has it increased? Not too much, only about 6 calories. Damn it, how did you improve so fast? I only have 9 cards now. Fang Lei was confused. A month ago he had 5 cards and Wang Jin had 2.7 cards. Now they are at the same level. Is there anything you want me to prepare? Well, prepare more storage scrolls if you can. You also know my financial situation, I can't afford that thing. It's funny, I'm done. After contacting Fang Lei, Wang Jin immediately swiped the self-service task pickup machine and accepted a D-level task that required 10 fire wolf skins for a reward of 200,000 mainland coins. Half an hour later, Fang Lei brought a girl of the same age, about 1.6 meters tall with a good appearance and figure, into the mission hall to join him. Hello, my name is Wang Jin. Wang Jin stretched out his hand and the other person smiled and looked very outgoing. Haha, we are a family. Wang Shanshan, the fat man's girlfriend. Wang Shanshan's character is very outgoing, and she has a little bit of Midora on her face, which not only does not affect her appearance but also adds a touch of cuteness to her face. Fang Lei took out 5 storage scrolls from his arms and waved them in front of Wang Jin's eyes. Are these enough? Barely enough. What? The fat man was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Originally, he planned to show off his financial resources. After all, a storage scroll costs 300,000 mainland coins, but he didn't expect that the other party actually found it too little. Wang Jin. This time I plan to do something big, and I won't be able to make it until I earn 3 to 5 million. 5 million? How many fire wolves will be killed? Fatty and Wang Shanshan were both shocked. Are you okay? A fire wolf only costs more than 100,000, and you want to kill 30 or 40 of them. Almost, I'm interested in a sword-type conductive weapon and want to get it before school starts. Wang Jin had no choice but to continue. Originally, I didn't even plan to go to the Fire Wolf secret realm, but something unexpected happened. I had no choice but to continue hunting this low-level monster. The previous agreement with Zuo Xiaoyu may not be fulfilled now. It is estimated that it is difficult for the girl to go out now, let alone take herself to find Luo Shiking. At first, Wang Jin thought that the Luo family had a great business, so he thought that he would not be able to see the carcasses of a few goats, but Zuo Xiaoyu's reputation would be no problem. After all, the mission Zuo Xiaoyu triggered with him was no less valuable than a few monsters. It was 30% of the chakra. For the big family, paying this price was not even a price. Fatty and Wang Shanshan were so dizzy that they were so shocked by Wang Jin's amazing proposal that they couldn't even remember how they got into the taxi. Fire Wolf Secret Realm. Unlike last time when they were cautious, Wang Jin and Fang Lei did not deliberately hide their whereabouts this time. The two of them now have enough chakra to kill Fire Wolf alone. The 3 of them encountered the first Fire Wolf just 10 minutes after entering the secret realm. The opponent's chakra amount is not much, just 10 calories. It belongs to the bottom of the list. Generally, genin with 3 or 5 cards can kill alone as long as it performs normally. Which one of us will come? Wang Jin looked at Fatty, with no intention of joining forces.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.